Well, hello everybody and welcome in to the Splatoon 3 North American League event number 2. We are in preseason week 2, and if you missed last week's action, don't you worry, we have a full slate of awesome Splatoon action here for you today. My name is Ninehole Grains. I'll be the host for today's show, the spray-by-spray commentator, if you will, and joining me, two folks who are absolutely familiar with commentating on this stage and who also have incredible hair that makes me feel bad about mine, Nox and Rissa. Nox, we'll start with you. Last week was a lot of fun. This week looks to be even better. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling so excited. This event has already been so exciting, and I cannot wait to see what comes in the following weeks. And today, I'm so excited to get into it.
And Rissa, you and I have been talking so much about this league ever since it got announced. I know you have been just waiting for the chance to talk about Splatoon in an event like this. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. I'm excited that we get to have an event like this with Nintendo and be able to showcase this game itself. So this only being week 2, I mean, there's so much more action to come.
Well, before we get into the action today, we've got some bookkeeping to take care of, so let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule, because there's a lot of action as we have noted. First off, Fridays at 10 a.m. Pacific Time, the Splatoon 3 North American League show. There was an episode yesterday featuring lots of fun community members, lots of great segments highlighting the previous week's action, and it will go on. You can see all the dates listed right there with the final episode on November 21st. And then, of course, the next piece of the wonderful content that we've got is this, the Splatoon 3 North American League. Saturdays at 12 p.m. Pacific Time is when it starts, with the live stream starting at 4 p.m. Pacific Time. Of course, today, the 27th of September, but all the way until November once again, 11/22. You can register today at battlefy.com/NintendoVersus, but the fun doesn't stop there. It's a full weekend of Splatoon action, capped off by our Splatoon 3 North American League Sunday Scrim, Sundays at 12 p.m. Pacific Time. Whether you're by yourself or with a team of 4, jump on in. The Salmon Run is fantastic, and there are eggs aplenty to be had. But let's talk a little bit now about every piece, because there are 4 pieces you can't leave off the Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs. December 13th and December 14th. It's all capped off after all of the league action. There will be live streams for both days, and you won't want to miss that. So let's zoom in a little bit and talk about the format. For those of you who may have missed it last time, teams will be awarded points toward their event score based on their leaderboard placement in the ladder round and top 8. We won't go through every number there, but note that you can get points for both your ladder rounds and placements in top 8. Teams will score for each event they participate in, and their top 5 scores of the regular season will contribute to see if they make that playoffs that we discussed. And let's talk a little bit about the top 8 format as well. Top 8, the higher seed will choose the mode, and the lower seed will choose the stage, but that's only for the first game. After the first game, the winning team gets to choose the mode, but the losing team gets to choose that oh-so-pivotal stage that is played on and that already has played a big factor in preseason week 1. The game modes of note, we've got all 5, Turf War, Clan Blitz, Splat Zones, Tower Control, and Rainmaker, but please note each mode can only be played once during the match. And again, that's already come into play with a number of 5-game matches that we have seen. The stage list also can only be played once during the match, but you've got a lovely mix here of the tried and true that the competitive community loves, as well as some real curveballs that add a lot of strategy in. We saw Urchin Underpass, Crab Leg, and the whole shebang being played in last week's action. And let's take a look at our top 8 here, because there are some teams that have already fought through the ladder to get to this stage. Hypernova, Freedom, N-ZAAP, Foams NA, FreeFlow, Refine, Chef Lugoli, and DPS mostly, and whew, I can finally stop talking here because we know who our first matchup will be. It's going to be N-ZAAP versus Foams NA. It's going to be starting on Splat Zone's Mako Mart, but Nox, I'm going to head and toss this to you, because in our pregame, you looked and you said, oh, Foams NA is still around. Tell me a little bit about this squad.
Yeah, Foams has been around. Foams NA has been around for a good few years now. They've been playing in a lot of community events. They win a lot of them pretty frequently, and if they're not winning, they're pretty high up there. And they formed in a pretty unique way that if you've been around for a while, you'll remember pretty distinctly.
Well, Rissa, I'm going to toss it to you, Team N-ZAAP, and it's not just because that's the weapon that you played while we were on a team together a couple of weeks ago here. This is another squad that maybe not branding under this name, but these are some names we were all familiar with coming together for this event.
Yeah, absolutely. Right before this got on and we were taking a look at the teams that were in top 8, N-ZAAP, we took a look at the roster, and as we move forward and see them here on stream, there are a lot of familiar players that are within the competitive community that have come together to create this pickup team together called N-ZAAP.
So we've talked a little bit about both of these teams, so let's now, I guess, chat a little bit about Splatzone's Mako Mart, because again, when we all heard that, we all, gave a little nod, kind of a smile. This is one of, if not the most played stage and mode combinations in all of Splatoon. And Nox, for the uninitiated, what in the world is Splatzones, and how does it work, and why do we play it so much?
Splat Zones is super, super common. It's a mode we see all the time. It is one of the most popular. Players really love it because the objective is super simple. It's keep the center of the map painted, or wherever you see the lines on the map, painted for long enough to completely knock out, or to have the most points at the end of, or to have the fewest remaining points at the end of the game.
A quick shout out to Pico on the spec cam, one of the hardest working spec cam operators that you will see, but we're already in it. N-ZAAP in the yellow, Foams NA, and we'll call it the royal blue, purple, whatever we want to say here. Already, though, we are spectating an N-ZAAP here, bowling, tossing out that tact cooler, putting it into the center. They've already got a pretty good spot here, Rissa. They're moving forward, they're trying to take a couple out, but when they go down, the tact cooler's going to bring them back awful quick.
Yes, absolutely. That was great for Foams NA to have that tactic cooler up quick. Even though the zone has flipped now to that yellow side, Foams, at least having that cooler at the ready, has allowed them to be able to come back into the action fast. They just have to figure out how they want to regroup now that they are able to get back into the action.
Now in the lockout phase, as we like to call it, just a couple members looking forward onto the right side of the map, trying to identify where Foams NA is coming in. A nice Kraken Royale now going out as they try to chase down where these attackers are. Pushing up together. Nox, can they take it? It appears maybe, yes, no. Can we see a flip? Can we see a penalty applied? Finally, they do. A nice penalty being put on as Foams NA stops what was an initial push from N-ZAAP.
Yeah, Foams NA choosing to run the colors arrow spray there is not the weapon you always see a lot of, but it definitely can put a lot of paint down onto the zone. Keeps a lot of ink output going. And has that splatter screen that we're seeing slowly move across right now.
Splatter color screen trying to make it a little difficult for everyone and actually takes somebody out. It does do a little bit of damage. Not often that we see that actually find pay dirt. Now this range blaster trying to move forward and find somebody. They've identified where the threat is, put a hit, has another hit put on now. That player trying to move away, slowly but surely encroaching here. That penalty is gone. One jumps out. They're trying to reshuffle and identify where the attackers are from. A nice job. This has been a pretty back and forth match so far. It's just about control of this left side, and N-ZAAP may have found it, Rissa.
Absolutely. You said the same exact thing I was thinking too. This match has been very back and forth as one team and the other keeps coming back correctly, grouped up with their teammates to come back and get the zone. As, like you said, now N-ZAAP is in control of the zone. But with that splatter color screen coming out once again, I believe a cooler was popped as well. The zone has now flipped back into Foam's side. This just constantly is back and forth, and I honestly don't know which way this is going to go.
3 down very quickly. Maybe the biggest push that Foams NA has come. They've moved out every single time with that splatter color screen, as you noted, and I thought N-ZAAP might wisen up to it, but sometimes the scramble situation happens, and now, Nox, we see a lead change. Foams NA in a great position to take this even further.
Foams NA in a great position and are working on getting control of this zone again. Lost it for now. And we're seeing N-ZAAP rapidly moving forward and taking advantage of the fact that it's just the arrow spray left up, and Ace managing to find that pit.
That 52 gal recently buffed, so good at identifying where one player is, move forward, take him out. The penalty already gone. Rissa, I was just about to say it was a big push for Foams NA, then immediately N-ZAAP steals the lead right back. These teams have seemed to find some sort of rhythm after at the beginning it seemed like they were maybe playing a little hesitantly.
Yeah, absolutely. As we saw Ace on that 52 gal be able to rush forward and act really aggressively, they got that little bit of confidence that they needed in order to make sure that they figured out how to play against the other team. And as we're counting down points now, the remaining members of Foams are trying to come back into the zone. They're doing everything they possibly can to paint the zone with that bubbler popped up there. They are not able to paint it. It looks like it's going to go back in N-ZAAP.
Oh my goodness, I cannot. Okay, finally, I was gonna say we can't count our chickens before they hatched. And great work there. I cannot believe how close that was to ending. Foams NA winning just enough fights here. Now, once again, they have the splatter colors screen. They've identified where a couple of these attackers are from. And finally, they are through this penalty, but they've got to watch out. They are outranged. That's not something that we talked about a whole lot. Nox, they're gonna have to be very, very careful. This could be the big push.
Yeah, they need to be extremely careful, especially as this roller is just looking for a place to set up, probably looking to find another bubbler. Their aerospray going to be building towards another one of those splatter color screens to enable their roller to get into those funky spots that rollers love to be. But we do see the roller go down, just 3 ticks left, and the zone goes back to N-ZAAP. 9, this is looking to be a very back and forth ending.
Normally it doesn't quite go like this. Usually some team is able to hold it at the end. A nice placement of that big bubbler is gonna force the brush back. The brush gets taken out by the roller. Great work. Andric has to jump all the way back as well to assist. It's now 2 down. We are at the point where these are big penalties, but take a look at the top. Only 10 seconds left. It's going to have to go into overtime if we're gonna see the steal at this point. Here we go, Rissa moving into it now. N-ZAAP has an opportunity. They've got one player up, and here we go.
Okay, there we go. Ace rushing around this left side pair with Pez Pop there on the top. They're able to surround the zone, but they do have 2 players down. It's just Zonix and Andric left alive, trying to do everything they can to paint the zone, but with that splatter screen coming out and the rest of the team from Foams NA rushing forward, N-ZAAP not quite able to do anything, and Foams NA is taking that first game.
Well, I don't think we could ask anything more of our first game there. Wow, what a treat for these 2 teams in our winners quarters finals. Again, for the teams to then move to about 80 and then about 60 and then about 40 and then to 3 and to 2 and then for it to go into overtime on top of that. Hey folks, we told you at the start this is one of the most beloved stage and mode combinations in all of competitive Splatoon, and Nox, I think that game showed them exactly why.
It did. It's a stage and mode that we see so frequently. It's absolutely loved. A lot of tournaments will start their map list with it and end their map list with it. It's probably the most counterpicked stage and mode we have. It's very simple. It's very to the point. And it's just a classic because we get to see games like that there that are so neck and neck. And it's always exciting. And we also saw some really interesting weapon picks come out.
Yes, yeah. Actually, I'll pass the ball right back over to you there, Nox. Talk a little bit about that Colors Aero Spray, because of all of those weapons that were duking it out right there, that's the one I think that made me raise my eyebrows the most. But as we kind of saw in that end scramble right there, when you got to turf a zone, there aren't a whole lot of weapons better than that one.
There aren't. It has that burst bomb. It has the splatter color screen. It also enabled the roller to go in so well by having that splatter color screen set up for them. The N-ZAAP and Aerospray working together were able to constantly keep paint on the zone. There was just so much support coming out for that ranged blaster and roller, which are 2 weapons that normally wouldn't work together, but can in that very specific comp.
Yeah, Rissa, I'm going to go back to a couple... never mind, I just heard in my head exactly where we're going to. Either of you want to take a guess where we're headed? If we just went to the Universal Game 1, now we're headed to the Universal Game 2. It's Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy. Rissa, why do we like this so much? Why does the competitive community go here? I'm asking partly out of spite, but also so you can explain it, and Tower Control as a whole.
You know, I think that we love it as a whole in the community, and I actually highlighted this last time I commentated too. It was a map and mode that was played consistently in Splatoon 2 and so much in competitive Splatoon 2 in particular, and the community as a whole has gotten very familiar with that map and mode. They know which angles to tank, they know if they want to start in the left side of the map, the right side of the map, they know how they want to push past each individual checkpoint that tower is going to get to, that we'll see here in this next game. I think it's just the familiarity of it and just everyone really knowing not only how to play on it themselves and with their team, but also knowing what to expect from the other team playing on it as well.
Well, I want to latch on to something you said there at the end, knowing what to expect from your opponent. 'Cause it's so important. There are over 100 different weapon choices that you could make in Splatoon 3. And knowing what your opponent is going to bring to the fight is part of the battle. We saw some odd picks in the last round. That Colors Aerospray is still out. Nox, is there anything else from these 2 teams that draws your attention?
We do see a slight shift on the side of N-ZAAP there, bringing out the Splattershot Pro Forge. The Snipe Rider 5B is a classic that we see, 5H, sorry, is a classic that we see all the time. Can't go without it, and that is their tactical lure of choice. But yeah, the only significant change we're seeing is the shift to the Splattershot Forge Pro.
That Booyah Bomb so great at wiping out that tower when need be, but also just a main weapon that has done a really good job as of late. People have remembered how effective it is at shutting down, a lot of these shorter range weapons. But Pezpop, who we're spectating right now, has been playing a weapon that got a lot of love last week on stream, and that is the Octo Brush. Rissa, as this Booyah Bomb now goes to try to make room, the frontliners starting to attack with that Octo Brush.
Yeah, I really like the usage of that Booyah Bomb, using it in that upper left area in order to create space for their teammates. And actually, Andric there doing a great job at getting past that checkpoint as their teammates did go down in that tower push. However, that allowed Andric to stay on the tower, get that checkpoint, and that checkpoint is going to be very crucial moving forward throughout the rest of the match when and if they're able to get the tower again.
Yeah, that second checkpoint so important, as noted. It seems like every time a team rushes through that with authority, you're either at a knockout or very close to it. So far, though, FoamesNA has not really been able to find any sort of footing in the center of the stage. You can see one getting warded away. They have done a decent job, Nox, of defending the point of no return up there on the bats. Andrew's going to have to jump out again, but we need to see a little more from FoamesNA, and now might be the time.
FoamesNA is doing a great job here of rapidly inking up the map, taking a ton of space, and we're going to see that splatter color screen coming out yet again to clear space for the roller to be able to just play around these ledges. Rollers love to be under a ledge, but they do get dropped by the Octo Brush, a weapon that loves the ledge just as much.
Yeah, devastating right there. I thought that was the exact right time to use that big bubbler, move people up. Instead, they all got taken down almost individually. Now they've tried to drop down on this left side to assist, and oh my gosh, Foam Archer saying, nah, this push isn't done quite yet. Let me go ahead and open this game back up single-handedly. The push will remain. Has to start over here, but this has been a pretty intriguing match so far. I think they have a big bubbler that they are probably going to wait to try to use for this second checkpoint. Rissa, patience and timing of specials so important in moments like these.
Absolutely. You can see that the four players of FoamesNA were grouped up there on the left side. You could tell they wanted to push. They know that they needed to use their specials, but they had to play patiently. They didn't want to just rush their specials and use them all at once when they weren't necessary. They waited for the tower to push up to a certain point to make sure it was safe to use all their specials at the right time.
And deja vu, I've been in this place before. Once again, it's the roller on the left side dropping down when the rest of the players aren't able to quite find it. And Nox, I'm starting to really see a struggle that FoamesNA is having, which is two of their weapons, not a lot of range and not the best at fighting necessarily in those two short-range shooters. They've really been needing their roller to open things up. They might have done just that. They trap one player there. Great shot here. The door is now opened.
Yeah. FoamesNA is definitely very reliant on their roller and range blaster managing to find those opening picks to allow them to break into maps. And we see the range blaster continuing this push, borderline on their own, finding those picks, able to clear so much space, able to get the splats, and now they're going to be able to paint up the map, seize control, and just keep moving forward.
Finally, patience being rewarded. They've controlled the flow of this game for the last minute and a half. Now the Booyah Bomb gonna come, but it doesn't take out anybody on the tower, so the threat is not yet gone. Cycling the tactical lure here. A couple of them do go down. Now make it 3. It's just the roller, and that's a wipeout. But Rissa, they absolutely got what they came for. A push to 21 is quite nice with a minute left.
Absolutely. I was thinking the same thing. A minute left of this match, and getting your push all the way to 21 remaining points is a great feat, especially now knowing that the other team, N-ZAAP, who needs to get the lead if they want to win this, is going to have to get 30 more points on the board with their 54 remaining points. So they are really going to have to hustle, play patiently, and figure out how to work this out correctly as a team if they want to win this.
And trades at this point really start to hurt a little bit. Nice job there by Ace, but the Booyah Bomb snuck in right behind that splash wall, expertly placed. They're using 2 specials now to fight in, and again the Zip Caster is going to be shut down. That's the second time. FoamesNA doing a great job moving around it. It is 2 down now. The tactical loop in favor of N-ZAAP. Can they get a couple more members up there to assist, and can they take out the attackers? That's 2 that go down. The range blaster is there. Nox, there is life in this push yet if they play it right.
There's still so much life in this push with that Booyah Bomb coming out from Zonnings. Ace able to try and hold this upper area, but not quite able to. Zonnings able to find the roller, now trying to find the N-ZAAP the arrow spray, but not quite able to find the lead in spite of it, ends up taking that game.
Oh my goodness, these two teams refuse to play a dominant game. That is 2 games being ripped away in overtime. An excellent showing there by N-ZAAP, having to cycle through all of their specials multiple times. And I thought that Archer on the roller was about to ruin that game for them again. I saw 2 go down and the roller stay up, and I was like, are we really about to see this roller single-handedly win the game? Not quite, though. What a pleasure, what a show, and we'll kind of lower the heart rate a little bit now with the 2 games that we have watched now. But Rissa, what great composure in a situation where you could not make a single mistake or let the opponent touch the tower even for a second.
Absolutely. I've been in that headspace as a player myself, and just, knowing that you only have, 45 seconds remaining of a match, you know that you need to get 30 more points in order to win that match in particular too. A lot of times you have that headspace and just kind of start panicking, maybe, just kind of fumble in that moment. I know I have been in that position before, so just being able to, as an entire team, not even just as yourself as a player, but that entire team being able to take a breath, regroup together, and still pull it together in order to win that is a great feat, I think.
Sometimes you're the statue, sometimes you're the pigeon at Inkblot Art Academy, where there's all type of art installations, but we now re-rack again. As a reminder for everybody, the winning team chooses the mode, the losing team chooses the stage. So Nox, this is where the counter pick situation starts to come into play. A little strategy. You took him to tower control on Inkblot. Not a great choice here, but you do get to choose the stage. What's your mindset in a situation like this?
Well, my mindset might be to try and pick a faster stage mode, might be to try and speed it up, because we've seen them really do well in those very fast moments, and being able to take advantage of a mode like Rainmaker, which we have gotten word from above that it will be Rainmaker, Humpback Zones, Humpback. But Rainmaker is always such a fun one. It's one of my personal favorites. Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker is one of my personal favorite stage mode combinations. And one of my many controversial takes.
Yeah, hey, listen, it's so controversial that we saw it at the end of last week's set. And let's chat a little bit about the rules to Rainmaker, because some of our viewers may not be as familiar with it. But if you've gotta capture the flag idea, it's kind of like that. There's gonna be a big old golden fish that's gonna be surrounded by a giant shield. You're gonna pop that Rainmaker shield, someone on your team has to grab it. At that point, you're gonna run as quickly as you can to a pedestal, checkpoint pedestal. Once you get through that, you are then permitted to go even further into the opponent's territory. Like all modes in Splatoon that aren't turf war, we've got a score of 100. Whoever takes it the lowest is the winner, and of course, if you dunk it all the way on the opponent's goal, then you just outright win. We don't see that a whole lot, but Rissa, I will say, to Nox's point, this is more beloved, I would say, among the Rainmaker stages, because you do get to see a lot of very, very far pushes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of also, too, in that same note that we were previously talking about for Inkblot. And this one, too, is a familiar map that has been in competitive play a lot within the Splatoon games. And a lot of players are also familiar with it. It also, as we head into the map, and we'll get to see if, for those who might not be familiar with it, it's a more level and flat map, as opposed to a lot of the stages that are in this game. They have a lot of levels. You might need to jump the Rainmaker up high. You might need to, make some crazy movement with the Rainmaker. This one in particular is just flat space, and as we head into this, we'll take a look and see.
Well, I believe Big Money Big Shot last week called this the Horseshoe of Doom. A very wonderful name, I would say. Of all things, I'm going to call it that now for the rest of my time here. But Nox, taking a look at these two comps, I'm not seeing a whole lot of changes. Are you surprised by that at all?
I'm not too surprised. It seems like both of these teams are very set in what they like to run. They seem very comfortable with what they like to run, and they're both pretty specialized for what they want to do. I always hope to see a Toxic Mist come out here. It's so incredible at stopping pushes on this stage mode in particular. But we are seeing a great opening here from Foams and A, and I expect to see an explosive push out.
Yep, that early pop doing a great job of getting some control of the center here, the almost volcano side. And now here we go, people moving over to the right in a hurry. This is the part where you don't want to dive too far in on the defensive side. You've got some range, try to use it, but the range actually gets taken out there. Andre going down on that Snipe Rider 5H, but it appears for the time being, at least the big threat is gone. Now Pezpop here on the brush, moving forward here, has changed over as well to a different variant of it. So we will see that Kraken Royale so strong on pushes, Rissa. But as for now, it's just pandemonium and carnage in the center of that pump track.
It really is. A lot of back and forth happening. Each team really just trying to figure out how they want to get control of this mid hill here that's in mid, and just poking at each other back and forth. Even though Foams NA did initially grab the Rainmaker, the defensive plays from N-ZAAP there really just didn't allow that push to happen. And once again, we're seeing that Rainmaker get popped, and we'll see if this back and forth pulling will, which team will be the team that comes on top.
I'm amazed at how well these teams are rotating over to assists. Right there, you saw that N-ZAAP maybe caught out Bishop on that range blaster by themselves, jumped right on top and was able to punish that. Not even a mistake necessarily, but now look at how Foams NA is taking this and running with it. Can they get to it? They'll go to the other side of the pedestal. Great work, Nox. This is where the game starts to open up here, and this is where the points can start flying.
This is where the points often start flying, especially when we have specials online. We don't quite yet, and the Kraken Royale coming out might put it to an end. Bishop having to jump out, Bowling just trying to stay up. Not going to be able to with that Kraken Royale, as Pezpop manages to find the trade.
Well, we said earlier, that's why the change was made. The Kraken Royale so good in this particular mode at simply chasing down the one player who is slowed down when they're carrying the Rainmaker. Keep an eye on that. Now, the thing that's difficult for N-ZAAP is they would love to do that to salt a game away. Instead, Rissa, they just have to do it to keep themselves in the game because they have found very little footing, even though Ace gets that trade.
Yeah, absolutely. N-ZAAP here, you can see that they're just trying to play it safe in their spawn. They're just trying to hold their specials in order to not let the other team get past this right hook area on the map. There, once again, there was that Killer Whale. There is that Kraken Royale once again from Pezpop. And we're just kind of consistently seeing the same play happen where N-ZAAP has just been in this corner, having to stop the push from Foams NA. And now finally, N-ZAAP was able to not only stop that push, but it looks like they're going to get control of the Rainmaker. However, look at that, a little flanker on the left side from Foams NA put a stop to that really fast.
And that's another dynamic of this particular stage. Modus 3 go down here. Hold on a minute. Now things get really nasty. It's just Ace trying to fight out of this corner against everyone, and may have done it actually. Does go down, but that's 2 that went down here for Foams NA. They will get a few more points out of it. I was worried that they might get the knockout in that scenario, though. Nox, it's wild to say that we only have about 90 seconds left in this game. I'm not sure that N-ZAAP has really left their side of the stage at all.
They haven't. Foams NA haven't made a particularly deep push, but they have consistently been pushing. If you are constantly pushing in Rainmaker, the other team doesn't get to, and Foams NA has been absolutely excelling at playing around that. N-ZAAP has been hanging on through Kraken Royales and not much else. And it seems like that trend might keep continuing as the splatter color screen causes some more chaos.
Just getting swarmed over and over and over. Ace has done a pretty good job of identifying where some players are and try to be a nuisance here, try to fight one out. But again, you see Ace themselves really nice job getting that, and I think that might open it up. Now the Kraken being used on offense, forcing everybody back. I don't think there's anyone around who's going to be able to stop this checkpoint from falling, and that will be the first checkpoint. And are we going to get the same thing in another game? Once again, these teams treating us to a lot of fun. Rissa, 40 seconds left. You're going to see Foams NA try to stall out as much time as they can with this Rainmaker, dropping it over to this right side. Kind of an interesting play.
Yeah, that was a very interesting play. I was, typically you would grab the Rainmaker, drop it in a mid, maybe go through mid with the Rainmaker. But, however, they went around that right side, and putting that Rainmaker in that position in particular, as we see it there on the right side of the map, is going to make it so difficult for N-ZAAP to get over there. Look at the way that Foams NA is guarding that, and they're setting up a wall with themselves. They're holding onto the Rainmaker as well, and with 2 members remaining, only 1 member remaining of N-ZAAP, I don't think they're going to be able to get to that Rainmaker.
No, the Booyah Bomb tossed all the way across from who knows where, but pretty simple to dodge that one. Great showing that time. A wonderful game of Rainmaker, as it's Foams NA that will take it in. It got a little scary partway through there when N-ZAAP finally broke through, but Nox, we kind of chatted a little bit about that during the game. Very rarely do you see a game where one team spends the majority of the game defending and still finds a way to win, and the old adage came true that time as well.
It did. The more chances you have at a push, the more likely you are to get one. Splatoon is heavily focused on what's your best push? What's the best push you can do? So the more chances you have to throw at it, the better. Now that being said, if all that matters is your best push, you just need the ones sometimes. In this case, that didn't quite work out for them, but they got pretty close. If they had played that a little differently, if they had played it a little faster even potentially, they might have been able to find it. Maybe if they had just had a little more paint, maybe if they had held that Kraken Royale a second longer. But they didn't, and FoamsNA was able to take complete advantage of that map. Although keeping it on that right side is risky to me because there is that very fast path over there.
Yeah, the dynamism of Rainmaker cannot be underestimated for sure, but you hit on something else there, and is a resident Splattershot Junior and N-ZAAP player, and I guess this is both of you too, but I'll start with you, Rissa. Talking about, turf control and turf output, I brought up that statistic earlier about Duck Motif's turfing in that last week that we played, because it can change the dynamic of the game so much. We focus so much on getting splats, getting assists, and things of that nature, but you gotta have the stage your color if you want to make it happen. And right now, one of these team comps is putting out a lot of it, the other team not so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Having the paint on the board is what's going to allow your more aggressive players to be able to just play more freely and just be able to push up and play aggressively like they want to. If there is not the paint for them to even be able to squid around it and move through, they're going to have to think about painting as well. They're not going to be able to just think about getting the picks that they need in order to help the team that way. So the more paint that's on the board, the more faster your entire team is going to be able to play together.
And let me tell you, as a humble S-Blast 91 main, if those things exist, it is very important to get as much of that turf down as you possibly can. But Nox, we only had 2 game modes left that we could go to. One was Clan Blitz, the other's the one we're actually going to. That's Turf War. Why don't you go ahead and take us through the rules of Splatoon's most basic mode?
Yeah, Turf War is the mode you start with in Splatoon. It's all about using ink to expand your team's territory and covering the most turf possible. All you need to do is paint the most ground. Now, obviously, that gets a little complicated when you add in getting splats, when you add in the fact that different weapons have different amounts of ink they output. There's a lot you can play around with, and there's a lot of different things you can do. Turf War is always a really interesting one. It's one I always enjoy getting to see the new strategies people come up with. This is where I would actually expect to see a Colors Aerospray come up.
Yes. Well, it's also the only mode where it's not your score that can end the game. It always goes 3 minutes, and the old adage, of course, it comes down to the last 30 seconds of the game. Of course, it's your score at the very end of it. But Rissa, we've played enough Turf War games to know that as important as the last 30 seconds are, sometimes it's where you're at when those 30 seconds start, if you can get enough control, and then the last 10 seconds become even more important, and that's where that scramble really comes in.
Absolutely. As we go into this match, and for those who might not be familiar with Turf War, we're going to see, like Nine mentioned, at the end there, the last 30 seconds are really, really crucial in order to see who can rush to get the most paint on the board. Now, moving forward too, if you end up, maybe at 40 seconds remaining of the match and then your entire team gets wiped out, or maybe it's just you left alive and there's 3 members from your team who are coming back from spawn, it's going to be harder for you to get back into that middle portion, into the other team's area of the map in order to get that paint that you need on the map itself, the stage itself, to win.
Well, here we go. It's Turf War, everyone. Once again on Museum d'Alfonsino, an interesting stage to play it on. But Nox, we have Old Reliable in Turf War. We have the Reflux 450. Teams love bringing this out here. Puts out a ton of turf, and it can turf a corner like nobody's business.
It can turf a corner like nobody's business. I also want to bring out the fact that the Splash-O-Matic is out here. That's a new weapon that we're seeing from FoamsNA. It's a weapon that we still see a lot of, although luckily not as much as we used to. But that crab tank putting in some good work.
Yeah, it's lovely when you call it out and then immediately that crab is terrorizing some poor squid who simply wanted to get up and spread their color around the stage. But I digress. That weapon, A-okay and good at what it does. Now already we're almost a minute into it here. Again, so important on this stage in particular, Rissa, it's not so easy to get onto your opponent's side of this stage, but when you're in, a lot of points can come out, and that crab tank maybe what's opened it up for them here. N-ZAAP being forced way, way back.
Yeah, we saw Bishop there utilize that when their teammate was in that crab, Bishop was able to more safely jump across that ledge there in order to create space on the other side to try and get some paint on the map for Foams NA. It's very difficult, and that paint, as we get to the end of this, that's on the other team's side of the map, might end up being that winning portion that wins one team or the other the match itself. So that paint, you want to try and just get as much paint on the other team's side as you possibly can, even though it's a bit difficult to get over there.
Another scuffle now over on the right side. Now finally it appears that N-ZAAP has forced their way back out, very diligently turfing up their side as we return to a slightly more neutral situation. Now the team's starting to jockey for position. It appears that N-ZAAP in a better spot right now. Splatter cutter screen being thrown out. And this is where you've got to be really patient, Knox. You can't drop down just because you see an opposing player. You never know where people are hiding.
Yeah, you never know where people are going to hide within their own ink. But Bowling doing a great job here of just laying things down, getting that tacticooler out to allow Bishop to play more aggressively, and continue allowing Foams to reclaim space they have lost. I really like the switch to Splash-O-Matic here from Foams. I think it allows them to have even more ink output, which is always fantastic to see. And they have some specials online here to try and help themselves out and use them potentially a little early.
Use them potentially a little early as we enter the last 30 seconds here. Foams NA has been rewarded for that pick, as you noted. And here we go. You can see Bishop working on the right side here. This range blaster can't put out a whole lot of turf, but it can fight people and put damage up, but it gets swallowed up here by Pezpop on the brush. Now trying to move forward, definitely not wanting to go down as two members of Foams NA do go down. Here comes the scramble. Just 7 seconds left on the clock. A whole lot of players going down. Could this fight be what N-ZAAP needed at the very end? And oh, here we go. What does Judd have to say? We can take a breath here as the killer whale gives us a moment of reprieve. Has to despawn. There we go.
Oh my goodness.
Here we go. Judge! No, it's Foams NA who has it. We are baffled here, but Judd never steers us wrong. Foams NA wins 3-1. What a great showing from them, and the switch to Splash-O-Matic, Knox, as you said, made all the difference right there. Their only fighting weapon in a traditional sense was the range blaster, but that meant that when they broke out, they could spread their turf so quickly.
Yeah, it also probably meant that they were getting their turf more consistently. It probably means that there were less of those little patches, which when there's a difference of less than 2%, in the final score like that matters a lot. Not always something you want to worry about, but in a setting like this, every square of turf matters, every last little drop of ink, and they understood that. They had two different burst bomb weapons, and both Aerospray, Splash, O-Matic, and N-ZAAP all are weapons that put out so much turf, and that allowed the range blaster to not have to worry about painting at all.
Yeah, but as I said earlier, as a humble blaster main, it's nice when you don't have to worry about movement or anything like that. But, you know, I gotta say here, the members are probably a little bit happy, I would say, with the way those fights started going. They weren't sure that they were gonna hold on at the end. But I digress. A great 3-1 victory. And let's go ahead and pull up the bracket because I took a glance at it just a moment ago. We watched the only 3-1 set, folks. So I hope that you enjoyed that. Hypernova, our #1 seed, got the 3-0 over Freedom. FreeFlow, excuse me, getting the 3-0 victory over Refine, and Chef Lugoli getting the 3-0 victory over DPS mostly. So, Risso, these teams wasting no time getting their wins and getting to winner semis.
Absolutely. You could see with those 3-0 scores, it says it all right there. These teams are ready to play, and as we move forward through the bracket more, I think it's going to be really interesting. You know, teams that just all have 3-0'd, that's when things start to get really, really heated because that really just shows that those teams are on a similar level, and these upcoming sets could definitely be very close.
And as a reminder, this is a double elimination bracket, so the teams down in loser's side, not out of the woods yet. They still have a chance to have their say in how this tournament ends up going. But we are going to be watching FreeFlow versus Chef Lugoli next. And I'll just break the ice right here. Nox, FreeFlow, one of the best stories coming out, I would say, of modern Splatoon, however we want to call that. But it's a team that's been sticking together, been fighting it out, picked up some big wins over some North American stalwarts. This would be a great chance for them to add to that already impressive scrapbook.
Yeah, I believe FreeFlow also at an event not too long ago won out over their own coach, which is always a fun story to get to share. We have a couple teams that do that from time to time. FreeFlow and Moonlight, who we'll probably see later on throughout this league. Both are teams that get away with that sometimes. Always exciting. FreeFlow is always one of my favorites. You never really know what they're going to pull out. They're very flexible players, very open to new strategies and ideas. A great time.
Yeah, we were putting together some lists of these players just to make sure we could reference some of it. And when we were putting together FreeFlow's list, goodness gracious, I'm thinking about basketball, everybody. We put a lot of question marks down. I think they play this. I think they play that. We've seen them play this. We've seen them play that. So, as we said earlier, so much more difficult to prepare for a team when you have no idea what they're bringing to the fight. But Rissa, I'll pass the analysis of Chef Lugoli over to you, because this is not a name that I was familiar with, but as soon as I saw the players, I was like, oh, yeah, okay, this makes sense. Now I see why they're a 3 seed.
Yes, absolutely. It's kind of similar to the match we just watched, where N-ZAAP is a pickup of players that we know their names. This is the same premise here. Chef Lugoli has members that are familiar within the community. This is a pickup of them together, and they are a lot of very strong players at that. So that number 3 seed definitely shows through here with the caliber of players that are on the team.
Well, I hope that you didn't turn in your ticket to Museum d'Alfonsino too quickly, because we're headed right back to it here. This time, though, as if they saw what we were doing on stream, the teams have taken us to Clam Blitz, the one mode that we have not gotten to see yet, and this one a little bit trickier of a rule set, so we'll bring the rules up just so everybody is aware of how this one works. Clam Blitz. You're going to collect 8 clams that are dotted around the map to put together a power clam. You're going to carry that power clam deep into your opponent's territory and throw it at their clam barrier. It protects their basket, and once it's open, the feeding frenzy starts. You got to score 100 points to win, like in the other modes. One regular clam is going to get you 3 points, and additional power clams are worth 20 points. Now, if that feels straightforward, I promise you that it is not in practice. As always, if neither team scores 100 points, the team with the fewest remaining points will win. But Rissa, you're going to see people jumping around with these power clams here, building up tons of specials, waiting for that one opportunity to get big points in a hurry.
Yeah, absolutely. At this, and within a tournament in particular, you can see a lot of the teams knowing that they need to do that. For this, when you're playing with a team, you really want to, instead of just pushing that one power clam in, the basket closing, and then that being your push, a lot of times we'll see teams, and I have a feeling we'll see that throughout not only this tournament today, but throughout this entire league, where these teams are going to want to not only get that one power clam to open up the basket, but they're also going to want to make sure they get another power clam and another one. Just as many power clams as they possibly can, and if not, at least other power clams. They want to make sure members of their team have clams, individual clams, to get in a very big push all at once, instead of just continuing to get small pushes in. Because if you just get one small push in, that's going to create the opportunity for the other team, in this case, to instead get a big push for themselves, and then that's when things really start to fall apart for your team.
It's such a dynamic mode, as you've kind of noted there. You want to go in heavily to get your big push, but if you go in too heavily handed and the opponent stops you, you've now given them chances to make a big counterattack, which is very demoralizing. I can't tell you how many games I have lost in overtime of Clam Blitz. But Nox, I made the joke earlier about checking back into the Museum d'Alfonsino. This might be the most played stage that I have seen for Clam Blitz. Why do you think that is?
I think teams just really like how consistent of a stage it is. It really allows you to have that long lead up. There's not a lot of funny angles you can try to push from. It's very, you're going to go through ramp or you're going to go through block. They're 2 very set pathways. You might be able to find a silly shenanigan way in, but you're not very likely to, which people tend to enjoy in Clam Blitz, especially since it's a mode that you'll see things like ink brushes and octo brushes in that love to just run around and be general annoyances to the other team and love to set up those flanks for those super jumps with the power clams.
Well, super jumping, a mechanic that we haven't talked a ton about, but so important here. For those of you maybe unfamiliar with Splatoon, at any point, as long as you're, not respawning, you can jump to any of your teammates on any part of the stage. It's a fun little animation. The Inklings love to give a little sound as they jump, but it really does keep the game moving and flowing in a very dynamic sort of fashion. And as we've kind of alluded to, you can super jump to your teammates when you're holding onto a power clam. So one important facet of Clam Blitz that we didn't mention necessarily earlier is the penalty system, and we'll certainly talk about it as the game goes through. But Nox, I see you nodding here. One of the reasons why you need big pushes is because every time you score, half of your, we'll say, score that you've made comes right back to you as a penalty, and you got to chew through that before any more progress can be made.
Yeah, the penalty can be very hard to deal with. And there's a thought process I like to follow a lot when I play Clam Blitz, when I talk about Clam Blitz, and it's to get the score below 60 with that first push. Now, I don't remember which commentator I heard say it the first time. It's before I ever got into competitive Splatoon. But it's something that has stuck with me ever since. It was definitely one of the first times Clam Blitz was really being used in a tournament. And it's just something I have found to stand true throughout time. And it's something teams forget frequently. They'll push to 80, they'll push to 77, and it's just such an easy push for the other team to get over. And then you have to go through your own penalty, and it's just a bit of a hassle.
A bit of a hassle, I think, is a great way to describe maybe the entirety of Clam Blitz here. But it is something that is fun, I think, when it comes to Clam Blitz, talking about how much of the stage you need to control to really be effective. Splatoon is built up, or composed of all of these different modes where you've got some where everything is very focused. Obviously, in tower control, the path is the same every single time. In Splat Zones, that zone ain't moving unless we're playing on Bluefin, and spoiler alert, we're not playing on Bluefin Depot today. But it's very focused here. Whether or not you're comfortable with the idea of Clam Blitz as a whole, you understand that you at least need more control if you want to build up those clams. They do spawn in specified spots over and over. There is a little bit of order in all of this chaos. But Rissa, so often I feel like we see teams who don't have a great game plan in Clam Blitz take just a little bit too long to actually build up the power clam, even when they've been controlling the game for 30 or so seconds.
A lot of times they will have the mid control that you need. They will start trying to get the clams that they need, but there's something about what the other team is doing, whether they keep, using specials and trying to push into mid or push into what you're doing, distract you from setting up to get a push in. A lot of times, there's just no momentum that the team that is in control of mid that might have the most power clams in particular, they just end up getting to this stagnant point where they can't really get a push in, and then that's when we see the other team all of a sudden be able to take advantage of that and start pushing in. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that here throughout this tournament as well.
I'm sure we will. Reminder, everybody, winners semifinals. The winner of this set will move on to winners finals and move closer and closer to that coveted first place placement here in the Splatoon 3 North American League event number 2, preseason week 2. The points don't matter, but the pride it sure does matter. It's awfully important to all of these players, so you know that even though this may not count towards their total playoff score or the push that they're trying to make, this is invaluable experience, especially as they compete against teams that are right around that level and move forward. Again, we have FreeFlow on one side. On the other side, Chef Lugoli. They'll be duking it out here. Clam Blitz Museum d'Alfonsino, the players getting so close to being ready. As we take a moment here, kind of reflect, and I believe we are getting into the game here shortly. So, here we go. JJ, Len, Adapt Cakes, Ori, Makoto, Redrum, and Creed Edit on the other side. Another shout out to Pico, who's going to be our spec cam operator throughout the action here today. Nox, I'll pass it to you. What do you see?
Yeah, we are seeing that weapon you've been loving to talk about so much, the S-Blast 91. Another really unique thing coming out here is the Sorella Brella. It's not a weapon we see very often. It's a kit we probably see even less often, but it recently got some changes that are making it see more use. And one of my personal favorites, the Heavy Edit Splatling. It's their tacticaler weapon, and it's always one I love to see.
Yeah, I know you're a big fan of Splatlings and backliners. You are. We'll talk more about that here, but we got to pause for the moment here because Len already running forward here and sitting up top here. Adapt gets it down to 71. JJ now wielding that Brella, as you noted, not very close to an Inkjet, so they're just going to move forward here, try to be a nuisance, toss a couple more clams in, It's not below 60 as we noted earlier, but anytime you get that first open and maintain some control of your side of the stage, Rissa, not a bad opening by any means.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great opening. They were able to get in not just the initial power clam, but also a few more clams at that. And sometimes in these clam blitz matches, sometimes it's really ends up being that one push that wins you the match in the beginning. A lot of times it can go back and forth. However, as we're seeing this match unfold, FreeFlow here able to take down 2 members of Chef Lugoli. They have their specials ready as we see that Booyah Bomb coming in as well. And they do have 16 clams at the ready, so they're setting themselves up for a big push. We're just going to have to see if they can get past the other team's side of the map here to get through.
Couple of specials being used to try to stall it out. Adapt, waits, and baits. Great work here with that Tri-Slosher Ashen. Now, once again, trying to find someone, finds another. Adapt been going crazy this game. And that is 3 going down here, which means JJ can move forward. And here comes that jump. Here we go. Can we get the dunk? No. Taken down on the landing. Adapt not able to find pay dirt with that one. So that is a pretty good defense, all things considered, by Chef Lugoli now. Last time they tried to push forward, they got swallowed very quickly. Now Creedetta, though, moves forward here. Now the pressure is coming in, and Nox Chef Lugoli finally has an opportunity to make something happen.
Yeah, Chef Lugoli doing a great job here of getting set up onto FreeFlow's plat, but the S-Blast 91 doing what S-Blast 91 does the best and just clearing that right out. Len is a player that we have seen on Blaster for quite a while now and is probably one of the best we have out here in North America.
I would agree. I mean, the accolades speak for themselves in terms of Len's placement here, and anytime you can put in that chip damage in big area burst damage, AoE, anything you'd like to call it, it makes it that much more difficult to push through. Now, Chef Lugoli seems to have figured out how to stop pushes here. Okay, that's the second time that FreeFlow's moved in and got taken out, but can they fight their way forward? The respawns have come in from FreeFlow, so everybody will defend, and this is where this big AoE damage comp with this bucket can make things difficult, but that bucket is down. A hammer comes through. Creedetta saying, please, everybody, can we go through? 3 power clams, more than enough to take the lead. The triple ink strikes trying to provide a little bit of cover. I heard a couple, and that's all 3. Rissa, they found it.
That was awesome. That's exactly what we were talking about right before this match started too. You want to get not only that 1 power clam, but also a couple more at the ready in order to get a big push. And even though there was some back and forth in the beginning of this match, getting all those power clams and then getting that big push in paid off for them, because then now they are the team with the lead.
Hey, here we go. Len trying to find a little footing here, and with only 90 seconds left, still plenty of time and not that big of a lead. This is where 2 power clams jumping in will steal the lead back for FreeFlow if they get the opportunity. 2 of them down, though. That's not the way they want to start it here. They've got to be careful not to give up their own side of the stage. Nice job defending here. Tap very edge of that Tri-Slosher's range. Nice work. But this, I think, is another tricky part here about Museum d'Alfonsino, Nox. If you don't have control of the center of the stage in particular, it's not easy to build up the clams that you need.
It's not. A lot of the clams spawn in the center of the map. You really need to be able to get full control of it. And we are seeing the Splatana wiper from Creed just having to run all over the place. But the splatter color screen getting used once again as FreeFlow makes a push, manages to get one in, but they only have 3 clams to try and toss in, although Adapt seems to get them in fine.
Yeah, I was probably trying to wait as long as possible up there on that spinner. It's so easy to jump somebody else up there for the assist. They have 2 clams. Can they get it in, or will the basket close?
Oh my gosh.
The very end, they open it and they take the lead. A couple gasps there from you, Rissa. I don't believe it. FreeFlow steals it right as that basket was about to close.
They did. That was very, very clutch on their end. And then when Adapt was able to just stall that, just that little bit of stalling allows time for their teammates to follow through and create space behind them to get more clams, and that's exactly what we saw there. So as we head into the last 10 seconds of this, gonna be headed into overtime as well, since Chef Lugoli does have a power clam. In order to get overtime in Clam Blitz, you want to make sure that you have a power clam if you are the team that is not currently winning.
Oh my gosh, Len just doesn't care about any rules of Clam Blitz here, saying, I've got one rule, and it's to take anyone out who gets close to me. Or he gets a little bit of revenge there, but as time ticks away and that power clam ticks away, we'll stay in overtime. There's a power clam sitting under their basket, but I mean, that game, Nox, was over the moment Len just decided to go crazy, attack everybody there, and single-handedly slam that door shut.
Well, and that's one of the great things about the S-Blast 91 is it has the capabilities to do that. It has a short-range shot that has a giant area that it
Yep.
hits. And then it has a really long-range shot that I think is equivalent to range blasters, if I'm remembering correctly, which is very impressive, though you do have to be very accurate with it.
Yeah, the old joke is, how much range does the S-Blast have? The answer is enough. And how many more shots before they run out of ink? One more is always the answer when you're fighting against an S-Blast at that level. Great showing there from Len, but, you know, all accolades to the S-Blast 91 aside. I want to go back, Rissa, to that push where they stole the lead at the end, because Adapt waited just a little bit longer to throw in the clams that they were carrying. That kept that basket open just a little bit longer. That's some very nice objective play that we don't always see in Clam Blitz.
Absolutely. That's one of those things, just at a high level in particular, I see little tiny minute plays like that really are the plays that make a big difference in the match itself, like we saw. So being able to not only get on top of that spinner, is what we call it, with that tri-slosher, Adapt was able to stand there for a second, knew that they were about to get targeted and get called out by the other team, but just stalled that for a little bit, then was able to stall out enough time for their teammates to, while Adapt had the focus of the other team, the rest of their teammates were able to follow through behind that, recognize that, and help make that all happen, where they were able to steal the lead altogether.
Great work there by FreeFlow, taking that lead. We are moving back to tower control, but this time it's not Inkblot Art Academy. We're not getting goofy on this one. We are instead going to Hagglefish Market, which I would say maybe the second most popular place to play this tower control. But Nox, go ahead and take us through the rules of tower control. We talked a little bit on earlier, but let's take it back to the basics.
Yeah, tower control is a very popular mode within Splatoon 3, probably second most to Splat Zones. You get on, somebody has to be on the tower for it to move. If no opponents are on it, it will begin moving towards the goal. If both teams are on it, it will stay in a standstill exactly where it is. The goal is obviously to get the score number as low as possible. Ideally, you're knocking out. That's not often the case, especially on Hagglefish Market. You go through usually 2 checkpoints. Hagglefish Market definitely has 2. On the way in the opponent's territory, on your way to knocking out. And if neither team reaches the goal, whoever comes closest to the goal wins. It's a pretty common just move the objective kind of mode. Always a great time.
And it's a great time because I think that, especially on Hagglefish Market, which is a beloved stage in any case, there are avenues that you can attack people when you are riding that tower. We saw earlier in the Inkblot Art Academy game that real congestion and contested spot around that second checkpoint where the enemy has an opportunity to defend from on high. Here, Rissa, the areas that you're going to try to defend that second checkpoint from are also at your spawn, but the attackers have a lot of avenues to attack you as well, and it makes for very dynamic Splatoon.
Yeah, absolutely. That tower ends up right in that path out of the other team's spawn, and that ends up creating a lot of chaos. Typically, that's right where the other team is going to be rushing to the tower, putting a stop to that, and you really have to think ahead. If you are the team that's riding the tower, you need to make sure that you're watching all those avenues where the other team is going to be coming directly from their spawn from. You want to make sure that you have players in front of the tower in order to guard it. You want to make sure that you have specials ready in order to push the other team back from even getting to the tower, because it is so close to the spawn in particular.
Well, it couldn't be any simpler. Make sure the right person is riding the tower, make sure you're moving ahead of the tower, make sure you save your specials for the moments where you need to break through those checkpoints. And Nox, you talked a little bit about that checkpoint system. It is a new addition here and so important because that checkpoint, whenever you don't clear it fully, if you go all the way around it, you then have to get it all the way through that checkpoint again.
Yes, and it becomes a very difficult challenge. It is often said with tower control that if you have a checkpoint lead towards the end of the game, you're sitting pretty. You're in a very comfortable situation. And both of these teams have things that are often used as game-ending specials. We have a Booyah Bomb and triple ink strikes that'll be able to really lock that down.
Big booms all around. The Sticker Splatana Stamper has come to play. We'll take a look at JJ riding here in this inkjet, trying to find someone, not able to find anyone. A nice jump out, but that may have made enough space for the rest of the team to move forward. So important to use your long-range specials to get your attackers up here. Len, hungry after the end of that last game to try to get a few more, has hit a couple, finds one, was tactical, so they'll be jumping back in a hurry. And already FreeFlow getting through that first checkpoint like it was nothing, Rissa.
Yeah, they are just pushing forward very fast. Tri-strikes there coming out from the other side, paired with a Booyah Bomb as well to put a stop to the tower. But man, they did not hesitate there on the side of FreeFlow in that yellow in order to push that tower immediately through that first checkpoint. A lot of times, that one checkpoint can be very helpful as the match moves forward.
Chef Lugoli saying, all right, it's our time to finally be talked about here. Nice job here by this Splatana Stamper, hopping under there, trying to get some players out here, and lovely job on Mikoto running behind. They have herded the members away. That's even a hit on the Inkjet. It's a wipeout now. Ori here, the last one up, but those jumps are going to come in very, very quickly. They have the triple Ink Strikes. Where will they opt to use them? They're going to try to clear up that top left. They've gotten Len here, who's been taken down. This checkpoint is down, Nox, and already Chef Lugoli firing back and taking the lead.
Chef Lugoli doing a great job of just keeping their members where they need to be, able to continuously keep this forward momentum, using their tacticaler at the right time as Ori is going to be back in about a quarter second, and they'll be able to keep mid-control with this 52 gal in Snipe Rider.
Great work that time of Len and the rest of FreeFlow. Even though they gave up the lead, they did not give up that checkpoint. And you'll note, as we discussed earlier, Chef Lugoli will now have to go through that entire checkpoint again. You don't get points for a checkpoint you didn't clear, so a lot of work to be done there, but that work can't happen when you've again been wiped out. That's 2 times in a minute, Rissa.
Yeah, 2 times in a minute. You can see that Chef Lugoli here is really has almost figured out how they want to lock this down. They're figuring out the avenues that they need to take, and they are, even though they have 2 members down, they've just really figured out what they need to do, but they're gonna have to be careful because FreeFlow here pushing forward, getting that mid-color control as we see the maps start to get a lot of yellow on it. That is just, I was gonna say, I mean, it seemed like FreeFlow was getting control of that stage, but it's looking pretty back and forth again.
Oh my gosh, you blink and you miss it. A main weapon takes one out, a special weapon takes one out, and then a sub-weapon, and then JJ gets taken out as well. Trying to hide there from Creed Edit on that sticker, Splatana Stamper. Now Adapt is sitting there, and Ori now looking to see where they're going to attack from. And we do have a DC, a couple now, and we'll see how this goes for the time being. Right now it is Chef Lugoli who is in the lead. As we see and end the battle here, we'll re-rack and make sure that we get the most up-to-date results for you here. But let's talk about that game as it was going on, because at the start, FreeFlow absolutely explosive, and then Chef Lugoli, after they got that first thing, they kept sending Mikoto on that 52 gal around that right flank over and over. And if there's one thing we know, Nox, about that particular stage, Hagglefish, you gotta have someone either watching the flank or doing a flank, because if you don't have both of those equalizing each other, you see what happens when a 52 gal gets angry and behind you.
Yeah, and 52 gal is such a great weapon to send on a flank like that. It recently got a shot velocity buff that really makes it even harder to deal with than it previously was. It was already a great Slayer type weapon. It's now excels at it even more. It's able to pick up the pace of games pretty much on its own, and it excels at those flanks, at stalling. It might have a little less ink than it used to, but it stalls just as well, if not better.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter how little ink you have when all of your opponents are respawning. We'll get our ink back plenty quick. And Rissa, I want to talk about tower control in particular, because if you all at home didn't pick up on it, very, very nasty around the tower might be the nicest way to describe it, where players know, okay, someone's on the tower, probably a couple around the tower. Talk a little bit about how you throw bombs in particular, because I know you love a good splat bomb and a good suction bomb, but oftentimes sub-weapons kind of unheralded when it comes to stopping a tower push.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to that, like say, as a team, you are the team that is not in control of the tower, the other team is pushing that tower. A lot of times you are, kind of stalling, waiting for your team to respawn as a whole. That way you guys just don't keep going in as individuals to the tower and ending up respawning again because you end up getting taken out. You also are going to utilize that time while you're waiting to get your specials, get your team to regroup, and just throw bombs at the tower. You can throw those splat bombs, you can throw those suction bombs at the tower, and that is going to allow you to stall time. And if you're the other team that is riding the tower, you just have to constantly keep getting off the tower, because if you just stay on the tower, obviously, those bombs are going to splat you, and you're going to be down in that case, but those bombs in particular are just so important to stalling the tower, and a lot of times can be really helpful to push back into the tower, to stop the tower. So many things. Those bombs are just super, super crucial.
So crucial and so safe too. That's the big thing, is if you have two people who can throw a sub weapon reasonably close to the tower, one of those is going to force somebody off the tower. That could buy you precious seconds, and all it costs you is, well, depending on the sub weapon, a good chunk of your ink tank, but maybe not all of it. It's so nice to have that, and that's why, Nox, a lot of the stronger kits, as we would call them, have that. They've got some versatility,
Yes.
a strong main weapon. Talk a little bit about building a composition to play on tower control in particular.
Yeah, I actually really like what FreeFlow's composition was looking like. I really like the S-Blast for tower control. Like we were talking about with the sub-weapons, you're able to just play around space control so well with it. You're able to stand in a spot where you're hard to get splatted from while being able to splat very easily thanks to its big AoE on its big area of effect on its short-range blast. It is also a weapon that splats in 2 shots with indirects, as we call them, from blasters. It's very effective. When you stack that with its burst bomb, the numbers just line up really well. The Brella allows for them to have really great pinches off of their teammates. The heavy edit splatling gives them those constant coolers that just allows them to keep trying those risky plays. And it's just a really good aggressive composition that should be able to play around the tower extremely well. They might not necessarily have the splat bombs or the auto bombs or the suction bombs that we were talking about, but they have main weapons that make up for the difference.
Well, talking about main weapons here, the sticker Splatana Stamper we got to see there, Nox, that's a big winner, I would say, as of late, too. The Splatana Stamper has been a mainstay of competitive Splatoon, but we saw in that last game Creed Edit hiding underneath those drops, sending that beam, and it is a beam, make no mistake about it, right over that. I really felt like that was one of the big pieces that was opening the game up for Chef Lugoli.
Yeah, the Splatana Stamper is so good at just being able to pressure ledges, and so much of Hagglefish Market is ledges. Being able to play around them is vital. The auto bomb allows them to pressure people either closer or further to them depending on what they need. Auto bomb is a bit of an underrated sub-weapon for situations like that. It also uses less of your ink tank than a lot of other sub-weapons, which is convenient. And it allows for a fairly ink-hungry weapon like the Splatana Stamper to be able to take advantage of it. And the Booyah Bomb, of course, excellent for clearing ledges in and of itself, excellent for pressuring things like the Snipe Rider out of position, and clearing out the tower in a last-second situation.
Yeah, I get with the way that you phrase that you don't have any objections whatsoever to an already powerful main weapon being given an auto bomb as the sub.
Nope.
Something that, yeah, no, not at all. Listen, if you're tired of hearing us talk about the sticker Splatana Stamper, just hold on and forgive us here. It's become a mainstay at top level Splatoon. It's so strong, and any variant of that main weapon is going to be great too. But Rissa, we talked about FreeFlow a little bit and the comps that they were bringing together, why they're so strong. And yet again, I'll harken back to Chef Lugoli was the team that was making big pushes. We talked about that 52 gal on the flank, but what did you see in how that team was able to break through and force those situations?
Just thinking about it, like you said, and we highlighted, obviously, that 52 gal is able to create so much space for their team. And a lot of times it really just felt like it kind of came down to the synergy itself, being able to recognize situations as a team, being able to play around those aggressive openings that they were able to get. Just little things like that paired up with a team they were just able to make things happen that way. And that's really what stood out to me.
Well, as we try to get the teams back here in the lobby, we're going to take just a moment, first of all, to thank you all for joining us here, watching the show right now. Again, winners semifinals is where we're at right now. Still plenty of action to be had. The teams duking it out on the lower side of the bracket right now, as well as the other winners semifinal set. This right now, a set between FreeFlow and Chef Lugoli, are 2 and 3 seed after the latter portion of this event. So 2 very strong teams. So can't wait to see how the rest of this set plays out. Nox, I'm going to pass it to you here again, since we're kind of taking a moment here. You talked earlier, well, actually, no, let me rephrase here. We are going to check out that bracket that we had discussed because we do want to talk a little bit about it.
Ooh.
Hypernova currently up 1-0 over Foams NA. So They, in certainly the spot you would expect our number 1 seed to be, a very strong team. But look at the loser side of the bracket here. They have wasted no time. Another 3-0 right now. N-ZAAP, who we spectated before, who lost 1-3 to Foams NA, gets a quick 3-0 against Freedom. And DPS mostly dropping 1-3 to Refine, another team that we did not get to see, but lost to FreeFlow. So I guess we've just been spectating teams that are really, really good because the teams on the loser's side that lost to these teams, clearly quite strong. They will await the losers of our current matches. So that is the bracket. We'll continue to update you as we hear more. And now, Nox, I'll pass it to you. This question was lobbed to me by Jordan last week, so I figure it's only fair that I pass you the ball as well. Your favorite stage and mode combination, because we've seen a ton of them over the course of this tournament. Okay. Once again, now I swear I will finish that sentence to you at some point.
Well, I get some more time to think about it.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
got
going
more
to
time.
complain.
Yeah. Yes, time to think. We are going to re-rack into the same stage and the same mode. So that's where we're at, okay? So we are essentially replaying where we started from here. There will be no compositional changes from the players unless another player had to be subbed in. So we're starting fresh. So the teams have learned a little bit, but not a whole lot left to learn, I would say, about this stage and mode combination. Nox, they're simply going to attack. We know now there's going to be some flanks. We know there's going to be some blasters, some shots around the tower, but we're starting fresh, starting from scratch.
Yeah, it's always exciting to see how teams take an opening the second time. Not something we want to see, but it's always interesting to see if approaches change. And we are going to be getting into it here. Obviously, same weapons, same kits. Nothing too wild there. But will Mikado be able to pull off the same things again? Will Len manage to find those picks?
What's the old saying? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me a third time in a completely different game. We've got to find a way to continue that saying. And look at that, Makoto was actually waiting on the right side, trying to start that flank again. This time, though, they're already pre-firing over on that side, not letting it happen another time. Already, Len will go down here, so the stalemate slowly starting to be broken. Once again, JJ gonna try to open things up, so a very similar opening to last time. The splash wall is down, people going down around the tower, and not nearly as explosive of an opening as last game, Rissa.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that both teams knew more what to expect from each other, like Nox was highlighting there, so they knew, okay, wait, we know what the other team's gonna do. We know they're gonna flank. We know they're gonna do this or this. So each team was really just playing a little bit more carefully around the tower there and just waiting for what they knew the other team was already gonna do.
Well, here we go, Makoto again trying to flank here, fighting out JJ, and does fight through that Brella shield. Now would love to have some assistance there, but no, gets taken down just a little bit too quickly before they could get the members over there that they wanted to attack. We'll see what defensive resources can be found here for FreeFlow. Redrum jumping around, trying to make sure that another person is there to assist with the tower. Makoto waits, trying to get one who is jumping down on top, but FreeFlow gets there at the right time, fights through. The trap is unsuccessful. That is the first checkpoint, though, or cleared, though, Nox.
Yeah, Redrum was able to put down a tactical alert in spawn, so as Chef Lugoli comes in, they will be tactical alert up. They will be able to take very aggressive positions and take very bold moves, like we're seeing Ori do right now, because even if they go down, the consequence is just not that high. We are going to see FreeFlow focusing on clearing out this top right area using the splatter color screen. And Cake's doing a great job here of being the designated tower rider, as somebody needs to do.
Well, they actually didn't get the lead off of that. Hold on a minute. Please, somebody touch the tower. No, nobody got over there. So all that work, of course, if you are the second person to a given score, in this case 58, the tie does go to the team that got there first. Now, I would not expect 59-58 to be the score at the end of this game. Very rarely is that the case. But again, hold on a minute. There's a big fight now. Somebody takes the tower there. Moving forward, they see where JJ is. It's pandemonium around the tower at this stage. They know JJ is behind. This is a rough matchup for the bucket if they can get through. But JJ does get taken. That part of the map has just not been doing well for JJ over the course of these two games. Nox, again, scrambling in the middle. These teams, it just seems like no one's able to take 2 or 3 down. As I say that, though, there's 3 down.
Redrum managing to find a dash there, though. That's a big pick onto the Tri-Slosher Ashen. But FreeFlow going to be able to try and get lead here. They're not going to have to go far, but they do need to live through these triple ink strikes and keep this push from left from managing to get to them. Len doing a great job of fending off Mikado and Creed, but will it be enough to allow them to get those 2 extra points they need? It looks like it might be.
Okay, finally. I'm not a liar anymore here. I can told you that wouldn't be the end. I didn't expect it here. JJ getting swatted out of the sky by Redrum, who's quietly going on a nice little tear here. Diving into 2 players, takes one out. That's not the spot you tend to see the Sniper Rider 5H in, frontlining against a blaster. Len identifies where one attack is, but very wisely, Rissa still looks forward here, knows that they need to not wait too long, but look at this, Chef Lugoli, maybe they did wait a little bit too long. Chef Lugoli jumps on top of Len, and now finally there's a little bit of life in their push.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw Len there waiting, almost like waiting for the cooler, it seemed like, from their teammate. And they did get the cooler. However, that allowed enough time for Chef Lugoli to recognize the stalling that was happening from FreeFlow for the cooler itself. And they just immediately took advantage of that, pushed into them, and shut down that initial push that FreeFlow was trying to set up.
There we go. A big play there for Adapt. I think took 2, we'll call it 3, 2.5, maybe 3 out there from that one player. That was looking very dangerous, Nox. Instead, it's FreeFlow now back again. They would love to add a few more points and take that as the Tacticooler gets swallowed up by the tower, although a couple did grab it.
Yes, Cakes did manage to grab their own Tacticooler, going to be able to use that to keep mid under control. Very bold of Len to move forward here with the splatter color screen, but it works out well. They find the pick. They just have this Booyah Bomb they're going to want to hold on to for the end of the game. They don't have any other specials that are as good at clearing out power. Right now, if you're FreeFlow, you're just looking to hold control and having to use that Booyah Bomb to do it early. But there is an Inkjet online to use in case of emergency.
12 seconds left. We'll ride this one out to the end here with just a few time. They did. 45 now. We'll see again. Redrum riding the tower at this point. Chef Lugoli trying to push forward here. We are in overtime. A team is riding the tower, so we'll see this one out to the end. It does appear that the members of FreeFlow are going to try to get something going here. There's an Inkjet right over the tower. Firing down, maybe trying to take out Redrum. If they land on the tower here, that could end the game. They just need to touch it. It's they could go through here. JJ touches it. They take the tower. And that's why they waited that long for their 2 specials. We said you only have to touch it for a second to steal it. And despite everything, Nox FreeFlow took it.
Yeah, FreeFlow did a great job there. Well, specifically, JJ and Len did a great job there of keeping their composure. That's such a hard situation to stay calm in. It's obviously not the ideal situation they want to be in, but they held their composure. They held their specials. JJ was using the Inkjet to stall out the tower. It got the pencil off the tower for it got the Sniper Rider 5H off the tower for a few critical seconds that allowed Len to finish building up the Booyah Bomb, which allowed Len using the Booyah Bomb allowed JJ to jump onto the tower when all of the members had to get off, which is just such amazing coordination to see out of just 2 players.
Well, earlier you said GG specials,
yeah,
and that's
those
what
are
it
GG
looks
specials.
like. It doesn't matter how many players you have up at any given time, as long as there is a Booyah Bomb thrown at the tower, Arissa. Again, a person just needs to touch it for a second, and as long as you've got 2 players, you can make that play happen.
Absolutely. That was so impressive too. Just the mental fortitude, knowing that, okay, the 2 of us just sit back. I got this. I'm almost to my Booyah Bomb. Hold on. And then as soon as I throw the Booyah Bomb, just jump on the tower through that. That's exactly what they did. A lot of times that would be one of those situations, again, where I might just end up panicking and try and rush into the tower and just end up messing it up for everybody on my team. So just the perseverance in order to sit back and wait for that specific moment paid off really well for them.
Well, hey, that's Hagglefish in a nutshell as well. You can have somebody over on the right side, and we said earlier, the attackers have a lot of avenues right to it, but it does mean that you also have people who are around to defend it as well. You saw it right there, but tower control out of the way, because we've got Splat Zones up next. Rissa, I'll pass it to you for this one. Tell us the fundamentals of Splat Zones. We've already seen it once, but let's take it all the way back.
Yeah, so Splat Zones is arguably, I would say, the favorite mode for Splatoon 3 for players to play in competitive. What you're going to do is control the designated Splat Zone or zones, because there are sometimes multiple zones within a Splat Zone stage, by covering the area with your team's ink. And when the control of the zones is control for the Splat Zones for 100 count of the countdown clock to knock out your opponent. So if the team we'll see it, and we saw it here previously too, but that 100 points is going to be the amount of points that the team is going to be designated to get. If neither team achieves a knockout, whichever team has the fewest counts at the end of the match wins.
Well, there you go. We saw earlier how low it can get without getting knocked out, because we saw 2 to 3 and then that became 2 to 1. But we've said multiple times now it is so very popular. And one of the things I love about this particular game mode, Nox, is it really feels like everybody has a say at any given moment. And while there are ways to quickly take a zone with your specials, and we'll certainly see those as the day goes on, it's not quite the same effect as we saw, ironically enough, at the end of that last game, where 2 players can completely stop an objective. It takes a little bit more, typically, for a long hold in splat zones.
For a long hold, absolutely. For a long hold, you need a lot of sustainability. You need players to be up. You need everyone to be in the positions they need to be in. It's a very controlled mode where you can have more established game plans than a tower control or a clam blitz or a rainmaker. There's less flexibility involved, which tends to give them something nice to work around. Players enjoy that. I personally love the chaos. It's what I voted for in the last Splatoon 2 Splatfest. Always a fan of some chaos.
We can have that argument later.
Yes.
We can have that argument later.
But zones, there are situations in zones. Say you need to just stop that last second overtime push, and you're the team that technically has the lead right now. There are a couple specials that can just take care of capping the zone for you. We have not seen one of them yet today, but I'm sure we'll see it at some point.
Well, let's just rip the Band-Aid off, Rissa. Reef Slider!
Oh my gosh. Gee, that's it. Simply Reef Slider. Yeah, so right now within the competitive meta for Splatoon 3, if you are not familiar, there's a special for one of the weapons, or actually not one of the weapons, a couple weapons, but I was just thinking mainly people typically play, it's called the Dread Ringer, that has Reef Slider as its special. That special can insta-cap the splat zones, so a lot of times in comp Splatoon 3, we've been seeing that as the meta, quote-unquote, special within splat zones. So I'm surprised we haven't seen it yet, actually, but I have a feeling we will.
Yeah, I think eventually we will, and it's easy to understand why. We've talked about penalty in the context of Clam Blitz, but also very, very important in splat zones as well. I spit the formula out last week, so I won't regurgitate it here again, because we're going to Crab Leg Capital. This is not a stage that we see a ton, but since it's in this map list, it's become very, very popular. Teams love going here if they have a weapon they feel is strong. And Nox, this would be a perfect time to talk about what the Heavy Edit can do.
Yeah, the Heavy Edit really loves all the greats here. The Heavy Edit Splatling is a weapon that really loves greats. Splatlings in general are a weapon that like to be able to stand on greats like we see at the top of Crab Leg Zone there. And are especially good. And the Heavy Edit Splatling is especially good at it because it has more movement speed than other Splatlings other than the mini Splatling. I will say it's going to get challenged quite heavily by the Snipe Rider 5H here. That might become a bit of a challenge at some point.
The battle of the backlines is something that is so important, especially, again, on a stage like this, where mobility is very important. There's a lot of area that you can't actually turf around. When you're up there, you do have the height advantage, which is so important, but you are a sitting duck as well. Now the Blaster trying to find one. There we go. Closes out Makoto. FreeFlow has found their flow, no pun intended, Rissa. They've now got Len at the right spot, poking up with that Blaster, and it seems like they've got their pieces right where they want on the board.
Absolutely. If you have a Blaster on your team and they're able to sit under those ledges and poke at you exactly how Len has been doing with that S-Blast, that is going to be so crucial for the momentum of your team. So even though this has swapped over to Chef Lugoli being in control of the zone, they're the team now pushing forward. That Blaster is going to be super, super crucial on FreeFlow's side in order to sustain control of the zone, push in, and capitalize on the ledges of the map.
Whoa, I mean, Nox, what did you see right there, aside from a whole lot of points flying?
I saw how far forward Creed is getting. This is such an exceptional spot for the stickers Platana Stamper to have managed to get. It slowed down FreeFlow so much, and FreeFlow's a team that wants to play so quickly that interfering at all is going to be a pain. And the pencil's now set up so far forward. The Booyah Bomb came out, and there are Trick Strikes now on ready from Chef Lugoli. They should be able to potentially keep this going.
Whoa, they held through all that. That's 3 specials. If they hold through here, there's not a ton of resources, and FreeFlow calmly takes that zone back, about as calmly as you can when 3 specials don't go through. But here's where the flip battles start. Hold on a minute, Adapt got a couple there. That Splat Bomb had to have gotten into the mix there. Now suddenly, it's FreeFlow. It's a 90-degree shot. Wonderful stuff here. There's not a whole lot of penalty left. Creed at it now stuck in a corner will certainly get taken out. They're tech coolered up, Rissa. This is now in danger territory for Chef Lugoli.
It really is. Chef Lugoli's really going to have to figure out how they need to regroup here, get specials ready, make sure that they chain their specials correctly. As we see that Killer Whale coming out from Makoto, they are pushing forward, using a wall to try and create space for their team to push into the zone, but they do go down. However, the zone was at least half there once by Chef Lugoli in the midst of all of that, and that allowed them to give the penalty points over to FreeFlow. That way they can stay in the action.
Stay in the action and stay in the lead for the time being as well. Again, these Splat Zones games continue to go by a razor's edge. Now here we see Redrum. Nice positioning here. You can see that Sniper Rider 5H can just barely poke there, and Len did get taken out. So that's the attacker on the left side, no longer a threat. Now Makoto's going to move up. Creed now up there as well. That's another one that's gone down. I love the way they're rotating their attackers. That's another one traded here. Would love to close out Len. This has been wonderful attacking aggressive Splatoon thus far, Nox.
Yeah, Makoto doing an excellent job holding that top right side. Creed pestering from under ledge on the left. There's about to be a Booyah online. There are about to be trip strikes coming out. Both are going to go towards the zone from both sides probably. 7 ticks left on the timer as Chef Lugoli is going to be able to knock this game out.
No 3-0s yet on stream like that. Love it. Chef Lugoli, what a great job. And I mean, Rissa, have him take a bow there. Nox beautifully talked through how everybody attacked, rotated. You've got to jab a little bit. You've got to jump back. You can't be too heavy-handed in your attacks no matter how good the players are. Wonderfully done that time. Hey, if you need a way to attack on Crab Leg Capital, look no further than that game.
Yeah, absolutely. They made sure that they were around the left side, like Nox said, around the right side, like Nox had mentioned as well. And then we saw the Booyah Bomb paired up very beautifully with the tri-strikes coming in from the other team. Instead of throwing the Booyah Bomb ahead to try and stop the team from coming out of their spawn, they were able to just turn and throw that Booyah Bomb directly at those tri-strikes, and that just completely covered over the paint that the other team was trying to use for the tri-strike. So it was just a perfect combination of everything happening there for Chef Lugoli.
Great work. They get their win. They are still alive. I'll remind anybody who is just joining us here, all best of 5 sets right now, but each mode can only be played once. So we saw Clam Blitz, we saw Tower Control, we just watched Splat Zones. Nox, we have Rainmaker and Turf War next. Can you hazard a guess? Where do you think we're gonna go next?
I'm gonna guess Rainmaker. It's a very safe guess. Most competitive players tend to avoid Turf War a bit. It's something that we don't practice as much in North America typically. It's not going to be a first choice very often. I personally love to see it. I always hope people would pick it. I think it's very fun. I think it shows fundamentals exceptionally well. But we're gonna be seeing a stage and mode we don't see together all that often. Rainmaker on Inkblot Art Academy.
Yeah, Rissa, I'll pass this to you because I can't think of how many years it's been since this was in vogue, as they say. There's only one path that the Rainmaker can go on this particular stage, at least in the early running.
Yeah, as you were saying, you know, you couldn't think. I also couldn't think because I'm just typically not used to seeing this stage for Rainmaker in particular. But a lot of times I think that kind of makes it fun in competitive Splatoon. There's always stages and modes that are constantly played over and over where everyone is so used to seeing those same stages and modes together. So when there's a little bit of a switch up like this and something that we're not typically used to seeing, I always kind of think it's actually fun because it's fun to see how the teams adapt to something that they're not always used to playing. You know, like you said, this map does have that one path that you're going to want to follow. So as we move forward and watch this, I'm going to be really watching to see how these teams play it, since it's not something that we typically see in competitive Splatoon.
And there hasn't been a ton outside of maybe a variant of the Splatana Stamper changing or something along those lines. There hasn't been a ton of shifting in the team's comps over these games. So as we talk about adapting to something you haven't done in a while, a lot of times that simply comes through in the play. Teams, I think, get very, very comfortable with a particular main weapon. Why change it up if it's working? You gotta fight the opponent eventually. So Nox, I'll pass it here since we've been talking about comps.
Yeah.
There is a change that's come out here.
That is a change that I am not too surprised to see. I do think we might have seen Creed on the Splatana Wiper in the first game, but I could be misremembering. Either way, Splatana Wiper has really high object damage. The Rainmaker shield counts as an object. It has a way of doing a thing that competitive Splatoon players like to call insta-popping the Rainmaker shield, where you're just able to pop it in like a fraction of a second. There's a lot of great advantages to it. But JJ, with that early inkjet, really setting off the tone of this game.
It feels like just about every game JJ's opening it up with that inkjet. So good as we see players now jumping all the way around here. I've been impressed at how Chef Lugoli has fought their way through here. I didn't think that they had a good shot, but they actually are the first team to get through that checkpoint. Now you see there's not a ton that needs to be done to get to that first checkpoint, Rissa, but the block on the right side not open in this version of Inkblot Art Academy. Which means these teams are going to have to find another way, maybe this left rail if they want to attack, but oftentimes it can stall out before it really gets started.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we're seeing happen here as Cake's in control. The Rainmaker tries to take it around that left side of the map to get to that first checkpoint and get to that Rainmaker checkpoint. But like you said, it was all just funneled in that direction from both ends as Cakes went that way. Chef Lugoli was also able to recognize that they could go that way to just immediately stop the Rainmaker since there is that one path.
Oh, there we go. Red Room dodges, moves around, gets it all the way down to 25. Great work. Now that's a push cleared all the way past the opposing flat area, as we like to call it. And now suddenly FreeFlow, they were working those first couple of games here. Now suddenly Chef Lugoli has found new life in Rainmaker. N-ZAAP looking for a target and finds it, identified right where Creed at it was dropping down. We go back to sort of a neutral situation. So important to control where the Rainmaker is at. Hold on, they have the Rainmaker. Where is it? Somebody got behind them. Nox, you talked how important it is to pop the Rainmaker shield, but if you pop it and leave it alone, the opponent can sneak by.
Yeah, you should. Typically, it is best practice to grab the Rainmaker after you've popped it. Because somebody can always sneak behind. That's one of people's favorite little tricks in Rainmaker, especially on a map like this, where you're not expecting a flank as much. So if you're able to find a way to sneak in, a way to sneak by, it can be so impactful. They got like 7 more points out of that, if I remember how math works. And that's not a small number to get. Every extra point you get past, I'd say 30 on this map, is very impactful.
Well, also so important to note how much time it stalls, too. We've talked about the Rainmaker shield, which has been one of the MVPs of this game so far, but it does take a little bit of time, and it takes some resources in order for you to break it and grab it. You see the way Chef Lugoli defending it right now, all 4 members kind of hovering around it, making sure that there's no funny business here. We'll let that Rainmaker reset, and sure enough, it does in the middle, and now we can go back to playing it. They've identified where the attackers are coming from. Chef Lugoli done a pretty good job defending Rissa. I think maybe they picked up on some tricks, but that is 2, almost 3 down. They've got to be careful not to let it go.
Yeah, they have done a really good job at recognizing what FreeFlow is doing here and recognizing what specials they're using as we see 3 specials ready from FreeFlow. JJ there grabs the sharking onto the sledge here, just trying to poke at the members from Chef Lugoli. But Chef Lugoli, like you said, they've just recognized everything that FreeFlow is really throwing at them in terms of specials and main weapons and paths that they want to take. So they've done a just consistent good job at holding down this mid area around the Rainmaker and not letting FreeFlow get through it.
And one important facet of this too is when you are holding the Rainmaker, your opponent does passively build some special as well. So all this time takes away, you're trading turf around the map, trading some specials all the way here around, and all the while, Nox, that timer continues to tick, tick, tick. And if you thought that tower control can end in a hurry, Rainmaker certainly can as well. You've got to be careful when you're making your pushes.
You do. You always want to make sure you have a couple players left up in Rainmaker. You don't want to all get splatted at once. A wipeout is absolutely brutal, especially right now where FreeFlow could explode forward so quickly. They've cleared the checkpoint. Right now, if you're Chef Lugoli, you're just looking to stay unpicked, unsplatted, and keep finding the Rainmaker like that. Ori doing an excellent job of stalling out over here. And this is battle of all time, as it's just Creed left up.
Just Creed left up here. JJ's gonna grab it, so that's a special they won't have to worry about. But now we'll see, can they defend? Not a lot of time left on the clock. They've identified the threats up in bat. That's now 2 down here. Ori's gonna dive and takes out the Rainmaker. Hold on a minute, everybody else went down. Listen, I'm not sure how that happened, but Creed makes good on it again. That's a delayed wipeout, and now a real wipeout by Creed.
Oh my gosh, not only getting that wipeout, but also just, adding to it with that hammer there, just getting the pick with that. Ori actually grabs the Rainmaker, takes it all the way back to their spawn. They were not letting FreeFlow get to that Rainmaker at all, and that allowed them to stay on the board here. So now we are going to be actually headed to a game 5.
Well, we're headed to a game 5, and Nox, you got your wish. Like it or not, from the teams, we will see Turf War as a deciding game 5, but you talk about knowing the objective and knowing the moment to dive. Ori went onto that art installation on the plat, dove down to take out that Rainmaker. Whether they knew 2 other members were going to go down in that exchange, we never know. We weren't in the VCs. We don't know what all they saw. But that stalled out enough time for everybody else to reposition. Again, the other 2 members of FreeFlow went down in it. That's wonderful play, and also why it's so important to establish a lead, and a big lead in Rainmaker.
It is. Rainmaker is a mode that you can really take your time on once you get that lead. You don't have to continue rushing. It's important to not let it sit unshielded on your plat like we saw, but you don't always need to be making the fastest push possible, the most aggressive push possible. You just want to keep it constantly moving towards the other team's side of the map. If you're just consistently moving it towards there, they can't be moving it. It's a pretty solid strategy of, if they don't have it, we're probably pretty okay. And Ori, when they did have it, did an excellent job of finding a way to get the splat on the Rainmaker carrier whenever possible.
Yeah, great work again, identifying where it is. If you haven't pieced it together, folks, these are 2 of our top teams. Again, our 2 and 3 seed based on their ladder performance to qualify here. These are seasoned competitive players. They know how to play these modes, but it's so difficult in a game like Splatoon, Rissa, to keep pace with everything that's happening. Even when you know what you're supposed to do, you still have to execute, and that's not so easy. The margins are awfully slim at this level.
Right, it's not only just the mental of knowing what you need to do in particular, but also the mechanics come into play too. You want to be a good enough player to play in those really tough 1v1s, play in those really aggressive situations with your teammates. So not only just knowing what to do mentally, knowing when to use your specials, when to position with a teammate, when to go off on your own. There's so many little things like that that not only you need to know mentally, but you also have to be able to capitalize on them mechanically.
I have a big dumb smile on my face here because we are going to nostalgia, folks. A decade later, we are headed for our Game 5 here in Winter Semifinals to Turf War on Urchin Underpass. Nox, this map is huge. It doesn't get a whole lot bigger in terms of just raw turfable area, but again, for this to be the choice here at the end, there's going to be a lot of time spent early on getting your own side painted, and then we can scrap it out in the middle.
Yeah, it's very different than thinking about this map in zones, which is probably the other mode we see it in most commonly. The zone on it is, quite frankly, the size of a postage stamp.
Yes.
So it's a very different thought process for this map than teams are used to having to take. It probably will still have a lot of head-to-head splats, a lot of really aggressive moments, but like you said, there's so much area to paint in spawn, there's so much area to paint in general. There are all of those side paths that you can take flanks through that need to get inked up. There's just a lot to do.
A lot to do, and again, this was the counter pick now for FreeFlow. Again, the losing team in this counter pick system gets to choose the stage, and well, you know what the mode is, so you don't have to have any debate or worry there. Rissa, why do you think, unless it's just for, the fun of it, why do you think they chose Urchin Underpass? Because again, this is a team that's very good at fighting, being aggressive, and yet they've chosen arguably the biggest stage in the game.
That's a very good question. I would think, looking at the map list, one of my strategies looking at this, and maybe what they're thinking too, the more you stay back and make sure you paint all those little points that Nox was talking about, the different areas in the back where your spawn is, on the sides of the map, sometimes those little areas can actually be what wins you the match. If you leave an area back there empty or not painted, then and it may look like you won. However, if you leave that little area empty, sometimes just that little portion that wasn't painted can come into play. So maybe that's going to be one of the strategies they do moving forward.
Well, here we go, folks. Game 5. This is it. Winner moves on to winners finals. Oh my gosh. Well, Nox, I mean, right there, that's a variant of Bamboozler by Red Rum, and this is the weapon that Red Rum was known for years. So exciting to see it now.
It is. It's the Bamboozler Mark II. It's not a weapon or kit we see a lot of. I always am happy to see it. It's got super chumps, I believe, which are always interesting and particularly great on turf war because they will cover a lot of turf for you, or they'll slow the opponent team down in the process. And what a great pick onto that Ultra Stamp from JJ.
Well, that's another way to slow down the opponent. The two Splatana wipers, as they somehow often do, finding each other and fighting. And hold on a minute, JJ's on the other side here. This is not the spawn of FreeFlow. So, I mean, we wondered what their strategy was. Okay, here it is. You've got a player in JJ who can play that Splatana wiper, a weapon that is so difficult to get out of your face. You send them deep and force the opponent to come back and deal with them. Because again, Rissa, that's permanent damage that you can do on the opponent's side if they don't go back and do something about it.
Yeah, like I was saying, you know, not only is it if you paint your spawn, but also if you paint the other team's spawn and you know, the other team is just going to have to back up and focus on that paint. And since this map is so big, that's so much space that you're going to give up if you go back to paint those areas. So JJ pushing up and creating a nuisance, putting paint on the other team's side is definitely going to create a lot of time and space for FreeFlow.
Fundamentals still the same. Get your tacticooler, then move in an attack, especially when you know Chef Lugoli doesn't have a tacticooler of their own, which is so important. But Kodo, there's stuff to be done here. You can't just look at the wall. JJ again diving in and returns again to the station right now. Where's the opponent's spawn? I'm here. You want to dance? Let's go ahead and fight it out. No, no, no. JJ breaking this game open right now. Again, it seems that the center of the map is all Chef Lugoli, and they do take JJ out, so the gambit may not have paid off. Nox, we're down to the last minute here. That's a jump out. It's Chef Lugoli's game to lose at this point.
It is, and another really interesting thing from FreeFlow is that we're seeing the Reflux 450 mil. It's a really new variant of the Reflux. It outputs paint really well. It aids in support really well and gets those booyah bombs so regularly that Chef Lugoli might struggle to keep paint up as we're getting into the end of this game, but maybe not.
Here we go. Adapt now, identifying where two are. Would love to take them out. Both of those players so weak right now. Len would love to close it out. Instead, the jump is out, and Len actually gets jumped on by Creed. Ori wins that fight now. There's a lot of yellow here, and Adapt in the top. JJ's at the top. This is turf war, everybody. It's absolute pandemonium at the end, Rissa.
This has got to be one of the most chaotic turf war competitive matches I've ever seen. We're seeing members from FreeFlow all the way on the other side of the map, but then the map is being painted mid in Chef Lugoli's color. And as we see JJ there, all the way on the right side, just being a nuisance in Chef Lugoli's spawn, you know, that could be that little paint that ends up winning them the match.
Oh, here we go. There's a lot of yellow, and it will be enough for FreeFlow. The gambit of just sending the Splatana wiper to attack and attack and attack pays off. And as scary as it got, winning 2 games, then losing 2 games, they at least got to choose what stage they wanted to go to. Nox, I think we found out very quickly why they wanted Urchin Underpass, and it ended up being the winning strategy.
It turns out that Urchin Underpass is a Splatana's Wipers playground. It's where they want to just go and have fun, and JJ showed that off exceptionally well. JJ has played Splatana Wiper quite a bit, especially before Brella got its most recent little changes.
You know, kind of 3 stages in one when you really think about it, where all those fights were going. At the end there, you kind of saw that the buckets were in the middle just fighting each other. Like, hey, we don't know what's going on here, buddy. Let's just fight it out. Let's do what our weapons go. But Rissa, what a winner's semifinal set, 3-2 between 2 strong teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of those moments where the score really shows it, going all the way to a game 5, and then ending on that, like I said there at the end, one of the craziest, I think, or most aggressive, I should say, turf war matches that I've ever seen. Just so much chaos ensuing there at the end. I think that really, that 5, the 3-2 score just really showed that, I think.
We're going to go ahead and take a look at the bracket here. As our set is finished, there were a couple that hadn't finished earlier, so let's bring you up to date. Hypernova continues their run, having not dropped a game, gets the 3-0 over Foams NA, one of the teams we watched earlier. And with the loss there, Chef Lugoli will drop down, which means our number 1 and number 2 seed, Hypernova and FreeFlow, will be duking it out in winners finals, losers quarters. We've got Chef Lugoli versus N-ZAAP, and Foams NA will be up against Refined. So plenty of great Splatoon left to be played. But we have now a little spotlight on another fun version of Splatoon 3, which is, we've talked about all the competitive modes, but there's another mode that people love to play. Nox, I believe we actually had you on for this segment. It's a Salmon Run segment, folks. If you're not familiar with it, this is a great segment and a great game mode, so let's go ahead and roll it. We'll take a break.
Hey everybody, Mellana here, and I am so excited for our Splatoon 3 North American League Sunday Scrim. And to prepare, I've invited 3 of my closest friends, Nox, Magic, and Vicvion, to play Salmon Run together so that we can prepare for this event. So, without further ado, let's get together and let's play some Salmon Run. So I'd love to go over some of the basics so that everybody is on the same page. So Vic, could you talk a little bit about the shifts?
Oh yeah, sure thing. So we're going into our first round here, and you're gonna see, after we have this nice opener, you get to look at people's splash tags, see what they care about the most. We're gonna land here, and we're all going to have 1 of 4 weapons. I got the Aerospray MG, and we're gonna see that we're gonna start out here at normal tide, otherwise known as middle tide. And it's gonna be nighttime.
Which means there's going to be known occurrences.
Oh, this is interesting. So known occurrences are very special waves. They don't operate like a normal Salmon Run wave. There is always some sort of gimmick to this. So this gimmick, we have gushers. We have a Goldie hiding in one of these gushers. And what we do is when we find the Goldie, we shoot it until it drops all the eggs that it's holding, hopefully, and then until it pops, and then we use those eggs to bring them back to the basket.
Sometimes it'll escape, and the sad thing is, when it escapes, the next time we find the Goldie, it'll be smaller than usual. It hasn't happened yet, though, and we are just better, so I don't think we have to worry about that.
What is important to know about the gushers is that when we shoot the gushers, it's going to have a level of ink that comes out of it. The higher the level, the closer the Goldie is to it. So as you see here, this gusher has this like yellow glow, and which means that we have our Goldie is going to be somewhere close to this gusher over here. Not this one.
Oh, I think me and
not this
Nox
one.
are pretty close.
Oh, it must be this one down here. It has to be this one. I got it, guys.
There we go.
There we go. Oh, and there's the small Goldie I was talking about beforehand.
Oh no.
Oh, did we get it?
Don't worry,
they got
I'll
me.
make sure to revive
We
you.
did get the Goldie, but we also do need to get Mellana back up and in it.
Yes, I would really appreciate that. Thank you very much, friend.
Thankfully, during Salmon Run, when you're splatted, you are able to be revived by your teammates. You don't end up out for the rest of the game.
Yes, that is true, and I count my blessings every day, knowing that that's the case, because I can count on my teammates to have my back.
Imagine if you were just out forever. Oh, it's low tide.
It is low tide.
Oh, very nice. And speaking of tides, Nox, could you describe to us, explain what exactly is low tide?
There are different tides in Salmon Run. There's normal tide, which is the one you'll see the most often. There's low tide, which will show the most amount of ground possible and open up an entirely new area to play in. And high tide, which traps you into a small amount of space and keeps you cornered in by all the salmonids.
Yeah, so we obviously didn't see this part of the turf before, so really cool that we get to experience this for the first time in our playthrough together. And, that wasn't great.
Don't worry, I'll take care of
you
this
so
stinger.
much.
Thankfully, with my blaster, I can get rid of a lot of the pots and pans in one single blast. Oh, but I'm also getting chased by
thank you.
everything else at the
Thank
same
you so
time.
much, friends.
Help! Help! No!
No. Okay, I'm coming.
I would help you, Vic, but you seem to have a lot of things chasing you, and it's very not super great for me. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Well, thankfully, because I got splatted, it means that all the salmonids now turn around and go after somebody else that isn't me.
I got you.
thank you.
Oh no, Nox is down now.
Yes, I couldn't. I was trying to get my wave breaker out to help us get a little more space, but I didn't get it out.
Don't
quite
worry.
in time.
I'll use my triple ink strikes to hopefully give you a little bit of space to work with here. We only need 6 more eggs.
We got
There
it. We
you
got
are,
it.
Vic.
Here's
We're
3.
trying to get
Thank
these
you.
eggs. I'm trying to get on the hunt for see if there are any that were left behind, but we might just have to get one of these bosses down that's near the
That's
basket.
it. That's it. Right here.
There
oh,
we go.
nice. Let's go,
And we
team.
can throw a couple extra.
Okay. 30 eggs.
Now,
Pretty
bonus
great.
points?
Run away!
Very nice.
Okay.
So it says that we cleared wave 2. Magic, could you explain to us exactly what the waves mean?
So each shift, you have 3 waves that you have to get through, right? So the wave will start, and you'll get sent to this center point. Your basket will show up, and each time you'll have a different quota that you have to meet of these golden eggs. Now we are in another known occurrence, which means that the eggs are going to come from a special place, which are these boxes and these. What did you call them last time, Vic?
They're Chinooks.
So, yes, the salmonids. Oh, wow. Is it pronounced Chinook or Chinook?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't know what the actual, like, real salmon is called. I just saw it and I assumed that's how it's pronounced.
Well, the most important thing is not letting too many of them land, because if they get away and leave that box behind, there's no longer an egg to collect. Just salmonids that you're going to have to
We
splash.
do also need to take care of the mothership.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
No. You're so
it's
right.
fine.
The mothership does want to steal all of the golden eggs we've been working hard to collect.
Oh, this is a great time to use those special
Specials?
weapons, like the crab tank, like the inkjet, to make sure that you can hit things from a long range, that you can prevent the mothership from getting too close if it starts to fly by. But all in all, since it is wave 3, you got to make sure that you don't waste your specials and leave them be until you can't use them anymore.
Yeah, it's true. We want to make sure that we get the most utility out of the specials that are given to us. So we want to... I see that the mothership is coming, so I'm going to be using my inkjet to try to shoot it down.
Thankfully, the wellstring has very high damage, so it's very good for the mothership. Oh, and
Oh, come
Okay, we
on!
got it.
maybe
Nice.
32 for fun?
Very
32.
Nice. That was really good.
Be sure to register for the Splatoon 3 North American League Sunday Scrim. I hope to see you there.
Welcome back, everybody. American League event number 2, preseason week 2, and we are in winners finals. And welcome back, Knox. I mean, that was a great segment there, telling everybody how to play Salmon Run, contributing there. That looks like a lot of fun.
It was. Salmon Run's always a great time, a great way to have some fun with friends, and learn new core mechanics of the game.
Well, we're going to talk about some players who are very good at the core mechanics of the game, because as I mentioned, it's winners finals. Hypernova versus FreeFlow. Rissa, 2 very, very established teams here. And you know, maybe 2 of the most fitting names also for these teams, because FreeFlows, we've saw, they rotate around, they attack. A different player every game is the one breaking it open. And Hypernova is like, go, 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 go!
Yes, that was my exact thought. Just thinking about the way that Hypernova plays, we haven't watched them here yet on stream. We will be watching them next. However, we'll see. Their aggressive play style is exactly what allows them to be at the top of competitive Splatoon like they are, and we'll see that too moving forward.
Yeah, good old-fashioned execution test is what we would call it here. Can the opponent execute and keep up with your speed? I mean, that's really what Hypernova is asking you to do. It's the question they pose. They're going to be moving forward with Splatana Wipers. They've got all kinds of players who can attack and make you pay. They're coached by one of the finest minds in the scene as well. And they have wasted absolutely no time getting here, by the way. For those of you who are just joining us, they have 3-0'd everybody that they've been up against. They did not drop a single game in the ladder portion. So again, I know we're kind of building them up as this big unstoppable team, Nox, but when Hypernova's on their game, they can beat just about anybody in North America.
Yeah, they're a really, really strong team. Once again, really fast, aggressive play style. Also, very flexible comps. They don't overcommit to many specific things. They're very open to new ideas and very willing to experiment. So I think even if you toss a stage mode at them that they haven't seen before, they'll be very comfortable with it.
Well, here we go. Certainly a mode they're familiar with on Splat Zones, but Undertow Spillway, we'll talk about the dynamic here, but I want to once again shout out Pico on the Spec Cam operator. A lot of actions per minute on that roll. But Rissa, take a look here. We've got a couple very powerful weapons that we haven't talked about, and Fishy is wielding one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. That was my first thought as well. Fishy on that mint decavitator, that weapon. Even though we haven't seen it yet on stream here, it is one of the, I just hate playing against it. It's such a tough weapon to play against, and it's super, super strong. Paired with the bubbler that it has as well, that can be really helpful in all game modes and help the weapon play aggressively as well.
Here we go, already getting forced back now, is it? And JJ and the rest of FreeFlow riding high, maybe thinking that Hypernova has waited a little bit too long in between their sets. That's what happens when you 3-0. Great shot, almost max range, another one for JJ. Can we get a third? No, but another team member will take that. They will close it out, spamming this way. Hey, I have got the Tacticooler up. Let's win this game right now. Nox, what an opening for FreeFlow.
Yeah, FreeFlow once again showing they are also a fast, aggressive team, not allowing Hypernova to get to set the pace, instead setting it one speed faster, shifting the gear one more forward. As we are seeing Hypernova finally getting some control, but that is a push to 37 by FreeFlow in a 2-down situation for Hypernova.
Great work. They finally pulled something together, although, again, it already went through. Oh, my goodness. We didn't even see on the other side. You talked about postage stamp-sized zones earlier. Well, Nox, we've got two of them here. Typically, it's not so easy to take both of them, but FreeFlow clearly has other plans.
FreeFlow seems so comfortable on this stage and mode. They seem like they know exactly what they want to do. The inkjet works so well here from that Sorella Brella, and Cakes is doing an excellent job on that heavy edit splatling of just keeping their teammates able to jump in, just allowing those super jumps to flow right back in, to freely flow even.
We said it earlier, it's the way that they play, the way that they attack. Now again, when you have a backliner who's up here on this glass, so important to make sure that they stay up there, but that means that the opposing backliner will fire across as well. We're going to keep a look here on the bottom. The backliner's duking it out up there where all the carnage going through here. Now finally Hypernova starting to get a little momentum. That is 3 down. It's just Len here who's going to back all the way up, trying to make sure that they don't give up too much ground. Use the big bubbler to do it. But again, Hypernova crashing through as they so often do, Rissa. This is the game we're used to seeing from them.
Absolutely. There they go with those aggressive plays that we're used to seeing from them. I like, too, that they use that tri-strike to shut down the big bubbler coming out from Len. Sometimes not only just using the tri-strikes to create space or paint the zone, maybe, use it to shut down something like a big bubbler can really come into play, and that worked out perfectly for them there.
Oh, look at this flank now. Again, another 3 down. And look at that. There's no penalty right now for Hypernova. I say it, and of course it goes the other way. I thought that flank might have opened them up enough for them to steal the lead. Instead, they'll have to wait a little bit longer. They're going to throw that PF bomb, try to get one, and they do get one, so that will be control again for them. My goodness, Undertow Spillway can get really nasty as games go on. Nox, right now, Hypernova has forced FreeFlow back. That initial push has gone against them. They don't have a whole lot more to go to get the lead.
They don't. Hypernova, very set up here. They don't have any specials to keep this hold going, but they've been able to use their main weapons to consistently find splats, consistently ink turf, and really make themselves known. FreeFlow finding a way back in, though. Cakes has been consistently shutting down flanks. JJ on that inkjet has been consistently allowing for the rest of FreeFlow to flow forward and just really enabling each other. They play so well with each other.
Well, and you've also seen a couple times now a member of Hypernova kind of sharking, waiting to see if they can get some of the members of FreeFlow. And I don't know if it's just bad luck or FreeFlow's move the other way, but it seems like in both of those instances, they just haven't been sharking at the right spot. FreeFlow moves forward and takes the zone for free almost. Now we're going to trade back the dance of the zones on this particular stage as finally Len having a say there. That's 2 out, but now it's 2 out the other side. Riz, I can barely keep up here. Finally, a third one goes down, and that may be the opening for Hypernova.
I know, it took Hypernova a little bit throughout this game to figure out how to get their footing and figure out how they want to approach FreeFlow. But now that they have, they are actually here going to switch and get the lead within the last 30 seconds. So this game, however, has been just so back and forth, and the score really shows it.
Oh, that could have been a big play as Len does go down, get catches by the end of it here. It's just JJ versus 2. Can they get a jump in? Will they even try to get a jump in? No, JJ gets taken down. Nox, this game is starting to slip away.
The game is starting to slip away. Hypernova found their footing. FreeFlow lost the turf they needed to be able to move the way they need to. And this is going to be a knockout from Hypernova with the triple ink strikes coming out as Hypernova takes game 1. But FreeFlow put up a very good fight. They just need to keep Hypernova from setting up.
Well, if Hypernova needed a moment to get back to game speed, that moment came and went awfully quick. 1-0, and we'll call it a knockout as well. Great showing from Hypernova there, our top seed. And Nox, I want to hone in on the Mint Decapitator because, again, we said that was one of the weapons that we didn't see in our previous sets, but undoubtedly one of the strongest weapons in the current iteration of Splatoon 3.
Yeah, it has a really wide shot that can one-shot players. It has a suction bomb like we were talking about earlier. It has that big bubbler. It is a beast at controlling space. It is able to just pick a spot and go, this is my spot now. Make me move. Come into it. I will splat you. I will splat 3 of you if you rush at me here. This is my home. And they can just, thanks to that big bubbler and thanks to teammate support, slowly inch that home further forward on the map, on the stage.
Yeah, and that's exactly how it feels fighting against a good Mint Decapitator as well. Is that entire speech that Nox just gave, it is playing over the loudspeakers the entire time. Like, this is my home. Do something about it. And oftentimes, the best thing you can do is maybe go the other way, you know, find a different way around it, build up a special something there. But I bring it up, Rissa, because if you are going to run a Hypernova-esque comp where you are fighting the opponent, you're forcing them back, forcing them to keep pace with you, what better weapon could you stock than that type of weapon that is meaning to dive, open things up for the rest of the team, get that big bubbler down, and punish, punish, punish?
Yeah, great point to bring up, just thinking about that. Especially, too, that weapon can, like Nox was saying, sit and hold a spot, but also when it pushes up and acts aggressively, a lot of times players that do play them into Cavitator will hold their bubble for the specific moment when they're maybe getting taken on by 2 or 3 members of the other team, pop that bubbler, and that just completely shuts down any momentum that the other team had. So it's great at being, you know, aggressive, but also like kind of supporty when it stays in one area as well. So Hypernova, you know, how are they going to play against that moving forward? I think that first match was a good sign of them slowly figuring out how they want to approach that type of play style.
Well, here we go, folks. If you enjoyed the Game 5 of our last set, we're going right back to it here. Again, the winning team picks the mode. The losing team gets to decide what stage they'll be playing on. So we're going back to Turf War on Urchin Underpass. And Nox, I don't know if FreeFlow planned this, if they prepped for this in particular, or if they just now, midway through this tournament, have stumbled into a counter pick that they feel so strong on. But it was chaos last time, and you know that's what they're going for again.
Yeah, I imagine if you're FreeFlow, it felt really good to have the win that you had there. Probably going to want to ride that again. I will say that the Mint Decapitator might do better than the Splatana Wiper there. It could do a better job of just getting in to the enemy team's spawn and really just taking over that space, which is what we were seeing JJ do last time we were here with FreeFlow. But maybe JJ will be able to keep that from happening, seeing what they like to do and just keeping the other team from doing it.
Well, let's go back and turn back the clock a little bit to that particular match that we're discussing here, because as we noted, one of the teams in our last set was not running Tacticooler, and Tacticooler is so important in every mode, but so important as well, Rissa, on, I would say, Turf War, because it really opens up the flexibility for how you can play those last 30 seconds. It, I think, lowers the worry that you have, and it keeps you from playing so passive.
Absolutely. That cooler is going to allow you to just know that you have that safe place of mind to, even if we go down in the last 40, 30, 20, 10 seconds of the match, as long as we are coolered up, we're just going to be able to hop right back to our teammate that's in mid, maybe, you know, be able to get out of spawn a lot faster than you would without that Tacticooler.
Well, here we go. Take a look at it. Both sides bringing out the Reflex 450 milk as Len gets 2 right off the bat, going for a third. Headlock not getting away. Len, we are not worthy to go down that quick. Already, JJ is up in the exact spot that they lived at the entire last game. And yeah, if you're Hypernova, Nox, probably the exact opposite of the way you wanted to start.
Yeah, not how you want your opening to go. Synapse does find a way to clean up JJ quickly, taking advantage of the range of that Splattershot Pro Forge. Captain Happy looking around, taking advantage of their Tacticooler. But FreeFlow's opening there, just absolutely dominant, really going to allow them to feel confident going through the rest of this match as JJ's charging right into mid.
I mean, this is one of the most fun things, one of the most fun assignments you can be given in a game of Splatoon, which is just go and fight, deal with it, and will support to go down there to one Booyah Bomb, and that means, Rissa, that the Reflexes have finished their duty. They can go up and support the rest of the team, but with the way that FreeFlow has been moving and fighting here, all these little tiny bits of ink, they're gonna have to cover these up well, and that's starting to take away a little bit of the diligent work. I mean, you can see right here from the overhead view, it's all FreeFlow thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what we were talking about too when we were last on this map and mode. You know, you want to make sure that you get all those little areas of paint in your spawn, especially on this map. Since it's such a big map, if you do not get little areas of the map that are the other team's color, that could be just that little minute area of ink that is going to come into play that might lose you the match. So Hypernova just consistently having to go back and repaint over what JJ is doing in their spawn, and that is really allowing FreeFlow to have so much time to get into mid and paint everything in that blue color.
And I feel bad for continuing to say the name Len over and over here, but this is something important to note with some of these Turf War comps, Nox. It seems like whenever you have these short-range shooters and these weapons that maybe aren't as good at fighting, it opens up the door for blaster weapons to move forward, punish you, and win these fights.
Yeah, and a blaster is not something you expect to launch in a Turf War setting, but right now FreeFlow is able to make it work because of the high ink output of their other weapons. FreeFlow going to be looking to just continue up their ink output here. But we have seen them go a couple members down, and this is the most forward we've seen Hypernova this game. And it's just JJ.
Yep, it's just 3 down. JJ, of course, is behind.
Oh.
I mean, look, this is the plan, but it is one. Keep an eye on the top of the screen to see if either of them go down, because the other 3 members of Hypernova have a lot of work that they can do. Synapse and JJ dancing at the top, but that's a blaster down, which means that Len went down. Adapt gonna turf around. Cake's turfing around as well. JJ won the fight. And I don't know, that's an awful lot of yellow in the center of the stage. Judd, what do you got for us? And it is with just over 50% of the stage. Hypernova holds on. I thought that JJ winning that fight against Synapse might have turned it, but that was a long and sustained fight, which meant probably not a lot of turf that they gained from it. All the while, when 3 go down in the center with that 30 seconds left, as we note, Nox, that tends to be how Turf War games go, even on a stage as big as Urchin.
Yeah, you do need to make sure that you're staying up in those last 30 seconds, especially if you're the team that's had map control throughout the game previously. Maybe you get overconfident, maybe you get overly comfortable and you go, we can take these fights, there's no risk. We'll be back in no time. JJ will still be back there. We'll jump to JJ. It'll be fine. But Hypernova plays too fast to have that kind of mentality. They will be painted up and in your spawn in the amount of time it takes you to respawn, even with Tactical Lure.
Well, that's such a great point, too, because normally, if you go down in a lot of Splatoon 3 stages, you can get back into a relevant portion of the stage that has enough turf for you to meaningfully take some of it back, or defend it, or make a difference. In Urchin, I mean, unless you're jumping to somebody, you've got to swim, what, 3, 4, 5 seconds to get back to anywhere close to the center of the stage. It's a big, wide center, so there's a lot given up. And Rissa, I kind of agree with what Nox is saying right there. I think that was FreeFlow's game to lose, and they just let it slip away.
They really did. It almost seemed like Hypernova. They played that classic, like we were previously talking about on the other side, that classic moment where in the last 30 seconds to 10 seconds of the match, that's when you really lock in and makes things happen. And Hypernova really played off of that there. And I like too that they almost seemed like they recognized, they knew that JJ was going to go and push forward like that, and they just knew to ignore it. And that was one of those moments where it really paid off because they were able to just push forward and paint past that and then leave one person behind to deal with JJ, and that ended up working out really well for them.
Well, it also makes sure, to Nox's point earlier, that nobody can jump to them. So the one-on-one, you neutralize that. Everyone else takes care of business. No silly mistakes. We take it. But now, Nox, we're going back to Clan Blitz, and it's on Umami Ruins. So we saw this last week. Again, this can be a very, very dynamic Clan Blitz stage. Of course, you want to control that central median. You want to move forward and attack there. But oftentimes, when that basket gets open, it can be so difficult for the defending team to even get back and find solid footing, much less mount a defense.
Yeah, it's definitely a map where lockouts can happen. It's really easy to get a team trapped in their own spawn on that stage. It's very easy to keep people from being able to have enough turf to build specials. It's just very easy to kind of snowball the map. Just kind of let a snowball roll down the hill and get bigger and bigger at a rapid pace.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Umami Ruins is also in like a desert, so
Yeah.
you know it's also wild when that snowball comes and roll. It's a real effect, everybody. I'm telling you, and it hurts a lot, and it hurts even more when that snowball is shaped like Hypernova. Because the moment that I saw this immediately, my thought was, okay, Umami Ruins. That's the choice here of FreeFlow, who is making the counter pick since they lost that last game. Are you confident taking Hypernova to this stage, Rissa? I'm a little worried here. I know FreeFlow is strong, but this could really backfire in a hurry if they're not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. If you get knocked out on Umami Ruins Clan Blitz in particular, it can just absolutely end the entire match. It's one of those matches like we were talking about that can really, really, really snowball very fast. So I totally agree.
Well, not a ton of changes here on the compositional side, and why would you with the way that Hypernova has been playing? Synapse sticking on the Forge here. Again, there have been a lot of variants of Splattershot Pro over the years that have been strong for different reasons, so got to be something they like either about the Booyah Bomb or something along those lines. As JJ always finding people to fight early on. Getting 3, we'll call it. Can we get a quad here from JJ? Captain Happy jumps out to deny it, but that means they're going to shuffle. It's an opening of the basket here, and making me eat my words is FreeFlow, Nox.
Yeah, FreeFlow making it look like they're the steamrolling team here. Able to use the inkjet to keep this push sustained and going, getting below that nice 60-point mark that takes 2 power clams to get to. And Len doing an excellent job just poking these ledges and staying up.
Oh, what a great jump out there, too. Got it in the air! They threw that power clam in the regular clam in the air to keep that open. That's... Listen, I know once you get to a certain level of Splatoon, that's probably old hat, but I don't see that a whole lot. And to know where they were jumping at the time is great. Taking it down to 41 off an opening. Now, they gave up a good chunk of the stage in order to get that. As you'd expect, that means Hypernova can move forward, but they've certainly done a nice job. Now, all the defenders are back up. They didn't give up their doorstep. Henlo now jumps in with the power claim, probably doesn't want to be the one carrying it. Sure enough, they're going to swap it back, try to use the Booyah Bomb to get through here, Rissa. But this is where, on the attacking side, when everybody knows where you have to move forward, it becomes easier and easier for FreeFlow to defend.
Absolutely. FreeFlow knows that Hypernova is going to be going through that area below the basket. So they already know which area they want to poke at with their main weapons, which area they need to throw bombs at if they need to. They know exactly the areas that they need to defend. And it worked out very beautifully for them. They knew that. They took down members of Hypernova. And as we see JJ leading the charge here with this inkjet, they are now back in control of mid, pushing forward. And they have 19 clams at the ready, as we can see there too on the top left of the screen.
They do have 19 clams, but Nox, this is always a double-edged sword that we talk about every time we commentate a game of this particular mode. Actually, I'm not going to say it because Len just doesn't seem to care about the objective and attack everybody else. Hold on, are they going to break through? They might be able to end the game right now, actually, if both of those power clams find. JJ going to continue scoring there through the penalty and then some. Adapt has a chance to move forward here and help out. Maybe finds another one. Certainly fighting a bunch of people over there. Cake's going to think better of it here, come back and control the map. But it is an important facet to consider, especially now as Hypernova needs to attack. The more power claims you have, the more visible you are to your opponents, Nox, and that makes it oh so difficult to push.
Yes, but if you have a special like Booyah Bomb or Inkjet, like we've been seeing them consistently use, it allows you to break in spite of that. On the other hand, not going to quite work out this time. Cake's going to make the smart choice and run away here, making sure to stay up to allow in super jumps from their teammates. Does get traded out. JJ up in a 1v3, gets the jump out, and Adapt somehow surviving there.
Somehow surviving, and that's an important jump. I was about to say, because that means JJ's going to be able to use this inkjet there, jumping out instead of going down, preserving that special. So important. That broke up all the momentum that Hypernova had. We'll call it 2 down, almost a third that went down, and that FreeFlow playing this exactly the way you want to, Rissa, and they're still on the defense.
They are. They're still on the defense. Hypernova they're just having to consistently keep backing up. They keep getting these little opportunities to start pushing in, but maybe they don't have a certain special at the ready, or a lot of times, like we've been seeing, JJ all of a sudden has that inkjet at the ready. But however, there goes JJ taken down. Hypernova is going to push forward, open up the basket, and score in a lot of clams here. They are so close to getting the lead. They have that bubbler there. They just need a couple more clams to get the lead.
Oh, not like this. They've been doing such a good job, FreeFlow, of controlling this. Did they defend enough? They did. I thought for just a moment they might have respawned in time to jump their power clam in that was sitting under their basket and steal the lead. Instead, now it's FreeFlow's opportunity. They've pushed again back up to the doorstep, but Nox, not a lot of points will steal this for Hypernova, and there's still plenty of time for them.
There is still plenty of time on the clock, especially in Clam Blitz with how long overtime is, but JJ is on the flank and has an inkjet at the ready, going to be able to find one. Will they find another? Not quite. That stalls them out. That takes more time off the clock and gets FreeFlow so set up and established in mid. They're going to have to rely on their Hypernova's going to have to rely on their mint decapitator to break in, but no, few more points on the board for FreeFlow, as Hypernova just can't find their footing the way they need to.
The super jump comes in, Adapt dunks it, and FreeFlow gets the win. And hey, I gotta say, if there was ever an MVP of a single game, it's gotta be JJ there. All those splats to open it up, then the flank to break up the momentum that Hypernova had going, and then forget breaking momentum, let's take out enough players that the rest of the team can move forward and outright win the game. They super jump that last power clam in to dunk it out of the way. A great showing from FreeFlow, and hey, I said it earlier, they made me eat my words. I was worried that Hypernova, once that snowball got rolling, would be able to win that. And partway through that game, Rissa, I thought that FreeFlow was going to let that one slip away again. They have had leads in all of these games, but they held firm, they got their win, and the set's still going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I was starting to, reminiscent of that first match that we saw from these two teams, where all of a sudden in that first game, it seemed like FreeFlow really just had control, was going to end up maybe potentially even KOing it because they just kept counting down points. And then all of a sudden, Hypernova in that first match just locked in and figured out how to maneuver around FreeFlow and then ended up winning that first match. I kind of thought that was maybe going to happen here too. I was almost thinking, does Hypernova just really need a little bit to lock in and figure out how to play against the other team? However, FreeFlow was just super dominant in that game.
Super dominant, like really from, again, I know we've joked about like the start that JJ had fighting the 1v3. I gotta say, when you're fighting JJ in a 1v3, JJ has you right where they want you, okay? That's clearly what the Brella is trying to do in that situation. Again, that shield, you can pull that up, eat some damage. If the opponent isn't very accurate in those small moments when the shield drops down, they can take you out. And Nox, a lot of people, I mean, let's be frank about this, just don't remember how to fight against Brella. There's not a ton of people using it to this level.
No, it's, to my knowledge, pretty much just JJ in North America doing it. It's, to begin with, a hard weapon to figure out how to fight, and everyone's out of practice against it. That gives FreeFlow a pretty big edge. And JJ's so good at knowing when it's time to stall and when it's time to move forward. And that's such an important skill for a Brella specifically to have.
It is indeed. Now, notably, we actually have gotten to Game 4 without a tower control game. As I say that, the voice from on high has told me that will no longer be the case. Tower control, but Rissa, Crab Leg Capital? I can't remember the last time I saw tower control on Crab Leg Capital in a competitive set between two teams of this caliber.
Honestly, same here. This is kind of reminiscent of that Rainmaker Inkblot Art Academy match where I just haven't typically seen it played in a competitive setting a lot, I should say. So I totally agree, and this is going to be, again, one of those ones where it's fun to watch, where it's high-level competitive players. It's great to see how they approach a map, a stage that isn't typically played, just seeing what avenues they take and figuring out what specials they use at certain times. It's always fun to just watch it as a commentator, as a viewer, and learn from them and see what they're doing.
Well, you said avenue there. I'm going to stretch that out to street, because that is the entirety of this tower's path. Once it moves all the way up to the full left side if you're defending, right side if you're attacking, there is just a stretch where this tower moves over the grading that we saw in earlier Crab Leg Capital games and over some uninkable areas, which means you've got to have some great resources in order to force your way through when the points get really low. It'll be great to see how these teams adapt adapt to it. And again, one of these teams actively picked this. We'll see if it's because they have a look they like, if they're trying to throw their opponents off. And oh my goodness, we have a double backline composition coming out here. Yeah, indeed. You do not often see the Snipe Rider 5H, and we have a different variant of the heavy edit out this time, Nox. This one feeling a little crabby.
It is feeling a little crabby. Its sub-weapon is Splat Bomb. It's got a crab tank. It should do exceptionally well on these grades. I imagine it's going to play very much so into like a midline support role. I don't know what else it could be doing, which is very interesting. And Hypernova making quick work of it so far.
Yeah, that's what, Synapse that's gone down here, but to your point there, we know that crab tanks are really, really great at riding the tower. Of course, they can deal a lot of damage to the opponent, they can absorb a lot of damage. Those wayward bombs, not really as much of a threat. As Fishy now here, moving here, has identified where JJ is, and again, JJ seems to find everyone, and that crab tank's out too! There were two over on that side, and thank goodness, no, Adapt gets taken out as well! I was gonna say, thank goodness Adapt is doing work, but Adapt gets taken out too. That's already 2 checkpoints that have gone down, Rissa. This game getting away in a hurry.
It absolutely is, and I love the way they're able to utilize the crab on that edit, but also the Snipe Rider from Captain Happy. They're able to just sit either on the tower or in mid or in the top right of this map and just poke at anyone from FreeFlow who's trying to get to them. I definitely am starting to see the vision from Hypernova with these weapons.
Oh, well, FreeFlow is seeing a very, very devastating push that is working at them already. 26, JJ again working around the tower, so slippery and difficult, but all of these plays being made just to stall this out. 90 seconds have gone by. They're still desperately trying to get some control of the center of the stage, and everything that we said good about Len, about blasters, how do they turf this stage right now, Nox? I'm just not sure. It seems like they're trying to fight their way out, but against 2 weapons with this range, it's going to be difficult for them to find footing.
It will. They don't have an easy way to break back in. They're going to have to really rely on specials, and they're just going to kind of have to deal with having less turf a lot of the time. JJ is going to be looking to find these picks, able to find one, just the 2 backlines left up as we're seeing the Inkjet poke at them. And this first checkpoint's going to fall, but they've got a long way to go, and Len's gone down.
Yeah, that's big. I was going to say they'd move Lend up there, and now 3 of them are down, so that push is absolutely gone. But you saw what the idea was. Use JJ to clear out the opposing plat, then get Len up there so that they can poke. Because if it comes down to them having to push down this long, uninkable area, they just don't have the range for it. That's a non-starter. You have to get the right players up there at the time. Again, if you can't make that happen, you certainly can't make a push happen. And Rissa, on the other side, Hypernova now coming over here for more points. They've got the specials. They've got the range. I don't know what FreeFlow can find.
I know, I don't either. And not only the range, but that edit and that Snipe Rider are able to paint so much. Usually not played together because one of them can paint enough on their own. To having 2 of them, I mean, we're really seeing why FreeFlow is having a hard time painting, being against a pencil and an edit like that.
Well, if there was ever a time to bring it out, this is the time, and you see now why this was the counter pick. Minute 45 left on the clock. A long, long road for FreeFlow to travel. And again, this is their winner's side point right now. If they lose this, they will have to go down to the losers. And Len narrowly getting away, but gets absolutely shredded. Great job by Captain Happy and the rest of the crew. Nox, it's another 3 down. I feel like I'm saying a lot of the same things, but I'm not sure what answers FreeFlow has.
I mean, FreeFlow honestly kind of needs to force a miracle wipeout here, it almost feels like, to be able to regain enough control to even attempt the second checkpoint. And they need to get over halfway through the third. It's just a rough situation for them to be in. They don't have enough turf to get specials. They don't have enough space to move to even attempt for it. And there's so many specials constantly coming out from Hypernova thanks to the weapons they're running and how well they have been turfing the map. It's just a really hard situation for them to be in. I don't know how they get out of it. I don't think they really can.
No, again, another 2.5, call it 3 go down. It's again yellow all over this stage. JJ goes down, another one goes down further up. Feels like Hypernova has been pushing the entirety of it. Rissa, Nox called for a miracle right now. It's going to take just about that as we enter the final 30 seconds.
Absolutely is. Let's see if the Splatter Screen and Len there on the blaster pushing forward with Adapt. We saw Len jump back, Adapt here jumping back as well. Looks like they're going to go ahead, instead of focusing on mid, try and focus on getting this left area of the map together as we see them regroup in mid on the side of FreeFlow. Maybe playing together, maybe just getting on the tower can be that moment that they need. Maybe it'll be the momentum they need.
Well, they had to be on it to start overtime, so here we go. Adapt has moved up into a great advanced position to attack it. Now you take a look at the specials that Hypernova has. They do have 2 specials that can absolutely clear the tower in a hurry if it will even come to that. They're swimming around the tower right now, trying to make sure they're waiting patient. That's a crab that's firing at it. A Booyah Bomb comes out to deal with the crab right now. That's 1 special out of the way. The points continue to come off, and hold on a minute. They're now at checkpoint number 2. They've cycled a couple of specials. Now they force them back. This checkpoint is gone. They only have to get about halfway through the other, and here comes the triple ink strikes. Do they have anybody who can get on the tower, though? No! The answer is no!
The Booyah Bomb!
The Booyah Bomb cycles through. Do they have anyone who can get close to the tower? It's just another
it's
19.
gosh!
JJ on the tower. They're at checkpoint 2. They're dancing. It's Fishy and JJ. Where are the jumps? 3, 2. One of the most miraculous games of Splatoon
That's a miracle right there.
ever seen. FreeFlow
Wow.
takes it, and JJ, who has been the MVP of the last game, might end up being the MVP of this set. Unreal.
I mean, that's why you have Umbrella and tower control. That's it right there.
So rarely when we call for a miracle here in the booth do we actually think it will happen. And for, I mean, what, 4 minutes and 15 seconds or so? That was a
more
dominant performance by the members of Hypernova. And there is one thing to note about that stage, and it's the thing that worked against them at the end. We said earlier in the Hagglefish TC game, you throw a special at the tower, somebody jumps on it. But when that's all uninkable and you can't run anybody up to it, those triple ink strikes, if they don't get anybody, you don't have anybody who can touch it, who can take advantage of that. So I would love to be in that VC right now, Nox. I bet they're going crazy.
I can't think of a better feeling as a player than a situation like that, especially at this level. Not one you'll see very often. And the fact that it was JJ as the last person not splatted makes all the difference there. Anything but Umbrella cannot do that. Nothing else can do that. Especially against a heavy edit splatling. There's just not a lot of answers there. And Umbrella can.
And Umbrella can,
It's as
everybody.
simple as that.
Listen, there's your slogan, all right, to get everybody playing variations of the Splatbrella, whether it's the Sorella or the Vanilla. But wild stuff. And again, Hypernova had not lost a game coming into this set. So to lose a game in Umami where, okay, like FreeFlow clearly controlled that game. They got after you a little bit, whatever. You get to go to a counter pick that you feel incredibly strong about. Like you saw, again, the strategy work over and over and over again, and it gets away from you and you lose. And now you have no say in this last mode. You simply get to choose what stage you play on. But you might take even a little bit longer, Rissa, when you're making your decision here, just to calm down. I know you've been in this situation before. Losing a game like that, it's hard to rebound.
Absolutely. That just comes into play at this higher level. I mean, as a player myself, I just kind of might just be mentally done. That might just be a moment where I end up just kind of, you know, I'm not going to say I give up, but just like using everything you could in that match, and then just that ending up happening because you think you're going to win it. At this high of a level, players on teams like these, they don't have that issue typically. They usually can just, okay, brush it off, lock in right away, especially going into, what is this, a game 5? They really have to lock in, and a lot of times that's one of those things that makes them, again, a top level player, is they have that ability to brush it off, move on to the next game, and just restart.
Well, Nox, the frustrating part is if there was ever a mode that you didn't want to see staring you in the face in Game 5, when you feel like you've lost the thread, it's Rainmaker. And not only do they have to go to Rainmaker, it's Museum d'Alfonsino that we'll be going to. Now, the one thing that's nice, a very practiced Rainmaker stage, I would say, one of the most common ones. But again, this is Rainmaker. It can get away from you in a hurry.
It definitely can. Rainmaker is always going to be the most volatile mode. It is always going to be the mode that you can have the biggest swings on. It is also one of the modes on Museum that is particularly hard to push on. It is absolutely brutal. It is hard to break through that first checkpoint. It's hard to get any points past that first checkpoint onto the plat at all. And it's just a slog. You are fighting the whole way through for every point you get. If you get a push to 20, it's almost a miracle here.
Slog is such a great word, and now as I'm thinking about the different compositions that these teams have brought to the table, I know we keep saying the name JJ, but a well-placed inkjet on top of the spinners here, and those of you who've been watching know what we're talking about when we say the spinners here on Museum d'Alfonsino, it can absolutely break a push open, and sure enough, JJ's going to stick with it. But folks, another Game 5 on stream. This time, the winner moves on as the victor of Winners Finals and will wait, and the other has to trek a long way up. We are back now to the Forge, and Rissa, no real changes here. I love that these teams have comps that they love.
Yeah, they have locked in. They know what weapons they're comfortable with, not only as individual players, but together as a team, they know what they want to play. And something else, too, I want to highlight for Rainmaker Museum is you really want to be watching the flanks on this map in particular, especially with a Mint Decavitator, Umbrella. Those type of weapons are going to be constantly flanking, and we're going to see so much action that way.
Well, Len just did not care for flanks at all. Run right forward and hit your shots. The S-Blast can do whatever it wants. A nice time to have this Booyah Bomb as well. Oh, when are they going to use it? There's JJ up in that Inkjet as well, separating the members now of Hypernova, throwing it way back. That is now all purple, which means that if they push forward, they can take it, but someone snuck behind. Was it the pencil maybe that got them from that range? It doesn't matter because JJ's picked it up again, down to 27. I mean, we said slog earlier. We're already down to it. Nox, the threat is not yet gone even. There are still members of FreeFlow up and attacking, which means Hypernova can't rest for a second.
Yeah, FreeFlow feeling great after that last win. Able to just go, okay, we know we can take Hypernova. We know we can have this. We don't need to give up more space than we need to. And right now, yeah, sure, they're having to back off to mid. They still have mid. Even after a push like that, they did a great job of keeping some members up. And now we're finally seeing Hypernova start to put a foot in the door, but they've got a checkpoint to get through and a spinner to get past.
Well, that's another player that's down now. Okay, they've got at least a chance to get this. Now, can they clear out the other two members is the important piece. They were not tacticalered up, so they've got some breathing room. That's checkpoint down. That's one piece that you can hang your hat on for the time being. Will they opt to move forward and try to push this further? I'm a little surprised to see that big bubbler come out there. Will not be a factor on the broader push. They're going to wait out this splatter color screen that is oh so painfully slowly moving towards them and attacking. But now the fireworks can start. Captain Abby identifies one. Surely they know where they are, but it's a Rainmaker reset, so they're going to stall out even longer, Rissa.
Yeah, absolutely. They, saw that they were in mid with that Snipe Rider just poking at the other side, FreeFlow coming out of their spawn. The Rainmaker did reset. However, at least for Hypernova, they do have all that yellow control in mid. So they are able to, once again, pop that Rainmaker, pick it up, grab it again, and take down JJ at that as they start pushing forward. They have that first checkpoint. They just need to get past it.
We go. Where can they find the members now? Moving very well is Len. Has actually fought through. I thought Len was down there surrounded by a couple players. Now they've identified where the attacks are and Len does go down. I don't know if the cooler had been consumed at that point. That would be huge. If not, JJ not able to get... No, JJ does get away and then gets taken down again. Are they going to go this top route? Len throws it. Will it be enough? It does. The very edge of the Booyah Bomb knocks. And that's going to be a very difficult Rainmaker for them to get up to and pop. Look where it's at.
Yeah, the tacticooler just allowing Len to keep that Booyah Bomb completely changed the game there. JJ's Inkjet allowing FreeFlow to take a second to stabilize, take a second to breathe. The Rainmaker in a hard spot for Hypernova to get to. They might just let it reset here just to stall out the clock for even longer. But they need to find a way to clear Hypernova from their plat, away from that spinner, and allow them to move forward. But that's a pretty good pick.
Yeah, that is. That's certainly not the way that you want to start it out. Cakes dutifully getting rid of this big bubbler now will make things a little more difficult, but keep an eye on where this Booyah Bomb goes. It's forward, so they're going to try to turf here. That's another one that goes down. Adapt, I think, had flanked around the back and gets double for the trouble as well. That push done and dusted at this point. FreeFlow holds. Rissa got scary there, but they still have the lead, and with 1 minute left, they are happy about that.
They are. They still have a minute left. They're going to go ahead and actually get in the mid with JJ's classic inkjet here paired with the splatter screen. That's going to allow them, you know, just that little bit of seconds there to paint mid and try and get control of it. That way it slows down Hypernova a little bit. However, amidst all of that, it looks like it didn't actually work because Hypernova is already in mid, as we're seeing Hello here pushed up, gets one pick onto Len, is challenging JJ there, actually gets hit with that splat bomb play too. So Hypernova here, even though there's 30 seconds remaining of this, they are trying to win this.
Oh my goodness, Len getting the highlights, JJ getting the highlights. Adapt says, hey, I'm the one who's getting Rainmaker every time these pushes happen. And that may have been the last flank that was necessary because every member of FreeFlow respawned there. That is a position that will be so difficult to grab the Rainmaker from. Two of them have gone down. The Rainmaker resets, but that tack cooler's up. And who else? It's Adapt waiting around. The Jaws music is playing. How long will they wait? Wait a little longer. Two sloshes. That's it.
Oh my
FreeFlow
gosh.
takes it. Against all odds, what a show from FreeFlow. Adapt 3 times, diving the Rainmaker to take it out. Knocks one of the finest sets I've seen of Splatoon played at this level.
What an incredible game there from FreeFlow of just going, we just need to stop the Rainmaker. All we need to do is stop the Rainmaker. We got our push. We stopped the wildest push they could have tried to make with a Booyah Bomb that barely got them. Now all we have to do is survive this. Survive every onslaught they throw at us, and they managed to do it. And how, I mean, it's just 2 incredible last-second hold-ons from them. They're just a team that has the grit and reserve to get through it.
And make no mistake, this would be a huge win for FreeFlow as well. And we've got to go back to that Game 4 again, because the heroics of Game 5 don't happen whatsoever if not for this unbelievable highlight. And we'll start it right here again. Overtime just started. Look at the score. It's still a lot that needs to be done. Cakes survives. JJ survives. Then Cakes goes down, but Nox, as you said, it's 1 versus 2. But one of them is JJ.
Well, in that, it's JJ on Umbrella. It's the weapon that is meant for a 1v2. It is the weapon that wins 1v1s by design. That is what it was crafted for. And the only reason that was possible is because before that push, they had managed to take out the Slosher with triple ink strikes ready. Without that happening, they could not have made that push.
Yeah, the timing's so important because as we noted, the triple ink strikes did come out, but there was nobody who could follow up on the triple ink strikes because of the position. So when we say small margins, sometimes is it 5 seconds late that those triple ink strikes come out? Because that decided the game, Rissa.
Absolutely. Those little tiny moments really come into play. And you had talked about it previously too, those tri-strikes, since it was on grates, you know, there's not the ground inked that way that you can follow through those ink strikes.
Well, we'll go ahead and catch our breath here and take a look at the bracket because we have watched 2 incredible 3-2 sets. And hey, the first set that we watched was a 3-1 and a close 3-1 at that. Meanwhile, in loser sides, Chef Lugoli won 3-1 over N-ZAAP. Foams NA got their victory over Refine. So, here you go. Chef Lugoli fighting against Foams NA. It's teams that we have spectated, apparently, that have continued to make it up. They want to keep writing their story, but FreeFlow 3-2 over Hypernova. They will move on to the winner's side of Grand Finals. Hypernova, losers finals, they'll be waiting, and we're not going to keep you folks waiting any longer here. Loser semis is ready to start, and we're starting off Nox Tower Control, not on Inkblot this time, but we're going to another fan favorite, Mako Mart now. This is my favorite stage mode combo in the game. I love the way that teams fight it out here. You don't have to look so disappointed in me. Goodness gracious.
I'm not disappointed in you. I was just thinking, oh, I know you've played Machine and Sloshers and Blasters, and it is Mako Mart is the is the stage for those weapons. It was just me connecting dots.
I know what butters my bread, okay? Like,
exactly,
it's so fun.
and you should.
Well, I mean, it's so fun to attack on this stage. And, you know, on some of these other stages that we have watched Tower Control be played on, you can see stretches where the tower moves in an area that it's really difficult for the defenders to attack on. Here, as soon as you get past that first checkpoint, the entire tower path is now in range of the defenders. And yes, Nox, maybe I do like blasters because of that reason, but I also like it when you get an honest chance to defend.
Absolutely. It's great to have an honest chance to defend. I like this map a lot. I like how much it rewards aggressive play. I love that it rewards weapons that play around ledges. I think those are so fun. I expect that we will still see plenty of them, as so many of them are in vogue right now. It's such a fun stage. We should expect to see some really fast, aggressive gameplay here. And I'd imagine very back and forth scores.
And it'll be interesting to note as well, Rissa, because again, we've spectated both of these teams at least once at this point. Very, very different ways that these two teams have attacked. And we'll talk about Chef Lugoli in particular. Again, they gave FreeFlow absolutely everything that they could handle in the earlier set that we watched them play. They have to feel like, hey, we narrowly lost to the team that is in grand finals right now. This set and the next set should be ours for the taking.
Absolutely. And a lot of times, too, it's sometimes just that needing to almost, even though they had previously played the latter portion of this, sometimes you just need to kind of sit back and warm up a little bit more. Starting top 8, that was their first match against this team. They just needed maybe a little bit of time to warm up and re-get their synergy. Maybe they took a break after that latter portion of that. So maybe paired with that, now moving into this, maybe they just needed that team synergy, and moving forward, they know that they can take them on. They definitely played very close matches, so maybe that's all they needed.
And Nox, that's a great point that Rissa brings up. Some of these players have been playing Splatoon for hours now. And, I mean, the grind and the fatigue and having to keep pace here, it's very real. How do you as a team keep sharp over all this time? Because for the life of me, I've never figured out that answer, and I've been playing this game a long time.
I haven't either. I'm sure part of it comes down to making sure that you have some good snacks with you, some good hydration, probably at this point a little caffeine, maybe a cup of coffee or two. But it also comes down to probably liking the people you're playing with, just having a good time, especially when you're this far in. You've been winning most of the time. Sure, you've had your one loss, but you're still feeling pretty good. You're having a good time. You're hanging out with your friends. And it's all about making the most of it at the end of the day.
Good friends, good mechanics, good gameplay, and a good spec cam operator. Thank you, Pico. But we're now off that segue. Gonna jump right in, because Rissa, Red Rum has once again brought out the Bamboozler, and this is a stage where we've seen a few players bring out Bamboozler. Sometimes you want to fight a little more, and sure enough, Bamboozler's gonna take out the first player.
Absolutely. I think that Bamboozler is going to be great for helping around the tower like we're seeing Red Rum do now, but also being able to ride the tower and play more aggressively as opposed to typically playing that Snipe Rider. That weapon is not quite as aggressive as this Bamboozler is.
Well, Nox, she wanted aggression here, and sure enough, the Bamboozler's going to lead the charge. A wipeout in the first 30 seconds of the game. Now, you'll see here, they're still actually able to get some threat onto the tower because of how defensible it is. The first checkpoint will fall. Tripped over themselves a little bit here, but a nice opening for the Chefs.
Yeah, Chefs Lugoli looking to find some extra ground to stand on, but not quite able to. And we do see that Colors Aerospray sticking around. I thought it might go away by this point in the tournament, but no, it seems like that is a pick they really like to stick with. It seems like they know it enables them to run, in this case, double blaster. We were seeing blaster roller earlier. We've now switched over to 2 blasters, which is absolutely wild.
It's wild and also very annoying to fight against, and I say that as a blaster player. If they get a couple shots on you, you really don't have a choice but to run away. You see Makoto did a great job there of doing exactly that. Re-rack, maybe defend a little bit, but again, it's all that more important that Colors Aerospray does do a good job of keeping control of relevant spots on this stage, Rissa. Again, you're not going to be able to turf absolutely everything, but can you get the attackers into the right position? You see they've got their blasters over to the left side. If they can clear out that drop, they might have that first checkpoint, but Chef Lugoli isn't making it easy.
Chef Lugoli is not. They are able to throw out the specials that they have and stall that out, and we're seeing Red Rum, like we had talked about on that Bamboozler, just perched up there in a perfect position, having the perfect range to be able to poke at the tower. Now, finally, Foams is able to get on the tower and get some more points on the board, and they are actually super close, too, with multiple members left alive of getting past that first checkpoint, and they do that.
Checkpoint down, lead down. How much further can they take it here? Bowling doing a great job dancing around that tower, making sure that a wayward bomb doesn't take them out here. And now, again, it's the burst bombs that are making it go through. Hold on, that's 2 down. Ori on the slosher keeping at least a little bit of a stall, but that means everyone else jumped on top. Now, they are really throwing Hazard to the wind here. Take everybody out here, fight it. Balloon fighting, and this might actually work. I can't believe it's going to work. That should be a wipeout, but no, now the Colors Aerospray is fighting it out. Where are the jumps? This Aerospray, are they going to get away? It appears, no, they're still there. They're jumping out. Nox, this is absolute madness and paranoia.
It is really aggressive, fast gameplay out of Foam's NA there, doing a great job of just going, we want to keep this in our control for as long as possible. The tower has to slowly come back to mid. The tower only moves so fast. We can take advantage of that by just holding it here for any extra second. And the Colors Aerospray managing to find a pick on their own is not something you see every day.
No, not at all. And there's also this, like, okay, they're going to jump out. I don't have to worry about there, because so many of us jump out when there are 3 people shooting at us. It's just the way this usually goes. So then you look away, and then they're still there, and now everyone's fighting around small corners here. These triple link strikes being used super early to try to clear up some space, and I think that was the right decision. 2 went down. It's just 1 up on drop, but that 1 is throwing burst bombs at the tower as burst bombs continue to pepper it. Rissa, this is just bombs away.
You know what? Sometimes all you can do is just stand there and keep throwing burst bombs and just stalling out for your teammates, as we saw.
That's
Absolutely.
all you need to do sometimes.
Really.
And we're seeing Foams and A struggling to get back to the tower now, but the Colors Aerospray yet again finding a pick, starting to rush back towards the tower, claiming that stack. And this should be Foams actually stabilizing a bit, potentially?
I guess they maybe just figured out where they wanted to attack from. I mean, again, they've got blasters, so if a blaster is sharking around the tower, you know the opponent's going to be a little slower on it, and when you've got 2 blasters, why not send one of them there? The Tacticaler is out now, 45 seconds left. There is a member, I believe it's Makoto on that 52 gal, who can come around to the flank. We saw how effective this was in the previous set. That's where the fight is happening. Makoto gets taken down almost immediately, so that means they could dive the tower, but where are the other members? Of course a blaster is there, takes 1 out, that's 2 out now. It's just Ori fighting it out, and with 1 jumping in and getting taken out, Nox, that is the end of that push. Lead sustained.
Yeah, Foams is doing an incredible job at just barely hanging in there, and that's all you need to do. And now they have a Booyah Bomb ready, like we've been talking about. Those GG specials make such a difference, and they're going to be able to hold it till that last little bit. And N-ZAAPs and Aerosprays have really high mobility. They'll be able to get to that tower as long as they're up.
Well, they weren't up very long because the game is over. And folks, I hope you can tell by the absolute chuckle fest that we were having there how wild and silly some of those moments were. Burst bombs peppering everybody, then a regular bomb. Now people are fighting it out just around 2 little corners, waiting to see who's gonna poke out and fight it all. But at the end of it all, Foams NA gets a victory with a double blaster composition. And again, we noted, on Mako Mart, almost anything goes. People can bring out just about anything that they want to play, but it's so important, and like you said, Nox, you have to be very diligent if you are those short-range shooters to make sure that your 2 blasters have the space, have the turf and the territory to do their job.
Yeah, if you don't have enough ink down on the map, those blasters can't move around freely. They're not weapons that can keep enough ink down on the ground for themselves. They are not self-sustaining. They need help to move around. They will find you every splat in the world. You just need to give them paint. So if you're going to have 2 of them, you better have things that paint at least as well as Aerospray and N-ZAAP. And there's not a lot of options there.
I was going to say, Rissa, I'm looking at my sheet right now, and I'm like, what, 2 weapons? Maybe 3 that can keep pace? And I mean, that's stretching it a little bit here.
Splash-o-matic. A Splash-o-matic could be thrown in.
Splash, a Splattershot Junior maybe, but I mean, absolutely, those are 2 of the top weapons that I think you would want to pair with a double blaster comp too. And especially, they had been running a blaster roller comp too, which is kind of the same thing. Roller can't self-sustain itself, so they're already used to kind of knowing how to play around those type of weapons and knowing how to paint with them.
And it'll be interesting to see if they stick with double blaster because, listen, we know that blasters are, of course, very strong on tower control, but it's not like roller is bad there, and it's not like roller is... I think roller's one of the strongest weapons on Mako Mart when you have someone who can really pilot it well, so we'll see what they change. We've been told Turf War Umami Ruins is where we're headed next, so Rissa, I'll be honest, they bring Double Blaster to this one, I'm throwing out the entire book, and I clearly know nothing about this game anymore.
Oh my gosh, I know. I was kind of thinking along the similar lines. A lot of times Turf War is that mode where teams will switch their comp kind of in a big way. And if this team ends up coming out with either Blaster Roller or Double Blaster, I think that's going to be very interesting. Maybe they really want to play into that half aggressive, half support comp. I mean, we're going to have to see.
Well, we did talk earlier about the role that Blaster plays in Turf War, and again, we talked about it in the context of Len earlier, I believe, but certainly you still need something that can fight, and if you think your opponent is going to bring out a lot of short-range weapons, you think that you could take advantage of that. But Nox, interestingly enough, you didn't really feel the range advantage that, at least in theory, Chef Lugoli should have had that time, partially because of the Bamboozler change, but also they just weren't able to establish any sort of foothold, and I wonder if Turf War will change some of that.
Turf War definitely could change some of that. I do think part of them not being able to take advantage of range was the stage of Mako Mart being the stage of Mako Mart. It is a map that short range weapons really thrive on, whereas Umami, there's a lot safer spots to stand. You can find more safety that should allow for the Bamboo, or maybe now the Pencil 5B, the Snipe Rider 5B, to really shine. But we are seeing the same switch from earlier on the side of Foams and A of putting that Splash-O-Matic back in play. Just the one blaster. Not too unexpected.
Well, you know, we made the joke earlier that Splash-O-Matic was one of the few weapons that could actually keep up turfing with the others. Well, okay, we thought that maybe one team would bring out the Splash. No, instead it's both. But, hey, listen, it's a simple idea. You want to turf a lot and swallow up anybody who gets close to you, so why not do it that way? Now you've got a Crab to help as well. Bishop identifies where Makoto is, would love to close this out, tries to get some assists from Bowling, and was just about out of ink, manages to close it out instead. Again, this early scuffle here, especially on a stage like this, it's really going to be those last 30 seconds, but I would argue even, Rissa, maybe the last minute, given how difficult it can be to break out of your spawn here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this map, too, is a lot shorter than what we've been seeing on stream here at Urchin Underpass. That map is a very, very long map. So this map in particular, it's a lot shorter, and they're going to be able to get right back in the action, like you said, since spawn is right there.
Go, 2 minutes left on the clock. Okay, I guess this is where everyone is meeting up here for this tactical. I was a little scared that the members of Foams NA could drop on top of that, but it appears they have their specials. They're going to play this a little patiently. Nox, they know that they can absorb any sort of turf differential pretty quickly and cover it back up, so I like the way they're not trying to dive in and make too big of a mistake. If they're just simply trading paint with their opponent, they know they'll eventually come out.
Yeah, they will, especially with that Reflux 540 and the Tenta missiles. They are just going to be able to output so much paint so quickly if they get the opportunity, and they know they just need to wait and strike when the opportunity shows itself. Foams NA can't move forward without their range blaster. They don't have other weapons that really want to initiate fights on their own. So Chef Lugoli definitely can take it slow, can catch their breath, and use this 3-minute timer to their full advantage.
Well, here we go. They've done just that, patiently waiting. Again, they know they have the range advantage, and they have enough mobility, too, like you said, that they shouldn't get too outpaced. And with the range blaster down, this is the opportunity. It's a couple shooters there, and the shooters actually take them out. I think that Balloon maybe was just a little too far back to try to assist. So here we go. Take a look at it. Just the last little bit here. Of course, you would love to keep a shooter up, but Rissa, when they have 3 shooters, they can afford to throw caution to the wind.
Yeah, they absolutely can. They can afford to sit back, stall, paint, just keep throwing bombs and utilizing that time to stall since their weapons do have that mobility. And it's working out very nicely for them as we head into the last 30 seconds of this. But this is where it gets really crucial. Even though Foams NA does have mid control, has control of that top mid area of the map, they have to keep holding this. They can't let members of their team go down.
And look, they move forward and attack. They actually sent one of their shooters up. I believe it was the Splash to go forward and attack here. So they are not content to wait. 10 seconds left. It's burst bombs. Of course, what else would it be? But that's 2 that goes down. Is there enough time? It's Pandemonium. Everyone's going down. A lot of yellow emerged there at the end. Let's see what Judd has to say. This one might be a little difficult for him. Oh no, Foams NA left a lot undone in their spawn, and that may have been what did it. 46-4 to 43-9, and Chef Lugoli steals it. Nox, you called it out over and over and over again. You've got to keep your spawn as clean as possible. We, again, don't have the exact numbers, of course, but I'd be surprised if that wasn't what made the difference there. That was so close.
Yeah, well, I think the other key thing there at the end is most comps can't paint the way we saw Chef Lugoli's paint there at the end. The Reflux 540 absolutely is why they were able to turn that around. If you look at the layout of paint on that end screen, you can see exactly where that Reflux went, and you can see the amount of turf they laid down, and it is absolutely obscene, really incredible to see. Not a weapon you see outside of Turf War. Not a weapon that you probably should see outside of Turf War. But it's useful to know where a weapon's strengths lie and be able to optimize your comp around it.
And make no mistake about it, you also have the very important job of absolutely under no circumstances going down in the last 10 seconds there. I mean, it's almost more stressful when your weapon only has one job in that instance, because if you go down, the game ends, essentially, for you. You are not keeping up with, again, a 3-shooter composition where 3 of those shooters are 3 of the best turfers in the game. But Rissa, we now move 1-1. We might have another Game 5 on stream here. I hope you two are hanging in there, because this has been a long one, but it's been such a joy to see these teams bring in so many, I think, unique identities on how to play Splatoon, and we've seen so many heroes emerge over the course of these games.
Absolutely. I was kind of thinking that earlier. I was like, wow, I'm learning a lot actually from the different weapons that we're seeing today. I'm seeing personally a lot of weapons that I don't typically see played throughout Splatoon 3 tournaments. So like the Brilla, double blaster comp, or roller blaster comp, things like that are things that I'm not typically used to seeing. However, it's great to watch it, and it's fun to learn from them and how they play around those different type of weapons that we're seeing. And it'll be fun too if maybe other teams and players follow after this and end up playing different things like this as well.
Well, and I think it speaks to the importance of a format like this, where you have the opportunity to really counterpick to these, I think, kind of awkward stage mode combinations that your opponent, do they make a change? Do they stick with old reliable? You have the opportunity to really counterpick them in a big way. And speaking of counterpicks, Nox, we're heading back to one of your favorites, Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker.
Yeah, I really would love to see a team pull out the Splash-O-Matic Gecko here. I think it's ridiculously strong on this map mode. I think the new rain buff adds to that. I think Toxic Mist completely stalls out pushes here. It's a great way to be able to know that if that player stays alive, the other team is not pushing. But that being said, that's hopeful thinking on my part for seeing a weapon that nobody else really cares about the way I do, and that's understandable.
Well, I don't think many of us had Colors Aerospray on our bingo sheet today either.
True.
So,
that is true.
But let's talk as the teams get ready here a little bit about Inkstorm, because we really haven't had a chance to talk about it at all. Another special sticking around from Splatoon 2 that got a recent buff. You toss it forward, a cloud, we'll call it, flies up into the air. You cannot stop it in any way. The best that you can do is either try to tank it or move out of the way. And to your point, on a stage like this where there's only one real path that a lot of times these teams will try to go, you're right, it can totally stop it. And Nox, I think it's a great idea for Rainmaker. I think more people should listen to you. I do.
Thank you. I've thought about Rainmaker strategies a lot, oddly. I've done some interesting Rainmaker strategies over time. I think it's just with Humpback especially, there is that one path, and it has such a tight entrance that you're really going to look for ways to slow it down and ways to break through it. So we're thinking, like, in terms of breaking through it, Ultra Stamp is really good for that. Booyah Bomb, Triple Ink Strikes, lots of things can really help you get in, and it'll be interesting to see if there are any comp changes to encourage that.
Well, here we go, Rainmaker. This is the rubber game, as it were, 1-1. Winner of this will take a 2-1 lead and the counter pick advantage. Interesting, Red Rum now switching back. They're going to get their tacticooler from another side. And Rissa, it's the double blaster composition coming out once again here. Listen, I know it's Humpback Pump Track, and you love to fire at all these awkward angles and get a quick pop, but very interesting. They're going to have to fight it out in a more honest fashion.
Absolutely. I'm kind of wondering, we saw them on stream on the first set that we watched. I'm wondering if maybe throughout the tournament, the bits that we didn't watch them, maybe all of a sudden they realized, hey, today our strategy is definitely double blaster. Sometimes it's really just a day of thing like that where you realize, okay, today this is working better for us as a team. So I have a feeling that's what happened.
There we go. That blaster almost took 2 out. Instead gets none. Chef Lugoli should be able to mount a decent defense here, but now Bishop fires at Red Rum. Red Rum spamming this way saying, help me! I need somebody, help! Instead, will survive here, and they will actually start a push instead of their own. You see those bombs and the splatter color screen, a nice defensive tool. I don't think anyone's going to be able to stop this. No, that is the first checkpoint gone already. And Nox, I think they have the specials here, the triple ink strike. They should be able to force a couple members back, and we'll see if they can steal some more points.
It seems like they might be able to get a bit further forward, especially because a lot of players for Chef Lugoli were set up on that left side. The Booyah Bomb comes out, slows them down, but not going to be enough to keep them from moving forward. Ori doing a great job with the splat roll there of just sneaking those few extra points. The Colors Aerospray coming in with the flank and the splatter color screen, though, going to be able to shut it down. A push to 31 is usually something we go, that could be a winning push. On Humpback Pump Track, we are less sure of that generally.
Well, the flank master Makoto once again getting in on the action, was waiting. That is a wipeout, and this Rainmaker's in a scary spot. Yeah, they're going to jump it up this left side. We saw this play at the end of Grand Finals last week. The points can absolutely fly off if they can make this jump. Balloon carrying it right now. They just have to get past one of these players, and a wonderfully timed triple ink strike might be enough. That's 3 down. It's just the Colors Aerospray. The splatter color screen won't do it, and it's down to 4. And Nox, this is more of what you were wanting.
Yeah, this is more the kind of score where you expect to see it. Win for Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. But Chef Lugoli manages to get back in, gets the knockout. Really great play from them to just keep throwing bodies at the Rainmaker. It works very well.
And when we say that Rainmaker is the most volatile mode in Splatoon, that's what it looks like. It's a push to, as we said, kind of a meh 30. I mean, that might win you some games, probably not here. And then Makoto is flanking, sharking, waiting with that 52 gal right underneath your drop. Suddenly 1 becomes 2, another fight doesn't go your way, it's 3, and then it's all out of control at that point. You have the triple ink strike from Ori saved for the exact right moment. Then it's a scuffle. Eventually, you're going to get outscaled. And Rissa, that's a good old-fashioned game of Rainmaker right there.
That really was. That was good old-fashioned Rainmaker, too, especially when the Rainmaker got up in that top left area. And then typically, the other team is able to push everyone from the other team out of their spawn, out of that area. But with the distractions, I think that Makoto was doing on that 52 gal, they ended up making everyone from the other team look at them instead of looking at the Rainmaker, and Red Rum was able to sneak through there and just end up dunking the Rainmaker.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of scary sights in Splatoon. Obviously, an opponent pulling out a Trizuka at point-blank range is scary. Sometimes a carbon roller emerging and swatting down at you, that's scary. I would argue that a 52 gal who has seen you before you see them throwing their splash wall at you has to be in the top 5 scariest things in Splatoon, and you saw right there. Makoto had those great flanks earlier, and of course, doing it again. Now we move over to Splat Zones, and it's almost a little wild that we haven't seen it up to this point. Nox, we're going to be seeing it, though, on a stage that you talked about earlier when it comes to Splat Zones. I believe postage stamp was the word that you used. It's Urchin Underpass.
It is. Urchin Underpass is always an interesting one. It's one where, like, true anchors, true backlines don't tend to thrive there. This is a map where we don't see snipe riders. This is a map where we sometimes see heavy edit slatlings. It's a map where we'll often see dapple dualies come out. I don't know if we'll see that here. We should expect to see the snipe riders stop playing snipe rider and maybe try something else for a cooler here. I don't quite know what they'll go to. I'm always a fan of the Rapid Blaster Pro Winter, but never a guarantee that we'll see such a thing.
Well, see, that's a really interesting point because, of course, Red Rum is their charger player, we will say. But Red Rum has been known for Bamboozler for so long, so this seems like it would be a really natural choice for them here. But I'll be honest, the Bamboozler, I think, has maybe not had the effect that we thought. They've been winning the games, but I feel like it's been Ori and the rest who've been getting it done. I digress, though. Rissa, no real changes on these teams. They're riding double blaster until their tournament ends, apparently.
They are. I mean, it must have been, like I said before, that those little matches, the matches that we didn't see them, they must have realized this is what we're running today. This is it. This is the comp. And on this stage as well, I think it's a good comp. It can work over the different ledges and different areas of this map. So as we're looking at this, they are in control of the zone, and you can see they're starting to poke at the other team trying to come at them with those blasters, just like we saw Bishop do.
Well, there you go. Red Rum already making use of that weapon, special weapon there, the Killer Whale, and now suddenly Things are starting to get ahead of them. Again, it's going to be a flank coming from the N-ZAAP to try to make it through, but they are having a difficult time fighting. Now, finally, Chef Lugoli is going to get in some control. And Nox, this is where things could get really scary for their composition. Breaking out with double blaster could be very difficult unless you're getting jump-ins like they did right there.
Yeah, they made it look easy because the arrow spray and because the N-ZAAP are putting down so much paint. They're using their sub-weapons really well. That is a thing that FreeFlow has been doing consistently throughout this tournament. We have been seeing them expertly use those burst bombs and splat bombs and suction bombs to just keep everything moving forward. And they've also been running double burst bomb like every game, which is absolutely wild.
Oh man, 4 burst bombs flying at you has to also go on the list of scariest things in Splatoon as that list continues to grow before our very eyes. Ori gets double, great work there. Now trying to go for the triple onto Archer, gets it. Could Ori get a quad here? It's just Bowling. Bowling will get that done, and that's gonna allow a jump to come in, but was that jump a little too overzealous? Now they're gonna have to swim all the way out. I don't know if they got up into their side. It appears not, which means that the members of Chef Lugoli should be able to push through. Rissa, this is where this stage in particular can get really scary. Right now, one team at a huge advantage, and there's the Tacticooler.
Yep, there's that Tacticooler, and if you're able to have the time to push up past the zone like that, it can get really, really deadly for you if you're on the other side, like we're seeing here. Even Red Rum is positioned up here on the top right side with this bamboo. If you're the other team trying to approach this, if you're on Foams and A trying to approach a bamboo that's guarding the zone, it's gonna get really tricky.
Well, here you go, Tricky, just a few seconds left. Ori again comes in from the other side, but make no mistake, this is a team effort leading to that wipeout. And there you go, Chef Lugoli puts it to bed right there. It was a little scary at times. We'll say very scary at times, all right? You never quite know how you're gonna fare against a comp like Double Blaster because you've just never played it all that often. But once they got over that initial shock, Chef Lugoli said, okay, we've got a plan that works here. If they take us to a shorter map, we're going to go with the Bamboozler. If it's a longer map, we go to the Snipe Rider 5H. We've got players who can shift around. We touted this team's versatility early on in the tournament. Nox, they get the victory. They move on. And now they've got to be feeling like, okay, FreeFlow barely beat us. FreeFlow beat Hypernova. We can beat it, but we do have a lovely replay here. And because this is the Rainmaker game, Nox, go ahead and take us through it.
Yeah, it's always exciting to see Rainmaker. We're seeing Mikado just doing an excellent job setting up under this drop, which will enable their teammates to be able to rapidly move forward. Balloon taking their time with the Rainmaker, not over-rushing, not over-committing, and just taking it into this upper left area that teams are not overly ready to deal with usually. It's not something we see all the time. Everything but the Aerospray's gone down. The Aerospray is doing everything they can to get to Balloon, and it's going to be just enough. But it wasn't enough in the end because they hadn't managed to clear out the rest of the team, and they were just able to rush it, get the pop, and knock it out.
Yeah, the only thing scarier than the first Rainmaker push is the second Rainmaker push that happens right after it. I always go with the joke that the strongest weapon in all of Splatoon is the Rainmaker shield, because once that pops, if anybody is in the same area code as it, it does take you out. It is enough damage to take out any Inkling in almost any scenario. So Chef Lugoli gets it done. Rissa, then there were 3 teams left right now. So much Splatoon being played, but in the end, it is our top 3 seeds that are still there. We'll take a look at the bracket and go ahead and take us through these teams and their journey.
Yeah, so looking at this, as we can see, and we previously watched here on stream, FreeFlow beat the #1 seed Hypernova and is in grand finals, awaiting whoever is going to win in losers finals. And in losers finals, we just saw Chef Lugoli beating Foams NA. And Hypernova, like I said, was sent down to losers finals by FreeFlow. So as we get all the way to the final 3 teams, man, all these teams, I feel like they're all warmed up. They're all playing really well. And I think, you know, seeing the way they're playing, the way they're able to adapt to different things, all of them, I think is going to be really fun.
And as we wait for the teams to get set and into the lobby and get this started, Nox, last week we talked so much about how certain players that people might not be familiar with and certain weapons really got to shine. I thought that that may be an anomaly, that was going to be a last week thing. We've seen it even more this week, and I love it. There's so much to this game.
There is. This has been such interesting and exciting Splatoon. We've seen more close games than I've seen in a long time today. I love seeing 3-2s. I love seeing, I believe we might have seen a reverse sweep earlier with the Hypernova FreeFlow and not commented on the fact that it was a reverse sweep. If I'm remembering if I'm remembering the order of games correctly.
Yeah,
always a caveat there.
Well, you keep saying if I remember math or remember numbers correctly.
My memory is not great.
Well, I think you've been right every time. So, okay, let's, you don't have to be so humble about it. But no, I mean, it is true. That completely slipped under the radar because of the nature of how wild those individual games were. Forget zooming out and looking at the match as a whole. A couple of those games shouldn't have ended the way that they did either. And we've showcased so many different locales, so many stages as well as combinations of stage and mode that people are just not familiar with. It's only fitting then, with that being the case, that we are starting our losers finals on Turf War. Rissa, it's Turf War Crab Leg Capital. So again, these teams pulling out all the stops, every trick that they have. I mean, what do you think the rationale here is?
Actually, I think it was Splat Zones, if I heard correctly.
You sure did.
Yes.
Nox remembers numbers. I can't listen to words. So I'm going to go ahead, Rissa, please, as I bury myself.
It's okay. It's okay. That's why we're all here together, able to handle that. So yeah, Splat Zones, Crab Leg Capital. I think that's going to be a very interesting one to start out with. A lot of the sets that start out with Splat Zones in particular, it's typically, a stage that we're familiar with, Inkblot, Macomart, things like that. Just ones that are really familiar within the game. However, Crab Leg there's so many different things that can happen with all the different levels of the stage. So I think this is going to be quite the interesting one to start out on.
And the giant double backlinered elephant in the room, Nox, is the last time that we saw Hypernova on this stage. Yes, it was tower control and the rationale was there, but it's still 2 backliners. Do you think we'll see that again?
I think we very well could, especially because Heavy Edit Splatling plays more like a midline. It plays more forward, it plays more with its teammates. And Snipe Rider is so good at controlling this specific zone. I am usually not the biggest fan of how Snipe Rider paints. I'm very on the record about this. I don't think it paints as well as people say it does. It's very good at painting Crab Leg Zone specifically, though, because Crab Leg Zone is just about 5 straight lines that it paints, which is very effective and efficient. If you're gonna run that comp, I think this is the mode and stage to do it on.
Well, especially because you know that you should be able to outrange these opponents here. Now, this would certainly be a stage that if Red Worm was going to switch back to the Snipe Rider instead of the Bamboozler, this would be one because, as you noted, now I love the way that you see these splat zones. You've got postage stamp, you've got 5 straight lines. I mean, when you break it down that simply, it's hard to argue with either of those, by the way.
Everything can be shapes.
It can, and boy, oh boy, do we get a lot of rectangles for these zones. And yeah, I think that this would be the time to go back to it. But there is something to be said for we simply outrange most of your weapons. And if you're not as worried about some of the offbeat unconventional stuff like FreeFlow was running at you and kind of catching up to you with, Nox, I think there's at least... I agree with you that there is a case to be made for double backline here.
Specifically, I do think it does need to be the heavy edit splatling or a normal heavy splatling. I don't think you can do anything that would play further back than that. I do, and it seems that they are doing it again. It seems that it's something they probably have planned then, which is interesting to see. And we're also going to see Balloon on the Rapid Blaster Pro Winter.
Oh, I love blasters, and this one especially. Listen, if you're going to get to a double tacticooler composition, this is not typically the way that you would get to it, unless it's here on Crab Leg, Rissa. Of course, it's all about range. It's all about damage. Now, that's already a pencil down, but Ori coming on the flank here would love to get one of these, at least trade it out, maybe. Okay, another one was there. That's 4 members getting cycled, sort of, and Hypernova wants a little revenge.
Absolutely. Hypernova, they are not messing around as they are immediately playing super aggressively here as we see Fishy puts it up on this top grate to guard over their teammates and guard over the zone. And they're continuing to hold the zone as their remaining member on that Snipe Rider is able to come back. As we're seeing specials come out slowly from Chef Lugoli, they are working to get back into the zone, but the remaining members of Hypernova are utilizing the range that they have and just poking and holding the zone as best they can.
Yeah, I think the only thing that was going in their favor right there might have been that the heavy edit ran out of ink at a certain point, kind of stopped firing there, and everybody else moved forward, but that is a short-lived reprieve at this point. Synapse duking it out with Makoto and gets that fight as well. Nox, it has been all Hypernova thus far. Redrum even has to back up in the pencil battle, and listen, I don't want to jinx this already, but we are seeing why double backline is so strong here.
We are. It's a really good map for double backline. It's probably the only one you'd want to run it on. And Chef Lugoli also is kind of short on paint, especially compared to Hypernova's comp. It's going to be hard for them to cap zone. They need to find picks. They need to be able to pressure Hypernova back to be able to challenge it at all, especially with Balloon on that Rapid Blaster Pro. It just really is an awkward situation, but Redrum's trying to make it work.
Has to jump out there. Balloon has to jump out there, giving it all up. Let's say set play time. Let's figure out where our specials are coming in and move there from that. Captain Happy taking a great position over here on the far right, trying to fire at Balloon, as Fishy also firing on the way up. That penalty is awfully low, and it is done. Can these triple ink strikes find anything? Can it flip the zone or find a player? The answer to both for the time being is no. Captain Abby retreats back, so Chef Lugoli has pushed their way in, but they need to find players quick. That is one down. That is two down now. They traded out, and Rissa, they found a way to break back in, though it was difficult.
It was difficult. You could see they had to just play really scrappy there, it felt like. That was what they needed to do in order to get back into the zone. They couldn't play that more safe, slower type of gameplay that you might want to play getting into zones and utilize specials slowly. They had to just drop in and play super scrappy in order to at least cap the zone.
That is just a vicious spot to put that sprinkler, by the way. So difficult to take it out, and it's putting a little bit of turf all over your side of the stage. Now again, can Chef Lugoli find a way out? Already jumping out, does have the triple ink strikes. Can they get the players in the right position? You want Balloon over here, has some targets to shoot at. Can they take anybody out? The answer is no. Nox, they gave up that position quick, and this game is starting to slip away.
I think it already has slipped away. They're not going to be able to easily cap. They don't have any specials. It's just Ori. Ori having to try and outpaint a heavy Splatling. Not going to be able to. Hypernova using that Booyah Bomb, cleaning up the game. There are still more games to go, but Hypernova's comp worked beautifully there.
Nobody beats Hypernova's double backline comp twice in the same tournament. Nobody gets it twice. FreeFlow might have something to say about that later. But for the time being, you see why it works, how difficult it is. And Rissa, let's just talk about how difficult it felt like everything was that time for Chef Lugoli. Because you know sometimes you watch a game or you play a game and you're like, this just all feels difficult. Like, we're playing the same game here. We're playing a good comp. We're not necessarily even playing poorly. It just all feels tough. And really, that whole game, they were playing tennis with a brick wall.
Absolutely. You could see they were constantly doing, it felt like they were doing everything right. They were staying back, they were getting their specials ready, they were throwing bombs if they had them, and just playing everything by the book. But when it came to dropping into getting the zone, that's where that range from Hypernova really came into play. And not only the range, but also the paint that edit and that Snipe Rider are able to put down onto the map. They just couldn't get past that at all. Every time I saw those tri-strikes come into the zone, there was the heavy edit there just above on the grates, just I'm gonna scoot over and just paint over that, no big deal. And that just little things like that made it super difficult for them.
And I want to hone in on that heavy edit because right at the start, Nox, you said plays more like a midline, and as a lover of heavy edit myself, we play a lot of the same weapons somehow.
It seems like it.
There's something so nice about a special has now been thrown. Let me back up and hold my charge, and now you've swum forward, and I just take you out anyway? I mean, what are we doing here? What's this dance? But you really see why it's so strong there in particular. It's not enough to displace him. You got to take him out.
Yeah, you do. And to get to them, especially on Crab Leg Capital, you have to get through all of the front lines. You have to dodge the Snipe Rider. And then you still are dealing with a heavy edit on Grates. You are dealing with a heavy edit in their strongest situation. If there was still Kelp Dome in Splatoon 3, heavy edit would love it there. Luckily, we will never see heavy edit there in this game.
No, we won't. And I mean, we're running through all the Rainmaker hits right now. So Rissa, take us through Rainmaker Undertow Spillway. If it's not Humpback Pump Track that's the most played Rainmaker stage, it's got to be this one.
Yeah, absolutely. This one, it is played a lot. We're all very familiar with it and how it plays. However, I feel like a lot of times it's still, even though I've seen it and played it so many times, I feel like it's still kind of difficult for me once you get to that first checkpoint area, getting around that left side of the map. It can be super tricky because the other team's spawn is right there. And again, it's one of those situations where everyone just knows to flow into that same area, and it's a tight quarters. So it does make it a little bit tricky, and it's not quite as snowbally as some of the other Rainmaker maps are, but getting past that tight area that everyone is going to be going to, it can be pretty tricky, and you have to figure out how to work around it as a team.
But I would also argue that this is one of the stages where having a Rainmaker carrier who really knows what they're doing can show itself. We saw in last week's action, Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, Kraken Mare was carrying that thing. I thought that the play was basically done at that point. They survived a little bit, took one out, and found a way to extend what was probably a push to about 30, all the way down to a knockout. So I love that aspect of this too. But Nox, Riss hit on a really interesting point there, which is, yes, we've played this so much, we kind of know how to play it, but that's, I think, in a more traditional sense. A lot of the things that we have seen from these teams today, I wouldn't exactly call traditional.
Yeah, I don't think traditional is quite the word. It wouldn't surprise me if we see some bright side pushes. We have some significant comp changes coming out here from Hypernova. Not weapons that I am shocked to see any of them play. They are weapons that I do associate with those players still. I know Synapse has been working a lot on Dapple Dualies. It's a great weapon for getting quick pops in Rainmaker. Definitely cool changes. The big bubbler will make an impact here from the Zimmy, along with that Toxic Mist that I've talked about too much.
Yeah, those Dapple Dualies Nouveau. I mean, we might actually finally get to see a Reef Slider that we talked about earlier in the cast as well. Can absolutely stack some momentum on top, but you see Fishy here, who's been the Splatling menace here, playing this Zinc Mini Splatling, as you noted. But if you need to hold one specific part of a stage, it's one of the best weapons at doing that. Right now, kind of just almost stopping this push single-handedly. Hasn't taken anybody out, but finally we will see a grab. Did the members of Chef Lugoli go far enough ahead to allow for this push? The answer is yes. And Rissa, that's the checkpoint gone in the first minute.
Yeah, that was really fast. They immediately grabbed that Rainmaker and took advantage of the situation that they had, and it was a Mikado who grabbed the Rainmaker too, which is typically one of the more aggressive players that pushes up past the Rainmaker, but that was one of those little moments where you recognize, hey, we have other people in correct positions. I'm just going to grab the Rainmaker even though I'm, quote-unquote the frontline player, and it worked out beautifully for them as they were able to get past the first checkpoint.
We talked earlier about how precious just a few seconds can be, certainly on this stage in particular, where if the defender is on the right side and you can go left, you might have just enough time to get it. And now we see a more traditional defense. Everyone's stacked up on the left side. At some point, Fishy has to consider going right. Yeah, okay, no one's over here. And hey, we said if everyone's on the right, go left. If everyone's on the left, go right. They get a pop really quick, too. There's enough specials here that they should be able to keep this from getting too nasty, but it is sure enough, Nox, a good old-fashioned game of Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway right now. We've seen it all.
It is, and Hypernova had that big bubbler ready. It got out, but they don't have the players forward enough to really take advantage of it. We're seeing Chef Lugoli doing a great job of cleaning up, taking up space, and I think we might see it stalled around that 60-point mark for a bit, as neither team really has a lot to work with here. We do see that Reef Slider ready. It is pretty impactful if they take it down that right street. So who knows?
Yeah, waiting. Synapse just there, waiting, wondering. Go ahead and toss a torpedo right now. Wait for it, see if we can take one out. Where are we going? Where's the attack coming from? They haven't been able to take out enough members here to really get it started. Now, finally, they'll opt to take it over to the left. Captain Appy swims past and takes the lead. Hold on, is anyone here? It's just Red Rump. This Bamboozler can't close it out enough, and hop, skipping, and jumping their way. And finally, the Samuraido is going to move through here. Will that be enough to close it out? It's just Fishy. Fishy backs up, tries to give some jumps to the team. You can see those markers come in. Now retreating all the way back. That probably means that the push is done for the time being, unless anyone is sharking. We've seen it. Keep an eye on it. 4 members in the middle. That means it's the end of the push. But Rissa, that's what we talk about when it's a good carrier of the Rainmaker who knows the moment to strike.
Absolutely. That is just being able to know the moment to strike, grab that Rainmaker and push through. And they recognize, hey, we were starting to slowly, make them look on the right side of the map. I'm going to grab the Rainmaker and rush it through the left side. Being able to grab that Rainmaker, not hesitate, and know the direction that's going to be best to take it can be so crucial.
And now this gets so difficult if you are a defensive team. I know we've talked about it again over and over and over, but playing Rainmaker with a lead, completely different than when you have to defend over and over. Not waiting now is Hypernova. Nox, they want to keep this game-winning pressure up as long as they can.
Yeah, the more pressure you're putting on the other team, the more likely you are to knock out. But also, having the Rainmaker, moving it forward, means that Chef Lugoli can't. It is one of the most important things you can do in Rainmaker, is just have the Rainmaker. Red Rum able to find the pick there. Ori working on painting up mid. But will it be enough? They're still just struggling to keep paint down despite having a really high paint composition. And it's just not quite working out for them.
Well, you sometimes get lost in all of our Undertow Spillway games that we talk about. This is not the easiest stage to turf, too. It's got very awkward geography. Again, you can see here, not even easy necessarily to get up to your own side, so not so easy, but they have managed to get it at least over to this left side. There's a convoy here trying to escort. That's a wonderful spot for that big bubbler to make sure there's some pressure, but I think actually went down because of that. Synapse not able to get out the Reef Slider as well, and it's just the flanker left. Henlo comes around and closes it out. Rissa, that may have been the door slamming shut.
Absolutely. We only have about 15 seconds remaining of this match. That Rainmaker is being very tightly guarded as well by Hypernova there on the top left side of the screen. The Rainmaker about to reset. I have a feeling they might grab it. Yep, they do grab that Rainmaker, hold it back in their spawn, and they just make it super difficult for Chef Lugoli to even think about getting to the Rainmaker with all that yellow paint guarding it as well.
Oof, Nox, you saw Makoto trying to come up there, and you can actually see a little stretch of purple amidst all that yellow, so they pulled out just about every trick that they could have, but just not quite enough. So difficult, as we said, to turf up there, even when you have a high turf output comp.
Yeah.
Again, when the opponent has pushed it down to the teens, it's not the easiest stage to steal a lead back.
It is not. It is especially like that when Hypernova knows how to play defense there so well, and also kept pushing it whenever they had the chance, which really denied any chances for Chef, which makes it a very difficult situation. They definitely put up a better fight that game than the previous. They're not out of this yet. They can still take some games, potentially even the set, if they find the right groove, if they make the right counter pick, which is always the challenge.
Well, it's also difficult when you're playing an opponent who's proven that they can counterpick just about anything and anywhere. One stage, we're going to go double backline. On the other one, we've got a Dapple Dualies and a Zinc Mini that we can bring out. You can't possibly prepare for all of that, but this is the opportunity for Chef Lugoli. If there's anything they can maybe feel good about, it's like, yeah, Hypernova's been known to get reverse swept. I mean, it happened earlier today, so why not again? But certainly this is a mountain for them to climb.
Yeah, it's definitely... Hypernova's not known to be the most consistent team. They are known to be an exceptionally good team. They are known to be a very fast team. They are not known to be the most consistent.
I mean, kind of brutal there, Rissa. Do you have a retort for that? Or, I mean...
Like, dang, no. Oh, man. Good. I mean, I don't know. That's just, I mean, all I know is Hypernova is all of a sudden, now that they've warmed up, they're playing really well, it seems like, and they're not hesitating on their weapon adaptations. So if you're Chef Lugoli, you know, maybe you go to something that you're more in particular comfortable on. Just maybe try and play into your strengths.
Well, they've gone back to one of, I would call, an old reliable, at least as far as Clam Blitz goes, because we're heading back to the museum. Museum d'Alfonsino Clam Blitz. We've seen this already in this tournament. Again, very popular choice for Clam Blitz, and it can get a little hectic, I think, in Clam Blitz, but I'm intrigued as to why they have opted to go here to Museum d'Alfonsino. Nox, this says to me, we want something we're well practiced on. We know we can't out-counterpick this team in terms of a weapon selection, so let's just go with what we know.
Yeah, it could also be a matter of Museum d'Alfonsino is a bit of an easier map to stabilize on, and that's been something they've been really struggling with. There are more spaces that you can go, okay, take a breath, figure out what we need to do. Now, admittedly, the breaths you get to take at this level are very rapid and not long. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's useful to be able to just go, okay, this is where we are. How do we move forward? Not that you have time to have the whole conversation, but you get to have the mental reset. And they really are gonna have to rely on that here probably, as they are facing a mountain of midlines.
A mountain of midlines. What a way to put it. Put that on an album. But going here does mean that Fishy will go back to that mid decapitator. And hey, maybe this is part of the rationale as well. It's been difficult to play against the Splatlings, so at least we know a little bit more of what it's like to fight a decav. So maybe that's part of it too. But here we go right into it. Of course, the teams are going to jockey for position here at the start, not wanting to create the big mistake. Synapse, some fancy footwork, is going to take it Makoto in the duel of the shooters. Go ahead and grab that tactical here. Try to swallow up Red Rum. That is another one that goes down. Both teams traded out a couple, Rissa, and this is how these games tend to usually start.
Absolutely, especially like Nox was saying, this is one of those bigger stages where you're able to have time to take a breath. Both teams in mid here just trying to play and poke at each other and see who can get the upper hand at first. And with the stage middle being so large, it does allow that time to, take a breath and try and think about how you want to approach it.
Now here's the tricky part about the composition that Chef Lugoli is running as Ori dives right through, almost took out another one. I was about to say that they don't have a ton of AoE in their composition. We saw earlier how FreeFlow was able to move forward in attack with a lot of the AoE weapons that they had brought to the fight. Nox here, it's a little bit more difficult. They do have a slosher, but you're seeing it's not so easy to poke through when you've got a bunch of shooters and things that shoot straight.
Yeah, the slosher just doesn't have a ton of angles to work around here. Mikado managing to pull off a bit of a flank, it's just not enough. But on the other hand, Chef Lugoli also has been able to continue almost pushing for so long now. They're doing a great job of keeping Hypernova out of mid, of keeping the game very stable. And they have some specials at the ready, but they get picked off, and I imagine this is going to be a pretty quick turnaround from here from Hypernova.
You would think so. Can they build up enough clams for this to be a big threat right now? I think is the real question. You can see now finally some triple ink strikes coming out from where? Yeah, Fishy, I was thinking the same thing. Wait, why are they coming from the left side? And look at that, the jump won't get off either. I mean, Synapse is going to have to swim back to the middle here, try to identify where Ori has come from. Very edge of the range of that Forge Pro. Gonna close it out. It's again Pandemonium in the middle. Hypernova will end up on top in the scrum. Finally an opportunity, but Rissa, they don't have a ton of clams yet.
They don't, and a lot of times this is exactly what can happen in Clam Blitz. You get control of mid, you get your specials ready, you get pushed up under the basket, but you don't necessarily have a lot of clams to follow it up. We see them able to make that one power clam and try and get, 2 more clams after that? And they're able to open up the basket at least and get some points on the board. So that took a while for either team to finally open up that clams basket.
Oh, they're going to try to make the most of this. A jump and a dunk down to 54. Wonderful play to go back there. Knowing where those clam spawns tend to be, you can build it up very, very quickly. That's a huge push there. We only have 2 minutes left in this game, Nox. Finally, they break it open, and hey, they got under 60.
They did get under 60. That is what you like to see. It means that the push has a good chance of just being able to be held. It's easy enough to continue without too much penalty. It's a really sweet spot to be in. And we're seeing Chef Lugoli looking for a way in. Mikado trying to brute force it open, but the Booyah Bomb's gonna get in the way of that. The triple ink strikes are gonna get in the way of that. The big bubble is gonna get in the way of that. Just Hypernova's so good at having specials ready at the right time, and they've not allowed a single member of Chef Lugoli to push in through that block, which makes such a difference.
It is, and even right there, you see Red Rum couldn't quite swim up ahead there. It looks open, but I promise you the members of Hypernova were ready to jump on that player as soon as they got through, now all the way back into the center of the stage. Chef Lugoli recognizes 2 power clams won't be enough. They can't go through with just one. They have to try to go for a big knockout punch very quickly. They're trying to save as many resources as they can, but Rissa, with the specials that they have to try to break through with, it's not going to be easy. They've got 2 killer whales, but not a whole lot else.
Yeah, good point to bring up. They don't have necessarily specials that'll push forward for them that they're able to play through consistently in order to get a push like that. Finally, Chef Lugoli finally pushing forward and having 14 clams at the ready. But, I mean, we've talked about it too. The way that Hypernova is able to surround that clams basket that they're defending is super, super good, and it makes it super difficult for Chef Lugoli to get past that. Even though it looks open, you can see Hypernova around the top left and top right of the screen are just completely surrounding it.
I mean, just tiptoe left and right, special bomb. Let's find a way through, please. And you see right there, 2 go down right on the block, Nox. That was how they were trying to break through, and it got snuffed out immediately.
Red Rum doing a good job jumping out there, did sadly have to leave one of their other players in mid that got taken out. Ori managing to keep right side clear, They have a power clam already. There will be overtime. It is a very doable push. I want to point out that 54 is a very beatable push. They have the jump in. Do they have enough follow-up? The power clam goes in.
Another power clam follows through. They have enough. 4 will take the lead if they all get in, or it gets swallowed. That's a wipeout. Unless there's some shenanigans, nobody else is spawned nearby. Toss of victory, booyah bomb as overtime ends. That got awfully close though, Rissa. Chef Lugoli almost stole it, but Hypernova with the 3-0.
Absolutely. Chef Lugoli there right at the end was finally able to get it together to lock in and figure out how to get to the basket, but unfortunately, like you said, it wasn't quite enough. Hypernova able to win game 3 there in order to win the set.
And what a set it was. They needed that, I would argue. After the way that Winners Finals ends, you want to come into this next set as strong as possible, not giving anything up. And I will note, they have not dropped a game to a non-FreeFlow team today. So if there is one bracket team for them to take on, they're going to get to fight them now. But we do want to go ahead and show a quick replay here. And we're going to go ahead and look at that game number 3 again, because I want to talk about the objective play that we saw from Captain Happy. You see, gets the initial opening there, one clam pod, so quickly. I mean, Nox, take a look at the top of the screen there. That was what, like 6 or 7 seconds between both of those openings? You just don't see that often.
Yeah, really great awareness to go, I know there are still clam pods in mid. I know that it is painted. I know that I won't need to paint to go get them. I can swim, get them, get back in time, and just quickly get the points on the board. And usually 54 is not a game-winning push. In this case, Hypernova was able to hold and defend well enough to make it be.
It was good enough, and I want to, again, give a tip of the cap to our third place team here. Chef Lugoli, as we take a look at the bracket here to show it. A great showing, again, from them. Third place out of a lot of teams that competed today, and a great fight that they put on. Again, losing 2-3 to FreeFlow in a set that could have gone either way, and then losing to Hypernova 0-3 after that. You saw how difficult it can be sometimes at this level when you maybe have 1 or 2 weapons that you feel really confident in on the main weapon, and I'm speaking of Chef Lugoli right now, because again, when you get stuck with just a couple weapons, Rissa, you are often stuck with those specials, and as we saw in that last game, sometimes it can be difficult when you only have a couple options.
Absolutely, it can be difficult, and you know, a lot of times the other team too starts to recognize that you're having that type of difficulty. Absolutely, so they know, okay, you know what, this team can only throw two booyah bombs. Let's just sit back, maybe bait out those booyah bombs and just, you know, play around those.
Play around whatever you can. Folks, Grand Finals is right around the corner. We need a breath, you need a breath. So we're going to now toss it over to Zach and EE, who had a little bit of fun earlier.
Yo, Zach, my man, what's up? I saw last week that Salmon Run competition looked really hype, and I'm wondering how I can jump into the fray and get involved myself. Could you teach me how to do signups to get involved in the next competition?
Yeah, of course, man. I'm super excited that you're interested in it. Let's go ahead and take a look. So what's super nice about these tournaments is that there's a handy QR code that you can scan right from your phone's camera, and it gets you right to where you need to go. It's going to be in the Splatnet free portion of the Nintendo Online app. So when you get there, of course, it's going to give you an overview of what the tournament's about, right? We're going to have a 60-minute preliminary, a 15-minute break after that, then there's going to be a 30-minute finale to decide the winner of the whole thing. And you're going to be scored on all completed, cleared shifts. So any shifts that you successfully make it through all 3 waves of Salmon Run, you're going to be scored on each of those. Now, how these points work is actually 2 ways. So the first one, it's what Mr. Grizz wants. It's what everybody in the Grizzco company wants. It's golden eggs. So the total amount of golden eggs that you accumulate across your team during those 60 minutes for the preliminaries or during the 30 minutes of the finals, that is going to account to your score 1 for 1. So 1 golden egg is going to equal a point. And then you have the scales. The bronze ones are going to give you 4 points. The silver ones are going to give you 5. And then the gold ones that everybody's coveting, those are going to give you a whopping 6. So for each one of those you get, those point totals are going to combine with the golden eggs, and that is going to give you your total score. At the bottom, you'll see there's a button that says Enter Tournament. It's like a drop up almost instead of a drop down. Go ahead and hit that, and there will be another green or blue button called Enter Tournament. Just hit that, and it'll allow you to register your team.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. Perfect.
Now, as we get to registering, you want to select how many players that you're signing up with. So if you're a solo player, it's absolutely no problem. You can sign in with just yourself. If you have a team of 4 already made up, that's great too. And we won't forget anybody that has a duo or a trio in there as well. And from there, you'll pick your team name. So make sure your team name is something, of course, family friendly and appropriate, but it also provides you with a pronunciation section. So if your team name's a little bit hard to pronounce, you want to give someone like myself as a caster an easy way to pronounce it, easy way to find that out, just enter that pronunciation down below alongside your team name and hit confirm.
All right, easily done. Boom.
And from there, you just check over everything, make sure it's good. There's a handy revise button if you made any mistakes, you need to correct something. But once you hit that enter tournament button again, you should be good to go.
All right, everything looks good on my end, so I'm going to go ahead and enter.
Well, thank you, Zach, for that lovely explanation. And earlier I said they're having fun. Trust me, nothing is more fun for Shiny Hunter Zach than explaining rules. We love him here, and we love you for joining us here. We have grand finals of preseason week number 2 of the Splatoon 3 North American League event number 2. Got 2 wonderful casters with me. We got in the blue, Nox, in the red, Rissa. Red Rissa, I love that. I love that alliteration here. But to the 2 of you, this has been an incredible tournament, and of course, we're getting a run back from an unbelievable reverse sweep in winners finals where FreeFlow got the comeback onto Hypernova. We aren't gonna have to wait a whole lot longer. Rissa, let's start with you. You got any expectations here outside of fireworks?
Literally nothing outside of fireworks, considering these 2 teams went to a game 5 already, and considering how the way they've both been playing, I honestly, it's just fireworks, like you said.
And we have our stage and mode where we'll start this fight. It is once again Nox Undertow Spillway. 2 postage stamps, you know what that means. We're going to splat zones, and we've seen this already.
We have. It's always an interesting one. Those 2 uninkable areas above the zones make it so that anchors have a very safe place to play from and make it so that they can poke around. It also gives you a spot to hide from the anchors. Can't complain.
So it's strong for the anchors, but you also get to hide from the anchor players. Really, it just means that backliners have a lot of fun here. But that's the dynamic of this stage, right? Where the backliners, when they're in position, get to have fun, but the real carnage is down below. So
Exactly.
Earlier, some of the highlights we saw, of course, JJ absolutely dominating some games, pulling rabbits out of hats with that Splatbrella. But then, of course, we saw the members of Hypernova also have some great moments as well. We've seen that they certainly have a lot of things they can counterpick to, whereas FreeFlow tends to be old reliable unless we go to Turf War Urchin Underpass again. But folks, the teams are ready. We are loading into our game. Splat Zones here in your grand finals, folks. We are at the end of it all. One last shout out to Pico on the spec cam, who's been here for every single transition. Let's get it started. And Nox, what do you see?
We're seeing similar comps coming out of both teams yet again. That Mint Decavitator we've been talking about, that S-Blast 91, and the Tri-Slosher Ashen, all ready to come out to play, and Hypernova coming out with a statement as they get an early cap on the zones.
Well, we're out to play, but I don't think Hypernova's here to play at all. That is what, 2 down, make it a 3rd at this point. Now, JJ did get far enough behind that the other members weren't able to fight forward and push forward. Now, again, this fight going on. I'll remind everybody that because Hypernova is on the loser's side, if they win this set, they'll need to win an additional one. Of course, a lot of Splatoon to be played before that happens. Rissa, right now, Hypernova moving around as you'd like to see them.
Yes, absolutely. They have control of both of the zones. Those sign-ups there got stuck in that Booyah Bomb underneath the covering there, but was able to use it to help them secure that right zone. You can see they're not pushing too far forward. They're doing a good job at controlling the zone and just guarding it and letting FreeFlow come to them.
One of the most S-Blast plays you'll ever see right there is, once again, carnage on the zone. They've managed to hold their own side, so it won't be a flip quite yet. Kind of a foregone conclusion when it's 2 versus 1. Now FreeFlow gets an opportunity. Can they push anybody up? And this Nox is where JJ can make a real big play happen. We talked earlier about what anchors can do here. You wouldn't believe some of the effects that Inkjets can have if they get high enough up.
Inkjet has been pivotal to every play FreeFlow has made. Pretty much every push they make is started by that Inkjet coming out from JJ. That is their game plan. That is their game style. Fishy now trying to interfere with that by going on a flank and using the big bubbler that the Inkjet, quite frankly, does not have an answer to.
It was on top of their big bubbler right there. JJ dove for it, and yeah, it gets taken down on the drop here. An interesting choice there, but you brought up a great point. If your opponent is sitting in specials on the right side, let's flank around left. We know where everybody else is. Now Len diving to try to make something happen, getting collapsed upon. Rissa, feels like Hypernova's just a step ahead of FreeFlow right now, knowing where the attacks are coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like they're, they haven't pushed forward past the zones, but you can see they're all playing together and making sure they all turn and attack the same things. So even though they're not typically playing their super aggressive play style, they're really letting the other team come to them and then play aggressively once the other team gets to them.
Well, and all those other pushes forward, the one furthest forward wasn't JJ. JJ breaks the game open right now, gives them a little bit of control. They score some points as well. I would love to see Adapt get up, but no, opts to swim back instead. Will the teammates be enough to hold on to the zone? No, the answer is no. It's a flip right now. Nox, now we're getting into the stage of Splat Zones where the set play really comes in and teams build up their specials and move forward from there.
Yeah, JJ did just use their special. We do see 2 players go down for Hypernova, and now FreeFlow's finally able to move forward. They're really starting to get a good hold here, but they don't have specials to maintain it. That being said, Hypernova also doesn't have specials to break in, so it is going to be a fight between the main weapons here, and admittedly, both teams have brought heavy hitters in that department.
Bad news, we don't have specials. The good news, the opponent doesn't have specials either until they do.
Yeah.
And then 3 go down, and then 4 go down. It's a wipeout. And I'm not sure how many of them were coolered either. You saw that they're all swimming out. Nobody was able to fit a jump in at that time. And now it could get really nasty. Look at the top of the screen. 2 specials already in tow for Hypernova right now. One of them, that pivotal triple ink strike. Where will they opt to throw it? When will they use it? Now Fishy's got in as well in a great spot. Gonna try to stall it as much time, but swims into a bomb. It happens even to the best. Henlo still sitting on these Rissa. This could be a huge moment here for Hypernova if they find a couple players.
Absolutely. There's a trade out there, and Hypernova does have 2 members go down. I didn't quite see how that other remaining member did go down, but Hypernova, they were coolered up in the midst of all of that happening when FreeFlow did start dropping down. So we can see right now the members of Hypernova, even though they did have a couple go down, they were right back into the action. With 50 seconds remaining of this, FreeFlow, however, is able to take control of the zone, give those penalty points, those 49 penalty points over to Hypernova, and FreeFlow is still in it.
Len again has a moment, almost got 2 there. Instead, it's Fishy who will take one out. Now gets another one here. This decav in the right moment. Sometimes this weapon just goes in, tries to make something happen, and it can't get done. But sometimes, when piloted by a player like Fishy, it's enough to break open the game. The threat continues. I think that was a jump, or maybe they had already gotten the jump. Almost got another. And all the while, Nox time continues to tick away.
Time is ticking away, not long for FreeFlow to be able to try and break in. They don't have any specials online quite yet, but they're about to have that pivotal inkjet. They have to survive the trip strikes, which maybe were used a little early. Fishy looking to take out JJ might be able to. No, not quite. The inkjet comes out. They need to cap the zone. They weren't quite able to. Unfortunate. Admittedly, JJ is a lot of their pain on that Sorella-brella. The inkjet is how they break in. JJ is also how they paint.
The dynamic of it, these individual moments and how small those changes are, you bring up a great point there. When your break-in tool also happens to be the best way for you to take zones, it's that much more difficult. And it also, as we talk about the order of operations, mean that the opponent knows exactly who they still need to target in that instance. One of their turfers is flying up in the air way above us. The other one is on the right side. Boom, we attack the right side. Those postage stamps get a little bit bigger than you think, and they hold on. But what a great response from Hypernova. And we talked earlier about momentum and, needing a little minute to warm up. In that earlier set, Rissa, we said, okay, Hypernova was the team that won all their sets so quickly. Then they had to wait a little bit. FreeFlow came in at that point. Now FreeFlow's been the team that's been waiting a little bit, and it's up to them to see if they can warm up in time to keep up with Hypernova.
Absolutely. Hypernova, they have been having to consistently play as they were down in the loser side of the bracket. So they have that momentum going. They have the synergy going that you would need to be able to get into grand finals and play it fast like that. So like you said, FreeFlow, maybe they took a break. Maybe they were just playing in a solo queue, just kind of, messing around that way and waiting for the team that was going to be coming down from the loser side of the bracket. So good point to bring up that definitely FreeFlow now is a team that has to regroup and lock in and get that team synergy back.
And if there's any consolation here for FreeFlow, Nox, it wasn't Splat Zones where you made your big miraculous wins last time. It was some of the other modes. We're going to Clam Blitz on Umami Ruins now. This was where, I mean, I put my foot in my mouth here earlier when I said, hey, this is going to be a hard one to stop Hypernova on when they get rolling. But this was the stage in the mode in the earlier set where FreeFlow mounted their comeback.
It is, and it's a good map mode. It's a good stage mode for them. We've seen them do exceptionally well on it throughout the day. I imagine they're very confident on it at this point, or I hope they are. And their comp works really well here. Their weapons fit very well here. And I think Hypernova feels less confident here. They definitely never seemed like they had a great push that they were eager to enter.
Well, I mean, think of how difficult it is to, again, push into all those AoEs. I mean, let's even go ahead and look back at the last set, right? Where we saw, I know it was Museum d'Alfonsino, so a little bit different here. But look at how difficult it was for the members of the Chefs to move forward when they didn't have a ton of AoE in their main weapons. So much easier to defend, so much easier to attack. Here, that's all FreeFlow's got for the most part. I mean, they've got some changes here, but it's AoE. You're taking some damage anytime that you try to move forward here, so I agree entirely. It fits exactly what they do. And Drissa, one other component that's important here, I don't think there's any big counter pick or weapon composition shift that you can bring to Umami Ruins.
Yeah, I really don't think so either. I think this is going to be, looking at both of these teams, one of these things where they just want to play things that they're comfortable with.
Well, the answer will be revealed shortly. No surprises on this side of the screen. On the other side, much the same. I speak too soon.
Oh.
Okay, Nox, we see Henlo going to the tried and true, a weapon that I've associated with Henlo for quite some time. The Slosher's been hot, but there's nothing like the Henlo Wiper.
Henlo Wiper has been strong for as long as Wiper's been in Splatoon 3. Henlo has been on this thing for forever. Not a shocking pick from Henlo. A little bit weird for the comp potentially, but it could be a comfort pick of, I know I'm good at this weapon here. Let me play it here. And Fishy gonna make it work with the decab as JJ has to back off from that.
Yeah, nice early little scuffle here as once again, JJ and the Big Bubbler continue to meet just about every time. And, you know, I think it's important to note that sometimes you just pop it to neutralize the big threat from the opponent. Sometimes some specials have a little rock, paper, scissors to them in that fashion. But Rissa, after all that opening scrum, basically a minute that goes by, it does appear that FreeFlow, they certainly have the clams advantage here. They've got the majority of the map control as well. There's an opportunity to push in, but with JJ going down, and now another two going down as well, it appears that that advantage dried up real quick.
It really did. This is kind of a classic beginning of a Clam Blitz match scuffle happening in mid, as we're seeing here. And it's, okay, someone sneaks through and scores in that clam for Hypernova, but they had to jump back. They were all by themselves. And this could be one of those moments where, is it worth it to even go in and score in that one clam? Because now you're giving the other team all that time to push forward and get their specials ready, get control mid, and they can get an even bigger push in.
Yeah, an off-balance push there because JJ took out everybody else seemingly. At least they got something out of that push. Now Adapt can move through here. This Ashen Try has won games for them here and might have just opened the door. Moves through a Booyah Bomb. They escape from that as well. Two down. Are they going to have any advantage pushing through? No, JJ gets taken down once again in the Inkjet. And Nox, they're going to have to move back again. FreeFlow has not found footing.
They are. To be fair, neither team has found a lot of footing to work with here. Henlo now looking to break in, not going to be able to, but Fishy's Big Bubbler sure will. Able to be here, able to be under the basket, but no power clam to jump into them. They're going to have to come back to mid as Len broke through, it seems like. Len and JJ in mid here, able to pick and poke and find those splats they need as Cakes uses that Tacticooler, and FreeFlow should be able to get a push here.
Surely at this point there'll be enough. They take the lead and three go down. There's nothing easy right now, Rissa. It seems like every time one person moves through, you look at the top of the screen, two more of them have gone down. It's just JJ now trying to defend here. They got the lead. We're halfway through the game at this point, but Nox brings up a really good point. There hasn't been really any solid footing here. These teams are moving so fast that building the clams almost feels like an afterthought because you just have to keep moving moving forward.
Absolutely, and even if you want to stop and sit back and, think about getting clams, the other team is just rushing at you. There's nothing you can do in that case. You have to go ahead and tackle what they're throwing at you, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And the thing is, it's not one team or the other doing it, it's both of them doing it back and forth. So that way, neither team has been able to get their footing, and the score really shows that.
Well, the score really shows it, and again, it's now finally we have 8. They're shuffling it about here. Nobody's built up the power clam yet, and that slight advantage they had built for themselves may have gone away. JJ has respawned, another one goes through. Synapse scores, and that will take them the lead. 3 go down. This might finally be the opportunity. Fishy has jumped in, needs to find another. The bomb trades out. Captain Happy moving forward, keeps the basket open, takes out Len, should be able to keep it open again, and now finally Nox, the moment has shown itself.
Finally, we are seeing a team get some decent points on the board. We're finally taking it down as we're seeing the Tacticooler come out. Hypernova has a solid hold of mid here. They want to force this bracket reset. They don't want to have to do it in more games than necessary. They've been playing for hours. But FreeFlow is not going to let them have it that easily. They're going to try and get back into mid. But Hypernova is just shutting that down at every opportunity.
They continue to fight it out. JJ had to use this very, very early on simply as a defensive tool. Would love to take out Synapse or somebody narrowly missing there. That could have been big. Instead, Henlo still at their doorstep. They lost control of the median at there, and JJ doesn't really have a choice. I think that hammer may have found somebody as well. Now the Booyah Bomb comes in. It's just JJ who we've been spectating as everyone else goes down around them. Now finally, the last wall comes down, and Rissa with that, a whole lot of points. There could be a knockout shortly.
Absolutely. You can see the members of Hypernova not only getting in clams consistently here, but surrounding it and making sure they guard it, letting their teammates go back and get clams so that way they can just keep holding the space. And the longer that they hold this open, the more difficult it's going to be for FreeFlow to even think about scoring in a clam for themselves to open up the basket, and they just need one more clam to completely KO this.
Oh my gosh, one more clam will do it, and that is it. Captain Happy does it, closes the door, closes the basket, and that is it. And now I feel, Nox, ever so slightly vindicated for the fear that I had in the previous set, taking Hypernova here, because, again, that's how it can look. And credit to FreeFlow, they defended really, really well. But I think it tells you all you need to know that we spectated JJ for that long. And as you looked at the top of the screen, every other member was getting cycled out. Hypernova has found ways to attack these teams. They found the small little gaps to make their way through, and it's looking bad for FreeFlow right now.
It is. I will say maybe they're warming back up. Maybe they took too long to eat a snack. Maybe they didn't eat. Maybe they're still snacking. Who knows? It's important to make sure I'm a big proponent of make sure you eat food, especially if you're playing in a tournament for this long. But maybe they really do need to figure it out here. I am interested in seeing where they go and what adaptations they try to make, because I don't think there's a lot left for them to try. That was a stage mode that went ridiculously well for them last time, and it went very badly for them this time.
Yeah, and let's also, again, talk about, as I phrased it earlier, the double backline shaped elephant in the room here. You know, eventually you're going to have to play on tower control. And if you've won a game coming into that, that means the losing team is going to get to pick what stage you go to. And if I were Hypernova, I don't care how that last time ended here, you want it right back to Crab Lake Capital if you get the opportunity to do so, because listen, that's the one game out of 100 that you lose like that. You have to think eventually you will get the win there too. So that's another difficult piece, and also why it was so important for them to win that. But now, again, they do get the opportunity to do it. They have a penchant for reverse 3-0ing people, apparently. But Rissa, at this point, what do you do if you are FreeFlow from a mental standpoint? You know you had this first set to collect some data and to learn, but it's gone awfully quick.
It has gone awfully quick. I mean, and they haven't even had time to breathe and think about how they want to approach things. And we were talking about in that last game, both teams were just playing super aggressively, and with Hypernova approaching FreeFlow super aggressively, that really didn't give the FreeFlow time to stop and think about how to approach a push. They really just were constantly having to be on and be aggressive and approach them that way. So, whether it's Hypernova adapting to playing really aggressively, maybe FreeFlow just hasn't gotten warmed up like they had been in the beginning of this top 8. FreeFlow's just really going to have to set back, really think about how they want to approach this next stage that we go into.
Well, we now know what stage it is and what mode it is, and unbelievably, between last week's action and this week's action, we have run the full gamut of Urchin Underpass here. We are on Urchin Underpass Rainmaker, and I had to double check because clearly I can't hear words properly, and it's just, again, a stage and mode combination that we're not super familiar with, and I'm certain the players aren't super familiar with. Nox, why do you think Urchin Underpass in particular? Is it, again, FreeFlow saying, hey, we like Urchin Underpass, it's fun, JJ, go flank, or do you think there's something else to it?
I think it might be that they think Hypernova hasn't prepared for it. It's very clear that Hypernova has comps planned for specific stages and modes, and maybe they think this stage and this mode, this they can't have prepared for. We win when they're unprepared, maybe. And I don't know why else you go there. It's an inconsistent map for this mode. It's very hard to make pushes on. And admittedly, I don't think I've seen it in a competitive setting yet.
Well, we're all about to learn then in real time how to play this here as the teams try and scrap and find something else out. I also like that this is a Rainmaker pick by Hypernova, again, because after this, if they lose this, they'll eventually have to go to tower control and they will get to choose the stage. But here we go. Could be the final game of at least the first half of Grand Finals, depending on how this one goes. Take a look here. The Henlo Wiper is out, but there's also another change that's been made, Nox. I see two mint decapitators on the screen right now.
Yeah, we have not seen JJ on the mint decapitator. I don't think I've ever seen JJ on the mint decapitator. I trust that they know how to play it. I just don't know what to expect from it. As we are looking to try and find a path through mid and not quite able to, we're also running double Tacticooler on the side of FreeFlow.
Well, I mean, there you go. If you've planned something for this, double Tacticooler is kind of the break in case of emergency button. I guess if you're ever going to use it, now is the time. The Decap's fighting it out here. Oh, so fun to watch here. This should be the first checkpoint down as Hypernova continues their run, Rissa. Now those, you'll see, this is only to 76. This is one of the shortest pedestals to break in all of Rainmaker. There's a lot of points still to be had, but it's going to be difficult to get every one.
Yeah, it absolutely is. With all the different avenues that you can come into mid, whether it's around that left drop, around that right alleyway there, it's going to be super difficult to at least get to the Rainmaker. Captain Happy actually grabs the Rainmaker, pushes it quite a few points there, about 20 points for their team, gets more points on the board. However, FreeFlow here now pushing forward, getting as much control as they can, grabbing that Rainmaker because they now have 3 members down on Hypernova. They are now able to get to that first checkpoint and get some momentum going.
Oh my goodness, Len, finally with the S-Blast, taking 2 members out and then pushing forward with everyone else. Adapt now in a great position too. They have to get through that gate and do for the lead. 47. I'm gonna keep pointing it out though. Look at how short that score is right now. Given how far they are, it's a wipeout. 47, still not a whole lot. They are actually going to grab the Rainmaker is Hypernova. Nox, they've got a couple members forward here, but they're gonna have to be patient here if they want this to get a big push.
They are. Getting through these crates is an absolute nightmare, but they've managed to get 2 players down. This is their opportunity. It is just Adapt on that Tri-Slosher, and I don't know where Adapt is. Oh, right by the grates, right where you want Adapt to be, but the Booyah Bomb comes out. They manage to sneak past. They get to 38. And as much as I have not seen a lot of this map, that seems like a massive push, especially as Len only just barely manages to shut that down.
28 here, a Booyah Bomb. They're going to try to make sure nobody can jump. Actually throw it behind. I like the idea. It gets fishy there. Oh, lovely stuff there from Len. 1 step ahead on the mental side. But as you noted, Nox, down to 28. So difficult to push through. The Rainmaker, that's a tough spot to drop it. I like that they dropped it, but that means you're sacrificing 1 player and not getting a whole lot out of it.
It does, and we're seeing Adapt looking to move forward, taking advantage of these fizzy bombs, one of the best sub-weapons in the game. I don't know if the Rainmaker has been popped, but FreeFlow is going to be looking to make a big push out of this, especially as Len has that Booyah Bomb at the ready. And I am just so interested in seeing how they try to make this work, but Len gets taken out. So does Henlo, though, and JJ's in a really good position to try and challenge Fishy.
This is the spot that you want your decap in. The problem is the opponent has a decap there too, so what gives first? They continue to swipe at each other, and the support coming in from the Booyah Bomb finally gets it out. 2 other members did go down. The sub-weapons will eventually break this one open. That is a tactical that is set down, which means that this long sustained defense of Hypernova is enough. Rissa, 1 minute 30-ish left on the clock right now. It seems like Hypernova has everything they need to make this successful defense. Another one goes down, and it feels like it's just a matter of time.
Absolutely. You can see they have let the Rainmaker reset. That, again, has given them more time to not even worry about grabbing that Rainmaker and pushing it. They just have the time to let the Rainmaker reset, paint mid, get their specials ready, get defense ready. As we can see, mid is very, very blue, which is Hypernova's color. And Hypernova really is, like you said, setting themselves up here very nicely to play defense with that strong lead that they do have.
And even if you're not as familiar with a stage and mode, especially in Rainmaker, at least you know how far you push, so you have an idea of where to defend. It is that gate. You can see right now the hill's starting to be collapsed upon. That is 2 down, but Fishy was behind the whole time. Oh, what a jump scare. There is the big bubbler, so they're going to be able to jump in quick, but Henlo had the hammer saved the whole time. Is that might be a quad for Henlo right there. So. A hammer quad, unbelievable. Now I've seen it all. Oh, they had it all figured out, but Henlo had been sitting on that for a while, and nothing punishes jump-ins quite like that. Nox, again, the right defensive resource for the right moment.
Yeah, the Booyah Bomb coming out from Len as they were coolered up when they got splatted. But I don't know that Booyah Bomb is going to be enough to break them in, especially with where Fishy just pushed up. It's just Len left alive. Len's almost making it happen, but Synapse managing to make it out the other side. JJ's going to have to try and get to the Rainmaker, only gets the trade, and that should be the game as the Booyah Bomb gets tossed at the Rainmaker for safekeeping.
That is the game. That is the set. That is the first half of Grand Finals. And oh my gosh, Rissa, we said revenge from Hypernova. It's a dish best served cold, as they always say, but there was nothing cold about the way that they were playing right there. That was some hot stuff. In all of those games, I mean, Hypernova, there were certainly moments where FreeFlow had their say, but Hypernova looked like the stronger team, the more prepared team, and now for FreeFlow, you got to figure this out in a hurry. You don't have any other safety sets left.
Yeah, they absolutely have to figure out how they want to regroup here. I mean, especially too, they're playing against Henlo on that Wiper now. Henlo was not playing that earlier, so maybe, maybe they're not used to playing against Hypernova with the Wiper. Maybe Henlo is just absolutely feeling great playing the Wiper today, and they're just on fire with that. I mean, especially as we saw them get a quad there. So yeah, I don't know what FreeFlow is gonna do here as they reset this.
Well, as the teams reset, we're going to go ahead and show you some absolute carnage that happened on replay earlier. Here you go. This was the moment we looked and we said, okay, the big bubbler's up, the jumps are coming, but there's Henlo. One goes down to the pop. One, I guess both of them technically went down to the pop. They see the jumps. Henlo closes them both out. Poor Cakes even put out a curling bomb to try to get away, but there is simply no escape. Again, they had the lead at that point. It was going to be very, very difficult for FreeFlow to take that anyway, but as far as slamming doors shut goes, Nox, that's about as violent as it gets.
Yeah, that's about as hard as a door can be slammed, I'd say. It might have come off its hinges a little bit. Hypernova wanted this bracket reset. They wanted to find their footing. And I'm curious to see if this gets FreeFlow to really lock in and figure it out. I think we've seen that they can do it. It is an uphill battle for them. It is not an easy fight for them. But we've seen that they're capable. And maybe this is just a wake-up call of, oh, okay, we're here to play now. Got it. Sorry. We got a little tired. We've been playing for too long.
Well, it is a gauntlet. They're going to figure it out, we hope. And we now know that we are going to Splat Zones on Urchin Underpass. Everybody, we have a summer home in Urchin Underpass, apparently. I love it, too. This is so fun to play. And let's talk about the big factor partway through that. You've both kind of mentioned it, too. It's Henlo on the Wiper. And Rissa, let's start with you here, because it really does propose a very different sort of problem for the members of FreeFlow. We saw in some previous sets here, Henlo on that slosher, fighting against JJ. It's long, it's difficult to fight through, but when you have the Wiper, now you're the one who's difficult to take out, and I think it has changed the dynamic of this set in a big way.
I absolutely agree that Wiper, you know, it is able to, even if it's not able to push up and be aggressive, it can at least stand in one spot and just kind of create space for itself if it needs to. You know, typically it's going to be played aggressively, obviously, but it, like the slosher itself, that slosher can't do that as well. That slosher really just has to be constantly pushed up and be aggressive. So maybe just that little tiny bit of a tweak of playstyle is really helping Hypernova in this case.
Well, it also, I think, adds a whole new level of Fishy's Decapitator as well, because normally you're worried about the Decapitator diving forward here. They set up the big bubbler, you're like, okay, there's the decap, and now the Wiper's hitting you at a completely different angle. Nox, it is so frustrating when both of those are firing it at you, because if you turn it, shoot at one, that means the other one is now forward. They've probably hit you a couple times, and now what do you do?
Yeah, there's that. But also, I think it could be, in part, an answer to JJ's Brella. Because both of them have really high object damage. They have really high damage against Brella's shields. And so with both of them out there, JJ can't really go to that Brella. And we are seeing some comp changes.
Oh yes, we are. The Comet's Octo Brush is out now, as JJ has probably gone through just about every weapon that is in their roster, but it's also worth noting this is a different blaster that's come out of Len here. The S-Blast, not enough. Rissa, we've got a good old-fashioned vanilla blaster out on the field.
Yeah, we do. That is very interesting. I'm kind of wondering, you know, with the okay, Len pushing forward, just being aggressive with this blaster pair with the teammates. Love that. They are, you know, able to utilize the bubbler, as we got to see that bubble there. It is able to push forward, create space, and allow the members of FreeFlow to kind of play a little bit more safely. I kind of like this. It's almost like a giant wall in this case, and allowing them to play around that.
I love it too. Again, if you feel like you can't get in and stay in, why not make it work like that? Now you've got the Kraken that you can layer in after that as well. You want to find somebody here, but you almost don't care because you push so far forward that your teammates could get behind you, and if a bomb hadn't been there, that play might have worked to perfection. Instead, all you have is, I don't know, control of your opponent's side of the stage and a whole lot of points to show for it. Henlo gets behind, duking it out with Len here. They still don't have control of the zone. Nox finally Hypernova has it, but what an adaptation from FreeFlow.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful adaptations we're seeing from FreeFlow. They've made great comp changes. They are playing so fast. They are playing off of each other better. And now we just need to see how they use these specials to get back in. These are specials, I would say, generally make it harder to break back in. They're really great on your hold, but they're finding the picks they need. They're going to need to get Fishy out of there. They do. Captain Happy's still there, but it looks like they're going to be able to flip the zone here potentially, especially as this Kraken Royale comes out and the Tri-Slosher is able to paint.
Oh, just narrowly, though, was enough as JJ finally does find one there. And again, just about, yes, no, gets away, and it's just Captain Happy now. And this is another facet of this pick that I'm just now realizing, Rissa. Of course, it's the one thing everybody says, you have no backliner here. It means that Captain Happy can't play that pencil that's been giving them so much trouble.
Absolutely. They are not having that range in this case that they are typically used to playing against. So having an N-ZAAP instead of that Snipe Rider is going to allow them to have more mobility and be able to still get cooler. However, they are sacrificing that range that they're used to playing.
Here we go, N-ZAAP now behind here, trying to be a menace here. This is the other side of the map, by the way, as N-ZAAP finally does jump out. That may have stalled them long enough. Look how far everybody else from FreeFlow got up in that moment. They would love to flip this zone again, add just a few more penalty points. Len now moving forward and attacking. Nicely done. Big bubblers on both sides of the zone. Len now, Henlo stuck in a corner, gets the direct point-blank range, almost got another one here, but the damage certainly done. It's back in FreeFlow's favor here, Nox. As you said earlier, they're playing well off of each other. The game plan is working. They're layering specials, and they certainly figured it out in a hurry. Yeah,
the Kraken also just forcing Hypernova to completely scatter, getting them out of the positions they want to be in, exactly how you want to use the Kraken Royale. Now Hypernova's having to use all of their specials to break into the zone. They won't have any to try and hold it, which is exactly where you want them to be if you're FreeFlow, if they're going to get the zone at all.
Here they go. Fishy has dove. Synapse went down somewhere, I think around the zone. That's not where I thought that fight was going to be. Instead, now Fishy once again stuck over in the corner. And again, it's 2 down every time I look up. Couple players from Hypernova are down. Len again forcing the trade here. Great work from this blaster. There's not a whole lot of penalty points left. That's 3 members up on both sides near the zone. There's a chance that they score even further.
Absolutely. FreeFlow here in control of the zone. Or they were in control of the zone. It did swap. However, FreeFlow has a lot of yellow paint around the zone, and they're able to recap it back just like that. But counting down, I mean, both teams' penalty points are very close, and I feel like this could go either way. FreeFlow, however, just seems to consistently be a little bit more dominant than Hypernova so far.
Well, here we go. That's Len down. JJ does get away. Do they know where JJ is? Yes. With JJ down here we go. That's a cooler that's gone forward here. There's no penalty left. Can they get up and attack? There's an opportunity here for them to steal this lead if they get the right players there. That's 2 down. Synapse won't be able to paint out everyone, but might be able to take out everybody. The big bubbler, though, from Len at the nick of time. Nox, we said earlier, so many things that this special weapon can do. Another thing, it just puts down a ton of turf on the zone.
It does. It allows for you to be able to take that space. It allows for you to be able to get that control. Lin having to try and deal with Fishy here hasn't been able to. They need to find a way to get into the zone because now Hypernova has that big bubbler at the ready, but used it so far forward. How does FreeFlow get to the zone? They need to get there fast. The zone, that's lead. Hypernova has taken lead. We see specials coming out.
No range specials to take it. They're going to have to swim forward and try to do it in that fashion, and they cannot. So that whole game, Nox, as you were saying, FreeFlow strategy was working. They could move forward. They could push forward. They could scatter. But then at the very end of it all, you've got a Kraken, you've got a big bubbler, you've got a splatter color screen. With the exception of a big bubbler being dropped right there, ain't nothing taking that zone back.
No, they really have to rely on out-mechanicking a little bit. They have to rely on just being, we are so good at these weapons. We are so good at popping these specials at exactly the right time. And what are you going to do about it? And at the end, they got wiped. That is a comp that you cannot get wiped on. If you get wiped, it's a game over. You lose. Go back to start.
And do not collect 200 when you pass go, apparently, too. But, I mean, that is the gambit that they opted to make there, Rissa. And for the bulk of that game, you understand why. Again, you could scatter, you could put people out. And, again, we saw Len with the highlight shots as well. We saw that Kraken absolutely ruin some plans that Hypernova was trying to put together. But in the very end, where you need a quick cap of the zone, there's no Reef Slider, there's no triple Ink Strike, you don't even have your Booyah Bomb anymore because of the switch that Len made, and that one slips away in such painful fashion.
Yeah, that was just kind of awful timing for FreeFlow in that moment because, like you said, throughout that entire game, they were just consistently making those specials work. They were constantly scrambling Hypernova and playing them correctly, and it was working out for them the entire time, but it was just that timing right at the end where that playstyle wasn't working for them, and it just ended up messing up completely there.
And it's tough sometimes to think about, splat zones and turf war being a little bit different, but a lot of times I feel like I see almost that last 30 seconds effect also happen in splat zones. And it's weird to say about, but when the desperation happens, everyone's starting to build up their specials to try and take the zone, to flip it, to kind of end the game right here. Sometimes you lose the plot a little bit. And again, when you're fighting forward in that position, as you noted, Nox, you're a comp that can't get wiped, but you've got to move forward and fight at some point there, and if you don't win those fights, that's how it goes.
Well, and it's why you need Cakes specifically to stay more in mid and make sure they stay up. And it seems like at some point, Hypernova managed to find Cakes and then find the rest of the team. And by doing that, it just is enough to keep them from being able to get back in. Lynn did manage to get back to the zone with that big bubbler once, but they didn't have more specials after that. In theory, the Kraken Royale could have maybe come out and scattered Hypernova enough to allow them to cap the zone because of how small it is. But it's just such a rough situation to be in.
Well, here we go. Now it's what counter picks do you have? What tricks do you have left after all the Splatoon that you have played today? Rissa, Clam Blitz, but this time it's Undertow Spillway. And there's an exposed clam basket on this stage, if I do say so.
There really is. This one in particular, it's right next to, like literally right next to the spawn. It's going to be right there. So you really just have to think about how you want to approach that. I'm really curious, actually, if FreeFlow is going to play those same weapons. I could see those really coming into play here because it was working for them. However, I'm curious too if Hypernova has adapted to that, as we saw there at the end. Was that Hypernova adapting to that? I'm curious.
Well, it's a great point because, again, being able to move forward and fight and have a little sustainability should work here. Nox, this sort of reminds me of almost Mako Mart Clam Blitz in a certain sense from the old days where it's, we got wiped, oh, now the opponent's at our doorstep and they have a clam, what are we doing, it is not a long trek to get from your basket on the defense to attack. Sometimes you get there before the basket even drops down.
Yeah, I'd say frequently that's the case. It's a real, especially with how fast-paced weapons these teams have been playing. They're so mobile. They throw around paint. I'm interested to seeing if any adaptations get made here. I honestly don't expect to see the Comets stick around, and it doesn't. And we have a sloshing machine.
Woohoo! Sloshing machine finally out. My beloved. I just didn't think I was going to get to see it at any point during this wonderful tournament. So here we are, the sloshing machine, the absolute menace of patch 1.0. And listen, it's still strong. Adapt, a player who's been playing it for a really long time. And we talked earlier about how tricky this map is. You can see Synapse just can't manage to hit JJ here. So difficult to take anybody out. One weapon that really doesn't have to tend to worry about that is that sloshing machine. But when you're jumping in and Henlo is right and attacking you, it doesn't really matter what weapon you're playing here. This is getting ugly in a hurry, Rissa.
It really is. Immediately, Hypernova able to open up the basket and not only do that, but get so many clams in after that. They're able to throw up the bubbler under the basket. They're able to get that booyah bomb ready. Henlo still here, gets 2 picks with that hammer at that, and is still in mid, just holding space for their team. Hypernova starting out super dominant.
Nox, you never want to boil it down to one player on one weapon, but just goodness gracious, Henlo has totally turned this set around with this wiper.
Well, it has, and I think it has completely prevented JJ from being able to play the Brella that was so pivotal in the last set for them. It just completely changes the way FreeFlow needs to play the game. And I think it's making it so that everyone's having to make really awkward adaptations, but as I say that, 3 have gone down on Hypernova. It is just the Snipe Rider left up. They are close to a power clam. I imagine the heavy edit's going to rush this in, but will they be able to sustain it?
Oh, well, no. Will they even be able to move in? Look at this. Now, finally, it's Len who's going to open it up. Lovely placement here. Surely we're going to be able to jump in, score that one. Very nice. 2 do go down, and we're going to run away. So the lead should be protected for the time being, but that is a nice dent in the lead that had been built. Now, Cakes fighting it forward, maybe overstaying the welcome here. Now, maybe Len overstaying the welcome here. We talked earlier about how quickly this map can get nasty. You wait too long. That's 2 power clams, Rissa. They might win right now.
They might. They have so many clams at the ready. You can see members of their team going back for clams as well. Able to create this space under the basket, able to open up the basket and get the clams after that to follow up has allowed them to end up KOing that very fast.
And what did we say at the start there, Nox? It is so easy to get to the basket. Think about how Museum d'Alfonsino was. You gotta get past the spinner, up the ramp, get somebody to block, use a special here. Here you take 3 people down, the basket's yours. You can move forward and claim it. And there was that just slight moment where a couple members maybe could have jumped out, gotten all the way out. Hypernova didn't let that opportunity go to waste. They take 2 out. The pods are spawning very close because, again, it's super compressed. And that's how that tends to go on Clam Blitz Undertow Spillway.
Yeah, it's a really rough situation for FreeFlow. They almost found their footing, but never quite enough. And now they're in a situation where they're at tournament point, nonetheless. And they need to find a way to take a game. That's how they should view it right now. We just need to take a game. Find it one game at a time. Don't overthink it. Don't overstress it. Because the more you think about how it's the last potential game for this tournament, the worse it's going to be for you mentally.
So you know you're going to have to go through a turf war game, you're going to have to go through a tower control game, and you're going to have to go through a Rainmaker game. Not so easy to get through here. And listen, nobody wants to lose 0-3, and absolutely no one wants to lose 0-6 in grand finals, but I agree entirely with kind of what we've said here. Henlo on the wiper has completely changed the dynamic, and you know, we can talk about this a little later once all's said and done. That is what one weapon change can do. It can totally upset the balance of what have otherwise been 2 very close and interlocked teams, but here we go. We're going to need to see a reverse sweep at this point, or will it be enough? Rissa, we're trying to take a break here. The counter pick is taking just a second to get in. Everyone is trying to decide what is going to be done at this point. And if I'm Hypernova, I say, yeah, we're not changing anything. Take us wherever you want. We clearly have found something that works.
Absolutely. If you're Hypernova right now, you are sitting pretty here just knowing exactly you're doing exactly and playing the weapons exactly that are countering this team. And FreeFlow, you know, they have been trying to do everything they can. We've seen them try and do different weapon compositions. We've been seeing them try almost kind of do different play styles and try and either play a little bit slower, play a little bit faster, you know, different stages and modes. They're just trying to do everything they can. They're doing everything you would want to be doing to try and counter the other team, but it's just not quite sticking.
No, and we know they have the players to make it happen, right? We saw in that last set, JJ was the hero at times, but Adapt also made the big plays. Len, of course, just every time we swap the spec cam over is hitting these incredible shots, and Cakes, of course, holding it down. So it is not for lack of trying, not for lack of players. Nox, you know where we're headed right now. It's Rainmaker on your favorites. Take us away.
Yeah, Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. We don't have a ton new to say about it. We've talked about it a good bit tonight. It's always an interesting ride. I think it is a bold move. I think it is not a wrong move. I think it is a map. It's a stage and a mode where FreeFlow will do well if they find the right opportunities, if they find the right moments. I don't know what we'll see Adapt do here. Some sort of slosher type weapon. I don't have any idea what we'll see JJ do. JJ's a complete wild card at this point. Brella's been taken out of the running, I imagine, just because the comp they're playing into doesn't function there. I will say maybe Mint Decavitator does a little worse here and we might see Fishy switch. And then we maybe see the Brella, but that's a big gamble to take if you're FreeFlow.
It is, and also it's one of those situations where for half of the stage, Mint Decab doesn't do as well, but then the other half of the stage where the points start flying off, you're like, oh goodness, there's a Mint Decapitator knocking at our door, and it's got bad intentions, so this is tough. I mean, it's going to go quick either way, right? You're either immediately going to lose your checkpoint, it's going to be difficult for you to find any footing, or you can do the same to the opponent. So, here we go, everybody. We are getting into the game right now. The last stand for FreeFlow. This could be it for their tournament run, or we could be on the verge of another reverse sweep. Len switching back over to the S-Blast. On the other side, no surprises, the Henlo Wiper staying out. Rissa, take it away.
Well, look at that. JJ, speaking of being the player that switches weapons constantly, is switching over to Wiper. So, hey, if you can't, fight a Wiper, why not join them? And they do exactly that. So maybe just mirroring them is the answer for FreeFlow.
Oh man, what a kick in the shins right there. You took two players out, and Captain Happy playing at the very range's end of that Snipe Rider 5H takes out your Rainmaker carrier. All your momentum is gone, and now worse, your control of the center of the stage is gone. They're going to now try to move forward here. They're going to have a convoy here with this Booyah Bomb. Of course, they've taken the lead. Can they get the checkpoint right now? A lovely spot for the big bubbler. Nox, this is the worst case scenario.
It is. They do have a Booyah Bomb ready. They can at least stop this momentum a little bit. But this is not what you want if you're FreeFlow. You wanted that first checkpoint break. You wanted to be the one steamrolling this game. And I'm a little surprised they haven't booyah'd that Rainmaker. I really thought Hypernova was going to manage to grab it there. That felt unnecessarily risky.
I mean, that's the moment I think where you say, if one of us goes down, I have to use it. If we take a couple out, maybe I can use it to pop the Rainmaker shield, as they did. Both sides being very careful not to throw anybody away haphazardly. And now finally, FreeFlow does have a little bit of footing in the center. Len has the opportunity to take a couple out there. That is one that goes down. That's two now that Len has claimed here. Fishy goes down. That's three. That's going to be the checkpoint. It's just Captain Happy back there on the defensive side. Takes out JJ. And now finally, Rissa, FreeFlow with the most life they've seen this set.
Absolutely. They're able to at least get to that first checkpoint there. But Hypernova, they've slowly been coming back. It seems like whatever Hypernova was doing there, it didn't allow for FreeFlow to push past that Rainmaker. It felt like FreeFlow did have a lot of time to push past and try and get a position to guard that first checkpoint. But Hypernova was just coming back very fast and shut that down.
Oh, nearly getting taken down there is Synapse instead. Will survive. They do narrowly manage to hold on to the lead. Of course, I would be stunned if this ends up being the final score, but you can see, again, as Nox has noted so many times, how hard these teams are trying to defend this side, just popping out a couple to go down. They're tactical alert, so it's not a big exchange with a couple going down. But now this is the real question. Can Henlo find anybody? Is able to trade out with Cakes. The Rainmaker does go down. There was a flanker. Who else? It's JJ. It's a jump out, and Nox, I think FreeFlow got the better of that. They should have an opportunity to push.
They did. They're now going back to pop the Rainmaker. Cakes is gonna grab it. There won't be a tacticaler for this push, but Len has a Booyah Bomb. A Booyah Bomb coming out from Synapse in retaliation, potentially, as we are seeing FreeFlow inching forward, just knowing that they need to get the lead here. There is a hammer ready for a quick pop if needed, but no, it's not gonna be enough.
I think 2 went down to that toss there, and again, it's Henlo, and again, it's going to be that as JJ now tries to do the same thing here. Would love to find a couple out. It seems like the rest of the team is doing an okay job. That hammer didn't do a whole lot, but maybe it took the eyes away from everybody, and now the respawn should be in favor of FreeFlow. Len in a great position, should be able to take out one, does. They take the lead, and how much further to 45? Rissa, finally, FreeFlow with the lead. Adapt here should be able to shark and take out anyone who moves forward, and this is the chance.
Yeah, this is exactly what we see Adapt do to get make things happen, like they were able to get that shark onto Fishy. Adapt constantly doing that throughout this tournament, and it's working. It usually works out well for them. Now, with FreeFlow getting the lead, having mid control as we see all this yellow turf in mid, maybe this is the momentum finally for FreeFlow to recognize, okay, we can do this. We are still in it. We have the lead. There's only a minute left of this match. We can still do this.
It's the lead and it's the better game state, but it's also Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. Any small mistake could break it. I'm stunned nobody went down to that. Henlo now tries to get it. Could have gotten a second one there. I don't even think they knew, but they throw it around the corner. Now chasing down this member. Will they get the jump? Yes, they go back for the jump, and that's Adapt. There will be no sharks now. Diving at Len. Down goes Len. Could this be a knockout now? It's the convoy. 4, 3, 2. Can they stop it? The answer is yes, but only at 1. Nox.
I mean, this is not the situation you want to be in if you're FreeFlow. It is pretty much game here with that hammer out. But Henlo is still there. They are just keeping the Rainmaker painted. They have and Hypernova manages to find the dunk in all of that chaos. They went, okay, yeah, we lost the first set against you. You don't get to take another game ever again. We will lose 2 games this tournament. You don't get another.
Oh my goodness, what a showing, and of course it's Henlo breaking the game open in that fashion at the end, takes a couple out, gets the immediate shot on the jumper, then takes out Len. It all starts with the hammer as well, opening it up. That Ultra Stamp so powerful, and then takes all the way down to 1, and as Nox noted here, that was really the nail that was going to stop it. Eventually you're going to get that pop and knockout. What a show these two teams put on. But at the end, the endurance, the experience, whatever you want to call it, Hypernova does it. And let's take a look at the bracket here as we take a breath. There's the show, as Nox noted. FreeFlow, 3 games, that was all they were going to get. And Nox, what can you say about the response from Hypernova?
Hypernova made the adaptations they needed to make. They completely changed what they were running to deal with FreeFlow, which is probably in part due to the good coaching they have had, due to the amount of time they've put into the game, and having Henlo switch over to that old main of Splatana Wiper absolutely changed it. It made it so that JJ couldn't run Sorella Brella, thanks to the decab and Wiper together, just instantly getting rid of the shield anytime it could possibly come up.
And Rissa, there are an awful lot of 3-2s, 3-1s. This was such a hotly contested tournament here. I know Grand Finals wouldn't tell you that, but unbelievable back and forths from so many of these teams on so many stages and so many modes.
Absolutely. Not only the scores like we just saw there on the bracket, but also just the matches themselves that we got to watch. I mean, they were so back and forth. We saw a lot of play styles mirroring each other, a lot of adaptations happening, like you said, and everything was just super fun to watch, and I actually learned a lot myself with all the different adaptations and weapon switch-ups that we were seeing.
Well, we're learning, we're having a lot of fun, and guess what? This is only event number 2. There's a lot more fun on the schedule dotting the next few months. Again, as a reminder, every Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific time, the Splatoon 3 North American League show, where you can see highlights, you can see analysis, and you can see a lot of fun panels with a lot of your favorite community members. Of course, you're here right now, so you clearly know what the Splatoon 3 North American League is about, but as a reminder, every Saturday at 12 p.m. Pacific time, the latter portion starts with the top 8 live streams starting at 4 p.m. Pacific time. Of course, the Splatoon 3 North American League Sunday Scrim, Sundays at 12 p.m. Pacific time. If you love Salmon Run and you want to get in, you can join by yourself, and you can also join with a team of up to 4 to come in. There's plenty of eggs and plenty of fun to be had. And of course, at the end of it all, the Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs. The live stream for that will be at 12 p.m. Pacific time on both December 13th and December 14th. So you could have absolutely have your fill today, but I promise you the best is yet to come. There's still so many incredible players waiting to show their stuff, so many teams that haven't shown you their best. And Riz, I'll pass this back over to you because you hit on something that's so fun. Between last week, between this week, we've learned so much, and the three of us have watched and played an awful lot of Splatoon over time. We're still learning new things.
Oh, absolutely. I think constantly as Splatoon 3 goes on in its lifespan, it's interesting just seeing whenever new weapons appear, new stages appear, all of a sudden there's all these different adaptation weapon switch-ups within the meta itself, and watching that as a viewer, a player, and a commentator, I think is always fun, and we are just constantly learning. I know us as commentators, we're constantly learning on the fly, like you saw today, going, hey, wait, no, maybe a double backliner comp will work. Maybe a double blaster comp will work. Just little things like that as the game continues is one of the little things that just makes it so fun.
And as the evening winds down, Nox, it's been a lot of Splatoon action today. We've been talking for a long time here, but I'm curious as to your overall thoughts on today's action because there was a lot to see and a lot to discuss.
Yeah, teams were really creative, really adventurous, and very open to trying new strategies, which is what I love to see. I'm sure we will only see more of it as the league goes on and different teams show their faces, some old names, some new. And I just cannot wait to see where the rest of this league goes.
Well, that's a great segue because this is the conclusion of the preseason, but you know what that means. The regular season opens in event number 3, and that's next week. So guess what? The points will start mattering starting next week. So if you didn't participate now and you want to participate in this league, get in there, get your team ready. Next week, it all starts to count, the first of 8 weeks of regular season play. But I think we've said all that we can say. Thank you so much for joining us at the Splatoon 3 North American League event number 2, preseason week number 2. Regular season starts next week. And until next time, everybody, stay fresh.